comments up here.
All right, now we're live. Hello, JR.
JR's here. I didn't have a comments up yet.
Yeah. Hey, Frank. How are you? Ghost
Shara.
Shara.
Dumb.
Yeah, I think Billy's still going. Yeah, I think Billy's still going. Oh. Yeah, I think Billy's still going. Oh.
I gotta shut this off here and get an echo. All right.
All right.
Okay, cool. I had the stream going as well on YouTube, so I was just giving the echo.
All right, Iridium Kush. I wanted to kind of talk about the generational decline in integrity and kind of see what you've noticed over the years. Like compared to how you were raised, the values that you were raised with, and then what you've seen, being in the workplace, and then like from culture to culture. I mean, it's a big thing, but just basically the decline in
I know that
integrity.
I was taught, I was instilled certain values when I was a kid. I was taught certain things. Everything that was given to me, it was given with a certain lesson to it. There were always, you were rewarded for good behavior, but you were chastised too for bad behavior. I mean, you got out of line, you got your ass whooped. And you got out of line and you were embarrassed publicly. You acted out of line in the restaurant. You got embarrassed publicly in front of everybody in the restaurant to make a point.
Yeah.
That's unacceptable behavior. Now I see every day now, I'll go into a restaurant and see parents let their kids run around the restaurant. They don't give a shit.
Right.
They don't tell them that that's unacceptable behavior to just run around and do whatever you want. You're supposed to sit there and be quiet and eat your food.
Yeah.
That's what we were told to do. You don't run around. You don't pull on the waitress's skirts. You don't go to other customers. You don't go running into the bathroom unattended. That kind of shit. You stayed with mom and dad the whole time. Mm-hmm. I see that that's just one thing I see every day. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I just get dry mouth from what I've been partaking in.
Right. So you're talking about manners.
Just lack of general social aptitude. Bullets talked about this last night too. Lack of social aptitude, and I see this just not in young kids just getting along with one another, but all the way up to college level, and even people into their late 20s and early 30s, they have no social aptitude. I mean, a woman can't even talk to me and engage in a reasonably intelligent conversation. They don't even know how to do that. They're so stuck on their cell phones and their social media. Right. I mean, that I just laugh at this PUA stuff when they talk about my secrets for picking up women. I mean, this was game that you had to learn when you were in college as a guy. Right. You had to learn how to open, you had to learn how to, what kind of classes do you take? What's your major? Do you speak are you from outside the state? What high school did you go? What town are you from originally? Just a little small talk like that. But that got you to kind of know the person, get a sense for who they are. Mm-hmm. You don't have that kind of discord anymore. And that's real important that people communicate to each other that way. And you don't have that going on anymore, especially with the coof. Just breaking those kinds of lines of communication. I mean, that's how you met a girl at a house party. You saw a hot chick, you'd go up to her and talk to her and say, hey, you know, what's your major? What kind of classes do you take? Do you know somebody who's at this party? How did you come to this party? Just little small talk things like that. But now people are selling this shit online. It's some kind of secret. It's ridiculous.
Right. Well, and I think of why. Like, why do a lot of people, we'll just say men, for instance, why do a lot of men not know these things? I mean, but it's even women too. That's why I always fundamentally blame mothers, because I'm like, it's the mother's responsibility to make sure they let go into the world, you know,
Well,
like a good,
absolutely. It was my mother who taught me good social etiquette.
yeah.
You know, I remember one time. I hawked I had a cold. And I hawked a loogie down the kitchen sink. She fucking freaked out. She's like,
Right.
"That's like taking a shit down the kitchen sink. What the hell's the matter with you?" But that sticks with you, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I never did that. I never do that stuff, and now I get disgusted when I see somebody spit in a cup or something like that. It's just disgusting.
Right.
But you know, it's little lessons like that you learn. I mean, it's silly, but it taught you, you know, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
But I'll see people do shit in their airport bathrooms. They just do that all the time. I've seen people wash their hair in airport bathrooms. I've seen it. Seen guys do it. Take their hair, wash it in the fucking sink.
Huh.
I mean, I was on a flight back from Charleston. There was this woman. She was, I'd say, late 20s, early 30s. Attractive woman. Had some red flags. She was flirting with me a little bit. She had a dog with her, and I held the leash for her while she got seated in the window seat. I was in the aisle seat. I just noticed the smell from this woman. It was just awful, and it was an early morning flight. It was like a 6 o'clock in the morning flight departure time, and I'm guessing she probably didn't bathe herself before she got on the plane.
Right.
It was just the smell of Starbucks coffee, Chick-fil-A, Dio,
Oh.
and how do I politely say bad down yonder smell.
Nasty nether regions. Yeah.
Yeah. Good thing I ate before I got on the plane.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, do you understand that? I
hygiene.
don't care how attractive you are. That fucking kind of killed the mood.
Yeah. Well, hygiene's important. I feel like that's another thing that you should be learning from your primary.
Oh my dear God, I can't believe the hygiene, and lack thereof of some people. You know, they complain about having all this acne and stuff. You know, take a bath. You know, that's what soap is for. And
Right.
I mean, what's up with the organic hummus soap shit? You know, go old school, man.
Wait, hummus soap?
You remember the fucking commercials, man. You ain't clean unless you're zestfully clean.
Right.
You know, get some old school Irish Spring on that ass. Okay? Don't fuck around, man, with the hummus shit. You know, I had to go to jury duty 10 years ago. This guy sat next to me. Oh my God. If he's one of my peers in a jury trial, I'm fucked. This guy's, I mean, seriously, this guy looked like he had not showered or changed his clothes in 3 weeks. I'm like, I'm coming to court today. I came dressed kind of like this.
Yeah.
A little less bling, but you know, I came to court. It's a formal occasion.
Yeah.
I see how many. That's the thing. That's just little basic things like that. When I appear in court for jury duty, I come dressed accordingly.
Yeah.
Nobody does that anymore.
Right.
People come dressed looking. I mean, I've seen thoughts come into court dressed in tube tops, short skirts, thongs, you name it.
Right.
It's a court.
Right. It should be business casual, right? Or
At
business?
least,
Yeah.
at least.
Well,
I've seen a decline in formality in the business world. Some of that's good, but some of it's bad too. Like when I go to trade shows, I dress kind of the way I am now, to look good, to look professional.
yeah.
A lot of these guys now wear these like trade T-shirts. They're like the short polo shirts, and they're the couple button down. They're very, very business casual look. The problem is, man, there is nothing that shows off a beer gut better than those shirts. I'm not kidding. There is nothing less endearing to a beer gut than those shirts. I see motherfuckers walking around with these things. They're big ass beer guts hanging out. It's like,
Right.
You understand that it's not giving a very professional vibe, dude.
Right. Well, it's almost like they're not taking any sort of pride in their presentation, like how they present themselves. By the way, I want to mention something. This Holy Dutch, I have not seen you before. I saw you over at Billy's earlier, and you keep typing weird.
shit.
So unless you're going to type like a normal person, I'm going to block you. Like you don't have to censor words here. You can pretty much type whatever you want, as long as it's not crazy bitchery.
Like that, dude.
Yeah,
like that, dude. This is a free speech forum.
I don't know what leet speak is. I mean, it's not necessarily completely free speech. If you're gonna try to abuse any of the chat members or the panel members, then you will be blocked.
So, yeah.
This is not a aggression. This is an aggression and crazy bitch free zone. So
this isn't a spurt party.
Yeah, spurt party. Yeah, even passive aggressive comments will be very harshly judged. So
yeah, no Holy Dutch, as long as you're respectful to the host and to the guest and to the other people in the chat, you're cool.
Yeah. Yeah, so going back to the failures of mothers in our society. That's what I blame all of it on. Feminism, how it's ruined motherhood, how it's produced so many incompetent mothers that don't even know what their damn jobs are. I know Billy talks a lot, there's certain people in the spaces that talk about the psychological aspects and why we have so many narcissists. I'm like, well, who's raising all these people? Like, look at their fucking mother. Like,
well, it was the thing, the dual parenting. My mother did it, but my dad was it was a system of checks and balances, right. Much like the U.S. government. My mom conjured to a point, but my dad had to say, no, that's bullshit. Get your ass out there and mow the fucking lawn.
Right.
That kind of thing. Or no, you're jumping off that boat into the lake. That's what you're doing. And you're not going in, you're not sticking your feet in first like mom told you to. You're jumping in that fucking lake.
Yeah, take that risk.
Yep.
Overcome that fear.
I know that water's cold, but you might as well get cold quick, then do it slowly.
Yeah. Rip off the Band-Aid.
I grew up in the Great Lakes state, Michigan, so if the water gets to 70 in Lake Michigan, it's a hot summer. And then 70-degree water is cold. Yeah. 70-degree water is pretty damn cold.
Yeah. I grew up in Washington, and all the lakes are full of melted ice. So, yeah.
The same kind of thing. And we also swam in the Grand River in Grand Rapids that feeds Lake Michigan. And all the industry there, they did a lot of electroplating there in the automotive industry, and they threw a lot of cyanide in the sewer because they used a chemical called hydrocyanic acid to pit the base metal for better plating. And they just dumped that cyanide into the river along with raw sewage. So I could say that when I was a kid, we swam in raw sewage and Raw
Yeah.
shit and cyanide, man.
Yeah.
Just slamming raw shit and cyanide, man. Didn't fuck around.
Yeah. So, what do you think are the most important things your mom taught you growing up that you carried throughout your life?
I think empathy was the big one. To be empathetic and understanding of others. To be empathetic and understanding of others, but also hold your position. Don't back down. That's one thing my mom was. She didn't take shit from anyone. She grew up on the south side of Chicago, in the hood, and she didn't take crap from anybody. And I mean, she was compassionate. She was empathetic. She was understanding and respectful to all people. But you got in her face, you fucked with her,
Yeah.
or you fucked with her children.
Yeah.
She didn't take no mess.
Yeah.
The old saying, "Mama don't take no mess."
Right.
That was true. She also taught me just some basic things about maintaining my own freedom. That my dad tended to be like, you need to get the wife and give me the grandchildren kind of thing, whereas my mom was more like, you can follow whatever path you want. You don't have to necessarily follow that path. And she must have been very clairvoyant, because she saw things that she saw the writing on the wall very soon, and kind of told me things
Yeah.
kind of in a very cryptic way that I didn't understand at the time, but now I understand better. For example, weed or cannabis. She's like, Iridium, I never used weed when I was in college because I was afraid I might like it too much.
Right.
I think she was trying to tell me that's a better alternative to some other things.
Right.
And
Right.
it wasn't until years later that I realized that.
Yeah.
And I just laugh now because I could just imagine her alive today. Me in Chicago, because it's legal in Illinois, fully legal in Illinois. I could see my mom driving. I could see me saying to her, "Hey, let's go get some weed." She's like, "Little Iridium, that's illegal." I'm like, "No, it's legal now. They legalized it like 3 years ago. What the fuck are we waiting for?"
Yeah.
I could see it like clockwork.
That's funny.
So, hey, Chaos, how you doing? I was talking to GM a little bit about the guy who came on your stream, having a little Spurg fest there.
Yeah.
Who else is here? Father Saunders, hello. Lawrence Riitano, is that how you say it? Hello. Did I say hello to Ghost Shura? I know I said hello to JR. Who else am I missing? Am I missing anybody?
I don't think so. Frank and Peng. Gone with John Douglas.
Oh, Gone with John is here too?
Yeah. Hemi. Timothy.
Cool. Hemi is here. He was on that previous stream too. Hey, John. I'll be watching your stream on Tuesday with GM.
Oh, yes. I cannot wait to talk about emotional terrorism. Oh, I added, well, Gone with John mentioned emotional hostages. And I was like, yes, that's right up my alley of what I love to talk about, because it's like these feminists are, here's my banner, these feminists, these crazy bitches are domestic terrorists. They're emotionally and mentally terrorizing other people. So, I mean, you were subjected to that earlier. Like, somebody went in there to fucking terrorize you. I mean, people can't do it physically because it's the internet. So they have to use toxically feminine tactics. So, but
yeah, that was purely a feminine, feminine weaponized tactic. Clearly,
yeah.
it was because what really triggered this dude, or this person, whoever it was, when I wrote in the chat, "Sorry, did I hurt your fifis?" After that,
yeah. Is it because you said sorry, or because you didn't mean it?
I just said it sarcastically.
Yeah.
Sorry to hurt your fifis.
Yeah.
So, Rusty, what's up? Hermit, what's up?
Oh, Primo's here too.
Primo's here.
Must have missed it.
Primo,
Yeah,
what's up?
there he is. Hey, Primo. Yeah, so I see a big problem in our society. Well, because I blame feminism, of course, because it's lying to women and, you know, giving them a false idea of what their future and their job is. And they don't take on the responsibility to society that they should. Instead of actual being a nurturing force in society, they use those same tactics to like destroy. Like we were talking about manipulation earlier. Now there's kind of two sides to manipulation. There's inspiration, right? You can inspire people, or you can like manipulate them for your own gain. So
yeah. Well, I think that's what my mom did. She inspired me.
Yeah.
And yeah, she inspired me. And she taught me, she weaponized me in a positive way.
Right.
That way. She weaponized me in a positive way. She taught me to be empathetic, caring about other people, understanding of other people's cultures, race, religion, whatnot. Whereas these modern women aren't doing that. They're teaching hate, teaching bad morals, bad ethics, unacceptable behavior, or they're just not teaching, and they're learning it from the crap they watch on TV or whatever.
Right.
And either the mother just doesn't care, or is actively promoting an aggressive tendency.
Right.
Instead of a benevolent one.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think is the major contributor to that? Because when I look at our society, I blame the enablers more than I blame the actual domestic terrorists. I mean, yes, these people are bullshit, and people shouldn't be taking them seriously. But the only reason they're allowed to get away with this shit is because the other people allow it, and they even go farther by rewarding the terrible behavior. Back to what you said earlier, like, you know, good behavior was rewarded and the bad behavior was punished. It's almost flipped this now in today's society.
Oh yeah, there is either no there is no punishment there. I can't remember the last time I've seen punishment for bad behavior in children in a public setting. I've really never, I haven't seen it in is JR okay here?
Yeah, he's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, JR's good. He's just venting a little bit. A lot of people owe JR an apology, by the way. Yeah, he said nothing, just buzzed.
Okay, me too. We're all in the same boat, man. So how do you think I appear on these things? You think I do that? You think I do this stuff completely sober? I have to have a little bit of courage, especially showing my face out here. But I feel it's important. Like, I think that those are other things that my mom taught me, is the importance of respect, self-respect. And that was taught by both parents.
Yeah.
The self-respect. My mom was real important about teaching hygiene, keeping clean. You know, you don't get acne on your face if you wash your face. You keep yourself clean.
Right.
You know, you trim your nails. You brush your teeth every day. You do all that stuff. I mean, these things are just programmed into your mind, and I'm not sure how obvious this is for some of the other generations. It amazes me.
Right. Right.
I mean, I watched a lady once in the Albany airport. I was flying out for a flight 3 years ago, She had a bag of Chick-fil-A to go. She ate the 3 egg sandwiches or whatever the hell it is she ordered, and wiped her face with the outside of the bag that it came in.
What? That's
Yeah, I mean, and this is just tip of the iceberg. I could go on for hours
yeah.
about stuff like this that I see. On every flight that I go on now, I'll see at least one person during the flight get up and go to the bathroom in either their stocking feet or their completely bare feet.
I'm guilty of that.
That's terrible. You realize that you're walking into a public bathroom in your bare feet?
Yeah.
You know how many thousands of people have been?
Yeah. I know. I grew up in a trailer park though. Like swimming in the like what you said when you were a kid, swimming in the stuff. Yeah, it would like flood and we'd play football and it would be like nasty.
Oh, we did that too. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we played football in the mud. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be right. Every Thanksgiving and even up until college years, we did the Snow Bowl on Thanksgiving. So we get in the college years, we'd all get drunk and then play football out in the high school football field. So yeah, I know.
Yeah, my mom failed though to teach me proper manners, I think. I mean, I had my Nana, but I didn't see her like every single day. There were periods where it was months where I didn't even see her. So
well, it's like my mom always taught me that like there's certain words, like as we began to learn the swear words, it was as soon as we knew them, we were told those are bad words. You're not supposed to use those in everyday conversation with the teacher. You don't say those in front of the teacher.
Yeah.
You never swore in front of a teacher in class. You didn't even put your mind to do that.
Right.
That was severe punishment.
Right.
If you said the F-bomb in front of one of your elementary school teachers, in front of your math teacher. I mean, I saw a kid get his head smashed against a chalkboard for doing that.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it was old school when I grew up.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw kids get their ass whooped with rulers.
Yeah.
I saw a kid get a ruler broken over his fucking head.
Yeah.
He deserved to get that ruler broken over his fucking head.
Yeah, we don't have enough discipline anymore. Because they call that discipline, right? Like teachers used to have the right to discipline.
That's why I laugh about this, having to bring guns to school. The teachers didn't have to bring guns to school. Right. I just had to tell them, you get out of line, you got your ass whooped.
Right. Yeah. Huh.
Now you have teachers and the parents.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no safe haven. You fucked up in school, you heard about it at home, and vice versa.
Yeah. Yeah, there seemed to be like kind of a shift in the 80s regarding that. Yeah, and
I think I came up in the time like right before that started happening. That shift started happening.
Yeah. I mean, because when I look at today's teachers, I mean, there were times I had to go to the school to sort out a teacher that was like literally harassing my son, like unnecessarily. You know, come to find out later that they were a feminist, but still, you look at today's teacher. I wonder if in the 80s we started losing trust in the teachers to be able to make rational decisions when it comes to discipline.
Well, that's the thing. My teachers were sane people,
right?
And they were vested in the teaching. They were vested in it. They cared about the fact that you learned math. They cared about the fact that you learned proper English, proper spelling, proper grammar, proper everything. all those things were important to the teachers. And look, there were issues too. I'm left-handed. My mom told the kindergarten teacher that I'm left-handed, and she kept giving me right-handed scissors all the time, and almost got me put in a remedial class because I couldn't cut properly. And my mom flipped the fuck out.
Yeah.
That he's left-handed. Well,
yeah.
Not only did I learn how to use left-handed scissors, I can cut today with right-handed scissors. Still.
Yeah.
I can cut today with right-handed scissors. And that's just part of, and this all goes along with part of being a man. You have to overcome things like that. I'm left-handed. I'm 10% of the population. I have to overcome things that right-handed people don't.
Ding, 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 ding. American Psychological Association. Actually, that's where the biggest saturation of feminist domestic terrorists work is for the APA. That whole field.
Okay. On what grounds chaos for you?
I think it's part of their assault on masculinity, because that's a very physical form of discipline, right? I mean, they co-sign the mental and emotional abuse all day long, but anything physical, they want to deem.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading chat and listening to you at the same time. Yeah, I see Hermit's comment as well about the teachers. Yeah, I had a coach too. We just called him coach. He was a basketball coach, the football coach, the baseball coach. His name was Mr. So-and-so, but everybody just called him coach. And yeah, old Catholic guy, and he wasn't afraid of whooping some ass.
Yeah.
Old Irish Catholic dude. Had like 10 kids. Traditional Catholic, but yeah, didn't take no shit.
Yeah.
And the same thing, this guy was vested. I mean, he cared about the school. He cared about the sports teams. He cared about if the sports teams won. He cared about the players being in the teams.
Yeah.
He cared about proper following of the rules of the games, proper sportsmanship, all those things. I didn't just learn those things from my dad as a coach when he was a coach, but also from that teacher as a coach. I mean, a lot of these elementary teachers were very influential on me too.
Yeah.
I had a high school calculus teacher who was extremely influential to me in directing me towards engineering, because that's when I was still in my I don't know phase, trying to figure out what profession I wanted. And he saw I was really good with math. And kind of steered me, guided me in the direction of engineering. And so that guy was a very influential teacher to me in high school and in middle school.
Yeah.
So that's why that bothers me so much to see these disgusting teachers. I mean, that's the foundation of our learning.
Right.
I mean, that was the foundation of my learning. Was what a lot of these. It wasn't just for my parents; it was the teachers as well.
Right.
And what the things that they taught me were very fundamental parts of how I live my life today. You see these. I see these pictures on dating apps of these women who are allowed to be teachers.
Right.
To be teachers.
Yeah. Yeah. They make money.
I mean,
indoctrinating children and abusing.
Is trusting their children to these teachers. This is insanity. I mean, I can't imagine my parents reacting to a situation like that. I can't even imagine. This goes back to another very fundamental point of MGTOW for me, is why I never had children. I decided I didn't want to bring children into a world where they're going to be taught by clown fucks like that.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
don't want my kids being indoctrinated with Marxist crap like that.
Yeah. See, I didn't either. That's why I was always around to sweat out the crazy bitches. I didn't want that to detract me from having children. Personally, I didn't go to a university though. I know that's kind of a thing that they push at universities. You know, like all the overpopulation thing, and they try to shame, especially the feminists do it with the women. They try to shame motherhood and talk, they like degrade it to a point where they're like, oh, you don't want to be a mother, you want to focus on your career first, and then they reach
that's so social SJW bullshit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's resulting in us not having enough people to run our plants and our facilities.
Right.
There are things I cannot talk to you about on this channel. But yeah, it's if you think we're sitting on a house of cards now.
Yeah. It's going to be bad in about 10 years, right? Really bad.
If things do, if it goes unchecked, it could be even sooner than that.
Yeah. Hey, just for folks in the chat, I'm going to close down the chats on the 2 backup channels so everybody can funnel if they want to continue participating in the chat. I forgot to do that.
Am I seeing everyone in the chat?
Probably not, unless you're looking at the StreamYard thing.
I am looking at the StreamYard chat.
Okay.
So, yeah.
You should be able to see it.
Everybody. Okay.
I'm gonna close down the other 2 though, so people aren't chasing each other around. The main channel GM one is open. I'll leave that one open. That's it called.
Hermit makes a good point about this too. The daycare, that's for shit. My 2 colleagues did that with their kids, and that's not a substitute for
right.
parents in the household.
Hello, Outlaw. How are you? Yeah. Well, Hermit's glad he doesn't have children. He's going to adopt a monkey, so it'll be his monkey son, his son monkey.
Hopefully, it doesn't monkey branch.
It'll be funny.
Okay. So, what else did you want to talk about aside from so we talked about the schools, the teachers. I think at some point we're going to have some standards for teachers. I mean, they're literally letting mentally ill people teach our children.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, anybody who dyes their hair green and has piercings all over their body and tattoos, and you told me you're going to teach my kid math, I'd be like, I don't think so.
Right.
I'm going to teach my kid math.
Right.
Because I learned math the old school way. I know how to do it longhand. So I will teach them the proper way to do it.
Yeah.
No green-haired glowworm is going to teach shit to my child. So that's just the way it would be, and that's why I made that decision to not do that. It wasn't a popular decision in my mind to make that.
Right.
But it was one I knew. I knew it was the right decision. It wasn't a popular decision, but it was the right decision.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, because you probably got a lot of shit. Like, oh, when are you gonna have a family? Did you get some shit from your parents? Like, where's our grandbabies?
Oh yeah, my dad. and especially my dad's side of the family, all his siblings, want nieces and nephews and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And but no, I've detached from them quite a bit because I quit drinking. They're all raging alcoholics, so
Right.
they're all alcoholics. And when I told them I quit drinking last year at a family gathering, they were like, I mean, it was literally as if I were shunned from the family.
Yeah.
You don't drink? Like,
Right.
no.
What's wrong with you?
Exactly. Exactly.
Wait, you don't like
Um,
fun? That's the kind of shit that I got from my family because I've never been a big drinker, and my entire family are
Oh yeah,
raging
yeah.
alcoholics.
It wouldn't be fun if you didn't get blind drunk, and it
Right.
wouldn't be an event if my aunt got blind drunk and got violently drunk. She's a
Yep.
violent drunk.
Yep.
Gets violently drunk and then a fight with somebody.
Yep.
Over some stupid shit, and everybody goes home all pissed off.
Yep.
She got into a spat with me at a wedding at her daughter's wedding, my cousin's wedding, and I didn't say anything to her. I just let her go on. 2 weeks later, she sends me an email apologizing profusely, and she called me up, and I said, "Well, how do you feel about apologizing to your nephew that's 20 years younger than you?
Right.
How does that make you feel right now?"
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope it makes you feel like shit, because it should.
Yeah.
So I've had my share of that shit. And it's why I kind of have severed ties with my family. I've had too many knives stabbed in my back.
Right.
I've been gaslit too many times, and my brother, he still tries to chat with me. He still tries to text me, but I don't block him. I don't have the heart to do that.
Yeah.
But I ghost. I just ignore. And it was not a pleasant thing to have to do that, but I did it. Again, it was not a popular decision. It went against the grain of what I felt was right, but what I felt I had been. John got this right. The emotional hostage.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
keeping me an emotional hostage.
Yeah.
And when I broke that from them, they lost their power.
Right.
They lost their control.
Yeah.
Now they're coming back to me, groveling on bended knee. They would do anything to get my regard back. They would do anything to get back my respect. And I just said no. I already have concluded that I'm a self-made man. I have my nest egg. I have my shit together. I don't need my dad's estate. And he's married to a stepmother who I'm not on the best relations with. The law is if my dad were to pass away, she gets the house by default.
Right.
If she's a widow. I know with that alone, being the stepmother, I'm gonna see that out of this. And my brother, he will go and fight it. He will try to fight it. And I'm just gonna say, you jackals, have at it. You jackals, tear that piece of flesh apart. I'm gonna kick back and watch.
Right.
I'm not vested in it. I don't have any interest in it. I don't need it. And I don't want it.
Right.
And that's just the end. And these are the things I learned to be. I turn to be more cold-blooded about as I get older.
Yeah.
I just begin to say, that's enough. You're done.
So what do you think has been the catalyst for you forming these solid boundaries? Like, what has helped you along the way? Because, you spoke before about how you used to drink more and you gave that up, but like boundaries with people. Do you think drinking, I don't know, because something I noticed with people like in my family that drink, like it dissolves boundaries. Like my stepdad, for instance, my sister can completely take advantage of him, but it's because of the alcohol. Like he gets sucked into shit.
It was a social icebreaker for sure.
Yeah.
It's a huge social icebreaker, and it always is. I think in any social setting, this is what I've learned being alcohol free for 2 years. In
Yeah.
any social setting, that's always a way to um, smooth the rough edge, to take the edge off. Because what alcohol or ethanol does when you drink it, it's a stimulant. It will give you that sense of euphoria that you want. It's an instant sense of euphoria, and it makes you feel good. It's what that's the liquid courage that they talk about. So it makes it easier for you to go talk to a chick, or go
Right.
to talk to a guy, or to talk to people in your family you haven't talked to in a couple of years, that kind of thing. But you get to doing it, you do it too much, it starts to have the opposite effect. As the alcohol goes through your system,
Right.
it becomes a depressant, and it
Right.
starts to screw up the alcohol fundamentally on a molecular level screws up the electrolytic balance in your brain, and that's why it makes you think and act irrationally. That's why it makes you slur your speech. Your neurons aren't communicating. The wires aren't arcing the way they should be, because the ethanol interferes with that. The alcohol interferes with that.
Right.
Um, and that's why it makes people irrational, violent,
Mm-hmm.
goofy, do stupid things they wouldn't do, drive in ways they wouldn't normally drive aggressively when they wouldn't drive, um, or it makes you think you can drive when you really shouldn't be driving at all. But it gives you that confidence that it tricks your brain into thinking, oh yes, I really am okay to drive, but
Right.
no, you're not. That's why it's so obvious to a cop when they pull you over when you've been drinking. If
Right.
you've ever been behind a drunk driver, which I have before,
Yep.
it's clear as the day that they've been drinking.
Yeah.
And you could tell a difference between when somebody's on a cell phone or when they're drunk.
Yep.
You could tell. Um, you could tell by the drifting pattern, um, the lack of focus on attention, the consistent lack of focus on attention. Whereas on a cell phone, it'll be more erratic. But when you have ethanol coursing through your blood, it's a very consistent erraticism. Is what I
Hmm.
see. Yep,
Hmm.
yep. But I've noticed, being an outsider, when I see people drink now in social settings, I'll watch how people slowly just lose control of themselves as they drink more and more. And you just see
Yeah.
it. You could set a watch to it now. People are happy, 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 happy. Everybody gets kind of get some to eat. Then they start drinking some more, they get a little happy. Then everybody's like, "You fuck, oh god damn it." Then it turns
Yeah.
into the Berg Fest. And everybody
Yeah.
goes home pissed off. And that's
Right.
just the alcohol going through its metabolism. Um,
Hmm.
that's the alcohol running its course. You have the up, and then you have the down.
Right.
Um, and then you have and because ethanol is a poison, your liver has to deal with it. Your liver decomposes it to a chemical called acetaldehyde, which is a very violent poison, and that's what gives you the hangovers. That's what makes you pissy in the morning.
Mm.
Um, that what makes you not want to sleep. Yeah, that's what gives you that nasty headache, because
Yeah.
you were poisoned. And
Yeah.
you did. When you have a hangover, that's your body telling you poisoned yourself.
Yeah. My body's not a fan of alcohol. It breaks it down really quick, and then it keeps that poison in my body for a long damn time, just to let me know I shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Well, don't do what I did. Don't blow out your liver.
Oh no, no.
Yep, I blew out. I'm a menace to sobriety. Fair enough. I used to be too, man. I used to be too. Johnny Walker, that was my go-to. Take a walk with me.
Mm.
I mean, that was my routine when I got home from work. It was get home, put the laptop case down, go into the fridge, get the rocks glass, put the 2 cubes in, pour myself a double shot of the Johnny Walker, sit, do something like this, or watch TV. I mean, and it was something about it that was cathartic to me when I got home. Grabbing that glass, hearing the clink clink of the ice cubes and the pouring of the liquor just gave me that cathartic. I'm home. I can relax now. But that got away from me because of the coof and being cooped up at home all the time. I just had access to that bottle all the time, and it just a fire that had been smoldering for a long period of time, all of a sudden just flared to an out of control conflagration because the right conditions of the perfect storm came along and threw it into that.
So do you think the alcohol masks, or do you think the people that get angry when they're drunk, do you think they already have that in them and that they are able to suppress that more, and then maybe the alcohol breaks that boundary and it causes that shit to come out?
I think some people do have just a predisposition to it, to being violent when they're drunk.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if it's genetic. I come from Irish lineage.
Yeah.
My grandfather was a Catholic Irish drunk, mean, drunk motherfucker.
Yeah.
Nasty, rotten, nasty, drunk motherfucker. Part of that, I think, maybe comes from upbringing too. What you were instilled or taught as a kid. You know, he was brought up in old Catholic school, and you know, he was taught the very capital punishment ways of Catholic school. Maybe that violent tendency came through in him when he got drunk. I tended never to get violent when I got drunk. I tended to get goofy. I just tend to get goofy. Do really stupid things that I regret doing later on. Like running from the cops. Yeah, did that once.
Really? Oh no.
Yep, ran from the cops once. Got away.
Yeah.
Got away. My friends didn't, or at least two. The five of us did, and the three of us who got away, we knew what had happened to them. They got arrested for public intox. That's it. You know, just go to the drunk tank for 8 hours, detox.
Yeah.
And the three of us were standing there at 2:00 in the morning after last call. And we're like, well, do we go and bail them out or get pizza? We only have enough money for one of the two, for bail money or pizza. And the consensus was pizza. So they walked their asses back from the clink. Around 5:00 in the morning, they showed up and they were sober.
Yeah, well, I hope so. Douglas said for him, he used alcohol to block past mistakes he made in his life. His late 20s and into early 30s were blackout days, several days a week on it.
So, sorry, I was looking at here, then you put it up here. For me, I used alcohol to block past mistakes in my life. Blackout days, several days a week on it. Yeah, my advice on that would be, don't use that as an excuse. Learn from those mistakes. And just understand those are in the past. You can't change them. There were things in my past that I did that I regret too. I wish I had quit drinking sooner than I did, but I can't change that. I have to accept the fact that I have a cirrhotic liver and I have to live with that for the rest of my life. And I have to make do with what I've got and move forward from there. And that's what you do. Don't keep using your mistakes as an excuse to make more mistakes. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I don't want to. I don't want to be giving out necessarily life advice. I mean, if you need help, if you need like help for alcoholism, you need to seek that channel, that proper channel. I'll be here for you. You've texted me before, Douglas, and you can always text me anytime. But if you need like professional help, get the professional help. Don't I'm a guide. Your own way of dealing with it. You have to cope with it your own way.
He said he's 40 now and he's pulled back a lot.
Okay. I would say at 40, I would advise you to quit, because it's not going to do any good for your health past 40. Especially if I understand what you've done, that will cause you liver problems. That will cause you weight problems. That's just going to catch up to you. It caught up to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So please do for the best on that. Let's see who else here. Timothy Sokol.
Yeah, Billy just got in.
Billy the goat. Hello from this side of the pond. And yeah. So what else you got for me?
Not much. I mean, we pretty much covered you confirmed my bias. I have this working bias that it's all women's fault and it's feminist fault. So that our society is the shitter. Did you want to open up the panel and have
if people
anybody
want to
join you?
Yeah, if anybody wants to come and join and talk to me, I'm happy to.
Yeah, I know. I think Douglas was talking about, what was it last time we were on the panel?
An hour already? Holy shit.
Yeah, no, time flies, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. Here, I'll drop the link. Douglas, if you would like to join. I know you were. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's gonna be starting a new job soon. Where he's gonna be pretty gone.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all the more reason you gotta quit the alcohol, my friend. If you're gonna be on call at any time, you gotta be squeaky clean for that.
Hello, Douglas.
Hi, good mother. Hey, Iridium. Nice to see you guys.
Nice to talk to you.
How's it going today?
Very good.
Yeah, that was something back in my history with drinking. I don't want to get too personal here with it, but maybe sometime when you guys want to talk individually, I could do it more. But my late 20s were pretty much, I did that a lot. And I still am today, but I'm not doing it as often. And I am wanting to pull it all the way back where it's, where I'm pretty much done, So, but everything is good my way right now. I'm just waiting on my background check with the railroad. About once I find that out, I'll be heading to Kansas City for 15 weeks. And then after that to South Dakota for 3 years to work for BNSF.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I appreciate you guys streaming today.
Yeah.
No problem. No problem.
Gentlemen, excuse me 1 second. I'll be right back, okay?
You're good. I'm thinking she needs to take a bathroom break.
That sounds good. How's your day? Are you having a good weekend?
Oh yeah, having a really good weekend. I harvested some vineyards, some hops today, some herbs. So harvested that, got that starting to cure. I'll be getting that all trimmed and ready for the winter, and just did some more stuff, getting the house and stuff ready for the winter kind of things because it's I live in New England here, so and it turned fall here, man. Just like the first day of fall, it instantaneously felt like football weather.
That's
Um,
awesome.
it is awesome. I love that time of year. I love the weather.
Yeah,
It was like low to mid 60s today. Sunny, a little bit of breeze, just like awesome.
that's really
Um,
good. I've been through the Appalachians before, driving an 18-wheeler, but I've never spent any time, in that part of the country. But it seems like it'd be some excellent weather, if you're right by the coast.
yeah, well, I'm not right by the coast. I'm actually in the Adirondack, near the Adirondack Mountains, the
I
northern part of
oh
it. I'm sorry.
yeah, where is that? I mean, if you don't have to throw it out here if you
Oh
don't
yeah,
want to, of
I'm near
course.
Albany, New York. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
east of Albany, New York. So right in the Green Mountains, you know where that is?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
the Green Mountains National Forest, 87 goes all the way up to Montreal, to
Oh,
the
okay.
Canadian border there. Um, and that's the way I go when I drive. Because when I go to Montreal, whenever I go for business, I drive there. Um, so and it's straight up 87, and you go through the Green Mountains.
Very
Um,
nice.
yeah, oh, it's absolutely beautiful. The falls here are amazing. I mean, people come for the tourism, for the fall tourism. We call them the leaf peepers.
Wow,
Um,
that's cool.
Timothy Sokol, it's for personal consumption only, allegedly, and no, strictly personal consumption. Um, yeah. So, yeah, but yeah, the falls here are awesome. Um, and yeah, the weather's awesome here. Just like perfect, like football weather. I mean, I just want to go in my backyard and start tossing a football around. I mean, it's that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Did you I've been on this I guess MGTOW path for coming up on 12 years. And I've never been married or had any children. So was that something that, like, for me, it was kind of intentional as well. I don't know. Is that how that you wanted to construct your life too, I suppose?
It was more inadvertent, but became intentional. Um, it was inadvertent. I think the circumstances of my career brought me out to this area, which is kind of a remote area, anyways. There just aren't a lot of women,
Yeah,
um, and any of the women they're just total skanks and skags, anyways, that you want nothing to do with.
sure.
I quickly learned living here. I lived in the hood here. My first 6 years here before I bought my house. And I quickly learned from the single mothers that all I became as a single guy in that apartment, I just became Captain Save-A-Ho.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
can you get me a jug of milk? Can you fix tricycle training wheels?
sure, sure.
Can you take out the trash? No,
Just
no, no, no,
total utility. Just like, what can we get from you? What can we and I was actually today, and I'm sorry, I hope I didn't cut you off. I went to the laundromat today, and a lady I used to go to church with, who I hadn't seen in years, we started up this conversation, and she had recently retired from her job, and she says, I'm so happy now that I'm not working, because now I get to cook food for Donnie, and I get to fold his shirts, I get to do all these things. And I said, I'm 40 years old. I don't think I've ever heard a woman talk like that before. So it was always what they can get from me, and I just didn't want to go down that path
no.
of being used and then just tossed out when it was time to monkey branch somewhere else.
And I learned something. Not only can you learn from, I learned this from Chaos on one of his streams. Not only can you learn from your own mistakes, but I learned from other people's mistakes. When I saw the other kid stick his hand on the hot stove and go, "Ouch, that's hot."
Yes.
I learned that I didn't need to stick my own finger on the stove to know it's hot. I already knew that kid fucked up. It's hot. I know it's hot. Don't touch it.
That's interesting.
You learn from your own mistakes. Where I'm going with this is when it came to relationships, I saw all my friends getting married young, getting divorced 2 years later, 9 months later, 5 years later. And the financial ruin that puts them in, the emotional ruin that puts them in. Saw one guy whose wife was cheating on him on the internet. All kinds of crap, cheating on him behind his back. I mean, I saw very early on the devious and the devious witchery of women early on, and learned that that's something you want to avoid. And I recognize that they're just opportunistic. That whether it doesn't matter if they work in a strip club, doesn't matter whether they work in a bar, doesn't matter if they're your girlfriend, doesn't matter if they're a coworker. They all think the same way, opportunistically. They all think opportunistically.
Good mother, today's your son's birthday. Is that correct?
It is. He's 18 today.
18?
And you said, did you take him out to buy a gun?
Yeah, he picked up he picked out a Glock 45.
Nice.
9mm.
I want my neighbors armed. I'm more I'm more comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Now I have family on the West Coast who say, we need stricter gun regulations, and I'm like, I don't think so. I need my neighbors armed. I'm more comfortable.
And an armed society is a polite society.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, we were at the gun store yesterday, and they were like, he's looking at all the different things. He's like, really? An AR-15 is only $1,000? Yeah.
My dad taught me to fire a 30 caliber carbine when I was 5 years old. So I know guns very, very well.
Nice.
Oh yes.
I'm not anti people not wanting them. I just don't want, if you don't want one, that's okay. It doesn't bother me, but
it's all right.
It's like, I don't need to force you to have a gun or for your, but anyway.
I don't force anybody to smoke weed either.
No, that might be a better path to take from where I'm at right now. But with the job coming up, I definitely got to play it pretty close.
Yep. So see,
by the way,
Gray joined us.
Howdy,
Hey,
how's everybody? I just came from Billy's stream.
Yeah, how was it? Did it end well?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, I heard him. He was trying to break down the poor bastards that are white knighting. I'm trying to delve into the psychology behind that some.
Well, it's an example of this. I see my neighbor across the street, her two kids. They're 19 and 20 years old. Single mother raised. The way they behave is unbelievable, and they just behave like bastards. And they act like bastards. They don't mow the lawn. They barely even know how to start a lawnmower. They don't do shit. They don't do shit all day. They sit in the house all day, do nothing. The one older kid, he got a job with a landscaping crew here, and it was funny. I was sitting out in the front porch the morning last summer when his crew came, and he had overslept, I think. and the crew foreman came up, knocked on his door, and it's knocking on his door, and I hear him the foreman get pissed, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And then he knocked the door again, and the kid opened up the door, and he goes, "I didn't get your text." I'm like, "Okay, you just told him that you did." And the thing is, he like turned it down. He like turned down his crew. I'm like, "Oh, buddy, man, your crew comes. Your crew comes and says you want to roll. You got to make some extra money today. You go rolling with your crew."
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't bitch out like that.
No.
And that's just when I knew he was a little bitch made simp.
Yeah.
Your crew says roll, you roll with your crew.
That's right. Oh,
I mean, I'm like, you're a pussy, dude.
Yeah.
You are a pussy.
He'd rather stay doing anything else in the world. Wow.
Yep.
I want to go out there, and
I hope you hear me saying that, motherfucker.
Is that your neighbor?
Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, I have the door closed, so they probably can't. It's just cold out.
Yeah, it's wild, with the economy and with work, but you also find people that will make every excuse in the world not to go make money.
Oh, yeah.
They'll just find a reason not to. And I never understood that. I'm just not wired that way.
No, I wasn't wired that way either. I was taught to, I mean, as soon as I was able to walk, I was able to work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was put to work the minute I could walk. I was shoveling the driveway. I grew up in Michigan, so I had to Mom didn't shovel the driveway. Dad didn't shovel the driveway. The kids shoveled the driveway.
Yeah.
Mom and Dad didn't mow the lawn. The kids mowed the lawn.
Yep.
I started out, I parked, when I was 12, 13 years old, I was parking my grandpa's Lincoln Continentals, brand new Lincoln Continentals. My feet could barely reach the fucking gas pedal. And I was parking cars for him when I was 12 years old.
Gosh. So this was like built in you from like an early age. Like you were getting prepared to be successful, to have a work ethic.
Oh yeah, it was instilled in me when I was very young, extremely young. I mean, you didn't. I mean, your dad told you to mow the lawn. It never even crossed your mind to say no.
No, exactly.
That wasn't that was not an option.
Yeah, that's true.
No was not an option. Do the dishes. Saying no to that was not an option.
Yeah. So nowadays it's like they have to be coerced or rewarded somehow. Like you have to offer them a reward for work, as opposed
our
to
reward was you didn't get your ass whooped.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking joking.
No, that's how it was. That's how I grew up too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the same thing. My mom was the same way with the house chores. You vacuum the upstairs, you vacuum the downstairs. You didn't say no. You didn't say no to mama either. You didn't say no to dad, but you didn't say no to mama either. You get your ass whooped by mama too.
Wow. Did you have your mom
go change the laundry? Mama said go change the laundry. You go change the laundry. You don't sit on your ass and play the video game. You stop the video, you get the fuck up, and you put the laundry in. That wasn't up for debate. You didn't take a timeout. No. That was you did what you were told.
Yeah.
Or there were very severe consequences for it.
Did you know what kind of work you wanted to get into when you were in college?
Oh yeah, I knew pretty much in college that I wanted to be an engineer.
Okay.
I knew I wanted to do something technical, a technical field. I knew it was chemistry or engineering or some kind of scientific or technical field.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was that a lot of hard studying? A lot lot of hours, you know, that you had.
Oh
to
yeah,
put into
engineering
work?
in college. Engineering is one of the toughest undergrad curriculum you can do, by far. You can graduate with a bachelor's degree in engineering and go right it. I mean, I with a chemical engineering degree, I was able to literally go into a plant and start working as a chemical engineer.
Wow.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
Yep. Now you were under somebody's wing when you did that, so you didn't blow the place up, but you were definitely under somebody's wing, so you didn't turn the wrong valve and blow something up. But you were shown the ropes, even right out of college. And I mean, I co-opted. I lived in Germany for 6 months. I did a co-op there in college. I worked as a chemist. I operated gas chromatographs for 6 months.
Wow.
Yep.
And have you been with your same company now for a couple decades? Is that or
25 years?
25 years. Wow. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So, yeah, next May will be my 25th anniversary with the company. So, my 25th year of living in the messed up state of Massachusetts. So,
is it really messed up there? I mean,
oh yeah, it's on par with the West Coast, California.
okay.
It's not as bad as like a California, but it's up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know we've got Octavio Cortez. She's over. Is that in New York? Is she the Senate? I think so. Something like that.
Yeah. AOC is
AOC
in New York.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So in that part of the country, you're going to be mostly left leaning, right? I guess with as far as like that political things go.
Except for me.
Except for you. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, there are other left leaning people or right leaning people here. They're a minority, but this is a very, very, very blue state.
Okay.
Yeah. Very strict gun laws. Very, very strict gun laws. So all that good stuff. But yeah, I went through the hoops to get it. So
That's cool.
So, can I ask a question?
absolutely.
So you did the gas chromator. How do I pronounce this? Gas chromatography.
Mm-hmm.
So these machines have libraries, right?
Yes.
So, okay. So my brother works in biotech. He did that stuff as well, I think, and they manufactured biotech molecules. They had like machines where they, universities or companies from overseas, they could order. But he told me about the gas chromatography, and I Googled that and looked it up, and I always thought it's interesting. It was like I'm a little bit of a fragrance collector, and apparently you can take fragrances and put that in there, and it shows you the spectrum, the compounds.
Way to do it. That's the way to do it.
But you need the right library to show the exact compounds. It doesn't work if you don't have the.
Even if you have a library, it's an iterative process. A library, when you talk about a library, that's a group of solvent systems you use to. It's a group of systems you use to. A group of standards you use to base your material off of. It's a reference. It's called a reference standard, and you have to it's an iterative process. You have to use one reference standard, say, does that work with that profile, and keep doing that again and again until you find the right one. That's why it takes months of research for that to happen.
But when I looked at it, it seemed to be that you had different machine manufacturers. Those they sell these machines, and they sell them with different libraries. So you have like some software and some computer.
Oh yeah, they all have their own proprietary.
So
systems.
and if I work in the fragrance industry, they have like a catalog of like certain fragrance compounds, and the companies, they always create new molecules. So I mean, I'm not technically versed enough to know, okay, maybe it would like in a fragrance industry, it would detect certain common compounds, like I mean, I don't want to flex with compounds, but
Well, flavor chemistry is very complex, because even the common compounds aren't the ones that give a flavor its flavor. It's the trace amounts of different trace things that give flavor or smell its characteristic. And it's the different proportions of those. It's like with cannabis, the different amounts of terpenes and THC and other cannabinoids influence the way a certain strain makes you feel, the mood it puts you in, whether it makes you feel energetic or whether it makes you feel sleepy. Same kind of thing. It's different amounts of those minor chemicals that influence.
I tell you
the
one thing.
profile of it.
I was purchasing different types of mint for for the garden,
Mhm.
and was planting these different mint cultivars, and it is amazing. You can have like some kind of Kentucky spearmint, or you can have like I call it the communist mint, like a mint plant that was like cultivated in communist, or like the Japanese mint. But if I just put my hands to the mint plant and I rub it, the Japanese mint is the most powerful. You rub it in your hand, you just put the hands to your nose. It opens up your breathing. So the
Nice.
variety of the plant oils is amazing.
Oh yeah, you'll get strains of cannabis that are like that. I mean, you'll get cannabis that, like, I mean, you open a jar of it, it'll literally almost knock you on your ass.
Yeah.
It has so much. And what gives cannabis that skunky smell is the terpenes, or what give that smell. And certain strains will produce a lot more terpenes than others, and people like that more than others. Like people
So
like the terpene
would
smell more. Others like a more earthy.
but how would
smell.
you do it? You would, okay, you have certain would you catalog the compositions, or how would you do that? Like
Yeah,
I have
like here in the legal state of in Massachusetts, they have to do an assay of every cannabis product. So they run it through, and it's not a gas chromatograph; it's a liquid chromatograph. It's a liquid chromatograph. It uses two different immiscible solvents, and it isolates the different. I'm getting into some pretty serious thermodynamics, but it uses partitioning. It allows the compounds to separate from one liquid phase into the other, and you can determine their compositions that way compared to a standard, to a reference standard. So you're going to have a cannabis reference standard. You're going to have a reference for THC, CBD, the two most common ones, and then you're going to have reference ones for the minors in between. And then you compare those reference standards to the concentrations of what you get in your mystery flower. You put it in. So that's required by law in most legal states like Massachusetts. You have to run that assay. So they have to, and you get that right on any cannabis product you buy. It has the THC percent, and it'll give you a percentage, and whether it's a joint, whether it's wax, whether it's concentrate, whether it's a vape cartridge, it'll tell you the percentage of THC, percentage of CBD, and like at least 3 or 4 of the other significant minor cannabinoids.
Okay, I don't want to digress that much further, but like, and taking it back to the mint plants, let's say I take this Japanese cultivar of the Japanese mint that has like this really superior, when you rub it in your hand and you hold it to your nose, you already notice how it affects the breathing. It opens it up, versus you have like another mint cultivar that doesn't. I mean, you could sample different plants and just see I suppose, the different compound
Well, that's
characteristic, and then link that to the maybe medical benefits.
Yes. Well, what influences one mint versus another, whether one like opens your nose up like that, versus another which may not. You could take the same species of plant, same genetics, everything, and if you grow it in one climate zone versus another, the soil differences, the temperature differences, the weather patterns, the rain patterns, the wind patterns, the chemicals in the soil all influence the flavor of the mint itself, or the strain of cannabis, or the tomato flavor, or whatever it is you're growing. So I know I have colleagues who are flavorists, flavor scientists, and they can take an orange. They can take an orange from anywhere in the world. They can peel that sucker open and smell it. They can tell you what country it came from.
Right.
You can smell it and say that came from Brazil.
That's
that came
amazing.
From Florida. That came from California. That came from Spain. That came from Southeast Asia.
And then you get, because now you're talking about
they're
the realm.
Same orange everywhere
Yeah.
around the world.
Yeah.
The same tree growing the same fruit. It's just in different climates and different zones and growing areas.
Yeah, and that's the epigenetic realm versus kind of the old school hardcore genetics. Like, these are genes and this is how it's going to be. And I learned a lot from goldfish in that way. Like, environment is so key to gene expression.
Yeah,
but how? I mean, sorry if I digress too much, but like, I know in the fragrance industry, you have, for example, the patchouli that gets and I think it's like some kind of root or something. And like the fragrance companies, they have their own land that they own. They manage it themselves. They grow the patchouli, so they have like a very strict control over the quality and the quality, blah blah blah. But they also have independent farmers producing it. So, but as soon as you have independent farmers, maybe they have different soil, and you don't have that control. So you have variability in the grades that you have.
Yeah.
So
that's
I
a
think
big deal.
what they're doing, they invented like now I think like a bioreactor. They have like a white biotechnology. So they collect the patchouli from the independent farmers, they grade it, and the lower grades they get tossed into a bioreactor and kind of like processed. I'm not familiar with how that works, but like the fragrance companies say it's like and the resulting product is really good. It smells really good. And it has consistency. You smooth it out. So the question is like, how does these bioreactor processes work?
So yeah, the way a lot of those processes work, if you take a flavor that's a lower quality, and you concentrate it, and it's real easy to just concentrate it and refine it, and you could turn a low concentration product through evaporation, evaporative means, and concentrate it down. And when you concentrate it down, it'll project that. It'll make the flavor project more.
But with the bioreactor, I mean, they must have something in there. It's like I read like or I heard many years ago, like I think a CEO, I think it was called Genentech, and Genentech, they were doing they're like this, I don't know what it is, bacteria, and you would splice in like for the what's it called, insulin production. In the past you had to take it from pig pancreas, and then they took it from they bioengineered it. Genentech bioengineered it. I think they had
when they do that in bioengineering, what they do is they actually engineer the mechanism. And can I talk about this, because it gets into
I think we're digressing too much stuff. Sorry.
You can talk about whatever you want.
Well, what they do is it's basically gain of function. When they take a bug, a bacteria, a fungal organism, it's frequently can be a fungus, a bacteria, an organism, or something. They genetically modify it to produce something, to ferment something. So like the most primitive example is alcohol from sugar. Yeast is the fermenting agent. That's the bug that is used to convert the sugars in grain into ethanol. And the yeast metabolizes the sugar and what the waste product that it produces is ethanol, carbon dioxide, and water. Same thing. So what they basically do is they extrapolate on that, is they take an organism, a different type of yeast, and they modify its genetics to allow it to produce insulin or another type of alcohol or another type of biofuel. That's a very common way of making biofuels. Is you take bagasse, ground biomass, you react it with a certain bug, and it produces a biofuel. It's typically a bioester. It's a fatty acid typically, and then that can be refined into a type of diesel fuel.
It's just I like vaguely remember some stuff that I was listening to, and my brother has this biotech book, and I think they had like examples. You take these high fructose corn, you know, you have these trains with all these tanker, you know, what does the train carry? Like these, so they have like these huge amounts of the high fructose corn, and they can also put this in. I mean, I suppose it's a bioreactor. It gets kind of like changed, but then you have to send it through some kind of filter membrane or something to get this.
I know the whole process, but I'm bound by confidentiality not to tell you. I can't tell you what I know.
No, I'm not. You don't have to. It's just like I think the textbook talked about the process. It's like I read this like 10 years ago or even
A
longer.
typical bioreactor, I can tell you in terms of generalities, when you have a bioreactor, you have the cells that were used to make the material. It's typically in water. So the material that was made by the cells is in water, just like with alcohol, it's in water. And you have to get rid of the cells, just like you do when you make beer or liquor. You have to get rid of that. It's called the wort. And it's the same kind of thing in a bioreactor. You have to get rid of that waste cell debris, and that's usually done in a centrifuge to separate out that cell debris to remove it.
But centrifuge is not a filter, right?
A centrifuge can be a filter. That's actually my specialty, is that type of centrifuge.
I don't know. I think the textbook didn't say anything about centrifuges or anything. But I know if you buy beer,
on small scale, you could do it with a filter. On small scale, you could do it with a filter. On a large scale, you do it with a centrifuge.
Yeah, you know what? I just talked to my brother. I mean, who knows what he knows.
Yeah, it really depends on how big the scale is. It becomes bullets for teeth. We started an hour and a half ago. So, yep. They use methane kits to produce gas. Yep. So, yeah, I don't know where GM went here. I don't know if she took a pause for the cause or you guys want to talk some. Oh, she's back.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, all that went right over my head, but it's very interesting what you know. I mean, wow, I didn't understand it. To me, it was like, you know, speaking Korean. I don't speak it, so, but it's all good though.
Yeah, they're gonna start at it again. The cats. Anyway, so we started early. Yeah, bullets. It was 7 o'clock Eastern time, 6 o'clock Central time, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, we're not on your time schedule, bullets.
Basically distilling plastic back. So Timothy Sokol made a point here that's good about plastic. And that's the point I want to make. That's why recycling plastic is bullshit.
Right.
Because plastic is a very broad term. There are thousands of different types of plastic. And in order to recover plastic, you have to recover all of the same kind.
Right. Right.
You can't just throw it all in one bin like they
Right.
tell you to. It doesn't work that way. Either that or you burn it and recover the energy. Those are the two things you can do with it. But you got to remember, every time you recycle a polymer, you heat it, you subject it to heat, you re-extrude it, it loses some of its mechanical properties. It loses its strength properties. It's not the same as the original virgin material. So there is a trade-off to that. Recycled material isn't as good. You can only do that a few times in its life cycle, and it's no longer able to be used as viable material.
Yeah, it becomes brittle. Like,
Yep.
So where's Bullets? Doesn't he want to come up?
I don't know.
Maybe you have to drop the link again. I don't know. Bullets, do you want to come up?
I know him and Iridium are having a chat tomorrow.
Yeah, we're having a stream tomorrow.
Okay, I
night.
don't know. I was just thinking.
Yeah.
If he wants to come, he's welcome.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't want to do a spoiler alert. So
Yeah.
And again, sorry, I didn't want to derail the conversation.
No, Mr. Kush is here. He's a chemical engineer that is offering some wisdom to anybody who would like to partake.
Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of along for the ride. I don't know why I hit that StreamYard link. I'm way out of my element right now. So, but I'm good if you guys are.
yeah. So what are you going to be doing specifically in your job?
With the railroad, I'm going to be a conductor on the train.
That's a pretty damn important job.
Yeah. It's going to be with the engineer. And so Kansas City's where I'll go to do 15 weeks to learn how to do it. And then from there, I'll be working with the engineer on the train, doing the paperwork, unhooking box cars at different stops, things in that world. And it's going to be a nice paycheck for me.
And it's pretty much guaranteed work this day and age.
Absolutely. And I'm happy about it. So I don't know the ins and outs of it yet since I haven't started, but I will definitely let you guys know how it goes.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Wish you well.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it'll be the first time for me to actually have a job putting me in the middle class, as far as like a wage every year. So yeah, I'm thrilled for it. I'm thrilled.
Awesome. That's good. Always glad to hear people elevating themselves. And the more you can do that, the less dependent you are on the plantation.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
The more you do that, the more you can disconnect from it. And that you'll find that your life will become less stressful. Things will just become simpler and clearer.
Yeah.
That's what I found, at least. When you attain a certain level of stability, things become clear, and you don't want drama in your life. I don't ever want drama in my life anymore. Nope.
I am with you
on
that.
I hate it when the cats puke on the floor. I mean,
when I learned about Red Pill, when I learned about MGTOW, I say that I walked into it accidentally.
Me too.
I just kind of found the path naturally. And then I started, like you said earlier, and a smart man can learn from his mistakes, but a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. I observe people. I observe how those things are going, and then I choose to go the other way. And that's kind of how it was for me. I said, I don't want to come home every night dreading to go in the house and be yelled at. I don't want that. I'm going this other way.
I had a classic example of this. Just before I started streaming here, before it got dark here. My neighbor across the street, he's always in his yard doing yard work. I could never figure it out. why he was always mowing his lawn every other day. And finally, I was in a stream with Polska Bob, and he explained this to me, that he's doing that to get out of the house. And then I've met his wife, and I know, and I'm like, that starts to all make sense. Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
He was out, and it's been raining all week here. It's been pretty crappy. It's been in the 60s, raining all week. A preface to say that no need to water the lawn. This guy was out in the afternoon sprinkling his yard.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
This time of year, there's no reason to be doing that. And I even kind of wise-assingly said, and just kind of like, so you can kind of get it in earshot, he goes, looking for a way to get out of the house, huh?
Is that, and that might be like a best case scenario situation in that type of world. I have, and that's where, I don't know if you observe, I observe my coworkers, and I'll say, what are you guys eating for lunch? Oh, whatever my wife made for me. And it's usually not very good.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
And and not to bash on them or anything, but then I look at my situation, and just in case I ever have a red flag moment go up where I thought about going to back to the plantation, I say, wait, whoa, no, snap out of that.
Yeah. I have a question for Timothy Sokol. Who is Kelly Green? I was curious. So you can just drop an answer in the chat. I'll subscribe to him if their channel, because I'm not subscribed to him. So yeah. But yeah, to elaborate on what you said, I look at my coworkers, and I think they're actually jealous of me now, that I'm single and I don't have a wife to go home to. I didn't realize or appreciate that at first, but they're actually pretty jealous of me now when I think about it.
Yeah.
And the one guy's wife, I can understand why he doesn't like going home to that wife.
Yeah. And now I guess,
and the other guy's wife, same kind of thing. No, I meet you for 3 hours at a Christmas dinner. I can't stand being around either one of you bitches.
Yeah. So
I can't imagine living with you.
It's just like red pill bombs just going off, just like right in front of you all the time,
Oh God. I mean, I won't even go to our work Christmas dinner this year. I just won't even go.
Yeah.
I don't even need to hear that blue pill crap. I don't know. I don't need to know about their kids getting cell phones.
Yeah.
I don't need to know about when they're going to Disney next year.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in it.
Yeah.
I take the Kevin Samuels approach. I despise the free lunch. I'd rather go get a nice steak dinner somewhere by myself.
Yeah, you get exactly what you want.
Yep. And I don't need to listen to somebody's stupid ass wife.
Oh man, yeah.
I have a way of being raw.
I love it. No, it's great. And I'm laughing because it's like, well, I just love the freedom so much, that comes with this way of life. Like, and yeah, there are moments when, well, just like right now. So I get to hang out with you guys. I get to have a conversation, and to me, that is more enriching than coming home and being told how, the neighbors are getting a new addition on their house. How come you won't do the same for me? And I'm making you jump through all these hoops so that I might give you intimacy next year sometime, and I hope that's not the case, but I think it is for a lot of guys.
Oh, it absolutely is. I hear the horror stories. I'll have colleagues tell me, if we finish up this testing early, Iridium, I'll be able to go home and I'll get some brownie points for my wife. I don't give a fuck about your brownie points, buddy.
Yeah.
And if your wife's not giving it up, man, you're a pussy, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. And
if you're working your ass off traveling and she's not giving you, if she's not giving you some action, she needs to go.
Yeah. And are most guys just conditioned? Are they just having that mindset taken away
Yeah, it's
from
just
them?
that they're just in that rut.
Okay.
They'll even just straight up tell me, I'm just a plow horse and there'll be nothing left of me. I'm like,
But it's
that's your choice. That's your choice. That's your bed. You made it.
yeah.
Fine. It's not mine.
Gosh. Do they try to talk you into going into their world, like into that? Do they try to convince you not to go your own way, basically?
Would you try to convince me to go another way?
No. Sometimes I like to play devil's advocate, but no, I would
Would you
not.
try?
Never.
Uh,
I'm not
I mean,
married.
even if you intentionally knowing who I am, would you try?
No,
Do you think
no,
you
I
would
wouldn't.
succeed?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you think they
Because
succeeded with me?
I have good intentions. I no, I doubt it. I mean, they might even have good intentions trying to talk us out of this way of life. I don't know where I'm going with that, but no. It's just kind of an off the wall question.
No, that's all right. No, they dropped a little bit every once in a while, but they really they were pretty respectful, in fact, of that. I never got married, but they never assumed that I was homosexual or anything. I'm not.
Yeah.
They knew that, and they knew that I think they were pretty respectful for the
Yeah.
fact that I made my choice, and
Same here.
they
The guys I work with are
they
too.
just don't understand it. They don't understand. They, in an abstract sense, don't understand it.
Right.
Whereas I can understand the family situation that they're going through, because I grew up in a family.
Yeah.
So I understand why they got to go and leave early to pick up kids, or they got to take their kids to ball practice, or they can't go on a business travel this week because their kids are that, or they got to work from home because the kid's sick at home. I get all that, but they don't always get the fact that my wife can't open the door to fix the refrigerator. I have to drive home to open the fucking door to fix the refrigerator.
Yeah.
I got to take time off to do that stuff because nobody's here to do that for me.
Yeah.
And I got chastised in the past for that, and I threw up a shit fit with powers that be and said, I don't think that's exactly fair. So yeah, I've had to fight with that shit.
Yeah.
Can I add a story, like inject a story?
Yeah.
So like last year we had elections in Germany, and I was like a little bit involved in helping with the elections. So I got a few boxes with campaign material to just walk down the roads and put it into people's post box. So I was doing this, and I arrived at this apartment complex, and I was standing in front of a bunch of post boxes, and I was putting the information material for the political party into the post boxes. And then suddenly, like a child showed up behind me, like a young girl. I was like, "What are you doing?" And she's like questioning me, and I had to explain to me, "Oh, this is for the elections. I'm just putting some material." "Oh no, you don't have to put it in there. You could have given it to me." Just like, and I just looked at that child and was like, then it dawned on me. It's like, that child is so adorable. If you see that young child, it's so adorable. I mean, it's not even my child. It's just like,
Right.
oh my God, now I get why people love children, why they want to have children.
Yeah.
So that was like an odd experience. I mean, I walked away, and maybe that young girl, she was disappointed because I put it in a post box instead of giving it to her directly. Yeah. So, and thinking about this right now, it's like I don't want to be MGTOW. I mean, it's kind of like it kind of sucks. I mean, to be quite honest. I don't want to die without having children. I mean, I imagine that would leave a huge gap, like somehow in my life. But having children sounds like a daunting task. I mean, find a woman that doesn't stab you in the back.
Right.
Provide for everybody.
Yeah.
Be the provider. If you're a provider, you have to work your ass off.
Yeah.
That means you earn a lot of money. That means you get taxed into oblivion.
Right.
The government acting all crazy. Society being crazy is like.
Yeah, for me, it's also like, and I'm sorry, Gray. It's also like there's no guarantee that in 5 years that I won't be able to see that my son or my daughter because the courts decided to do what they do. And I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but it's the women that get the courts to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
That's why, like, Gray, like your area, what are the prospects in your geographical location for even a decent wife?
I have very mixed feelings. So, like, I observed a few things. I live close to. Normally, once a year, before the people graduate, or when people graduate high school, they all party in the park, and you have like hundreds of young people. They congregate into the public park, and they party there until nightfall, and then the park rangers come. It's like, oh, now the park is closed. They close the gates, and then they stream down my street. And I saw a couple of times. I saw the young girls, and if there's like a handsome guy, like quote unquote the Chad, they just walk up to the Chad, and it's like, oh wow, and they touch him on his shoulders, and it's like, can I get your number? It's like, obviously they want to entice the guy. I mean, it's
Right.
like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they behave or how they roll, but
Well, I think
the
it's generational as well. Had I grown up in my dad's generation, I wouldn't have turned out the way I am today. I would have turned out the way my dad turned out, having 2 kids, and a wife.
Right.
But the things were different when my dad got married to my mom. I mean, women were different people then.
Right.
Women aren't the same as that. They've been the same throughout history for hundreds of years, but it's been getting progressively worse. But
at this point, I think
it's gone so far downhill, particularly I think the past 5 or 6 years. It's gone so far downhill that these women, they're almost inhuman to me.
Right.
At this point, I think we're just old. The internet has come along. The smartphones. Some people call it the dick in a box. You have the phone. You want a dick? You just grab the phone. Dick in a phone. Ready on standby. You just open the Tinder app. There you go. And when I saw that girl in front of the house, like touching the dude, the whole way she approached him, I never experienced a woman behave like that in my youth. It was just like, please bang me, dude.
Right.
It's like it was like this. It was weird. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't want to generalize, but I mean, I had, they usually they move from the park, they move down the road, and they move to another area, somewhere where there's another space where they can hang out, where there's a lake and some open area. And I saw people go there, and they acted weird as well, and they partied so extreme that the police had to guard the area. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
So the pickings are slim for you too, huh?
I remember even when I lived in Germany back in college, some of the party that went down in the park there that I lived in Nuremberg. Where are you from in Germany, Gray?
East Germany, Berlin.
Berlin. Okay.
I mean,
I lived in Nuremberg, and kind of I was in the district where kind of all the that was the party district, I would say, of Nuremberg. It was all in the pedestrian zone area, and yeah, you saw a lot of weird ass partying going on. I agree. Even then, back then, in Germany. I remember you would see a lot of the kids, a lot of the like the punk skateboard type kids. You would see that back when I lived in Germany.
yes.
Remember seeing a lot of that, a noticeable amount of that. But I think some of that is caught up here in the United States as well. From what I've seen, but I see a lot of that. My company is French, and I see a lot of that in France too. I've seen the decline in the French too, the quality of the French people.
You know, when I was in Japan, we had French exchange student as well. There was a French girl. She was really nice. I think she was from the northeast of France. And she like kind of rejected this. I think she rejected this idea of, just working and making money for money's sake. She wanted to be more like, she I think she felt something is wrong within society, the way society operates, and
I think a lot of Europeans,
I think she was fairly grounded. I think she was fairly grounded. She ended up, I think, dating a Japanese guy, but
okay. Well, I think in general, people in Europe tend to be more red pill aware. I want to say people, at least people in my company in France they certainly are more red pill aware than most of the people I see in my company in the United States. And as a general rule, they tend
but
to.
I would not call myself. I would not call for example, I would not call myself red pill aware. I just learned about that hanging out in the English speaking communities, which is like a benefit I collected from that, I suppose. Thank you very much.
No problem, or whatever you want to call it. It's learning your own way. Yeah, it's do your own thing.
Yeah. I'm glad that I came into contact with it before that I had the opportunity to go completely off the rails and lose everything, which I don't have a lot now, but I'm still in a position of advantage where my life can still take off in a good direction.
I would say be careful using terms like fly off the rails with your profession.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the people that I know from my youth, I think they also had different experiences, like some people, they became like good jobs, like engineer in construction or something. That seems to be relatively stable. Other guys, they got sucked into this in this socialist system. They had a child very young. It wasn't planned, and that's kind of like overwhelming. You're not really ready for that, and then you don't have like a really stable employment. You hop from job to job, and then eventually you end up with I think we have like a lot of socialist nannies. If you go to the unemployment office, it's like littered with women. Like the most of the people that work at the unemployment office are women. Like probably only few guys. And yeah, I think like one guy I know particularly, I think he probably the woman just placed him in something, and I don't feel that he up to this day like developed his like quote unquote manliness because he was nannied by those women. Sort of. I mean, I'm not in his shoes, but and then other guys from a good parent household with connections, went to university, also went to engineer, got a government job, and he oversees companies. So he has to go to companies and make sure the machinery is on par. Like, I don't know, a brewery or whatever, water bottling operation. He's like literally in charge for the whole state or like portions of the state. But at home, his wife is like wearing the pants, so to speak. And I am afraid, like with him, it's like stressful. And he actually told me stories, actually very funny. So he works and the government hires a woman as a superior. And then they get assigned some task and he works on what is his jurisdiction, and it's like some problem arises that he himself cannot solve. He goes to that woman, presents that's the issue. Oh, I don't know. He's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck is she even doing there?
Yes,
she's meeting a quota.
And I think this whole thing, like with at work or maybe even at home, I think he has stored up anger.
Oh yeah.
So once I was,
Oh,
I mean, I do not want to go into how his anger burst out, but I saw an anger outrage that he had when we were hanging out, and I was like, Jesus Christ, why does he have this anger outrage? I was like, dial it down a little bit, buddy. I mean, it's
this happened to my neighbor across the street, the same guy who mows his lawn all the time. I was sitting out in the back. I was sitting on my front porch summer, smoking a joint, just enjoying the evening. And I hear him just out there working in the yard, cussing like a longshoreman, man. And it was something to do with his life. Again, just use it as an excuse to get out of the house. But I mean, he was just like, I mean, language that would make a longshoreman blush. And I was feeling the effects of the 420. I started giggling and laughing, and he heard me. And I quick looked over and I quick looked away and acted, and I just like ran back inside.
Right.
But it's and my other neighbor, same thing. My next door neighbor here, he has this wife who's classic Karen. I mean, just if you look up Karen in the dictionary, this woman. Absolute fish. He used to always come over to my place and talk to me just to get away from her, but I finally stopped talking to him because I got tired of him. Personally, I just got tired of him. But what I'm just so afraid of, he's retired now, and they're both retired, and they just sit in the house all day and do nothing except watch news. And I'm just waiting for the day that this guy's just gonna come out and go like
postal,
have a conniption about something. The only thing I hope is that it happens when I am out of town traveling. Please, just let it happen when I'm out of town traveling.
Right.
When the brigade comes, please.
I'm just wondering, like Billy is here in the chat. Why isn't he up on the stream? I was just on Billy's stream. I thought he was like tired and wanted to go to sleep. That's why he ended his stream.
I don't know. It's 5-hour difference there. It's
it's pretty late.
2 in the morning there. It's 3 o'clock in the morning in Germany.
Yeah, but it's Saturday.
Oh yeah. Thanks for letting me hang out, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, let us know how this new job of yours goes. I'm kind of curious.
I absolutely will. I'll keep you guys updated for when and where it takes off. I'm still in
Douglas,
the,
and Douglas, don't ever hesitate to text or call.
Okay, I appreciate that. I will take you up on that. Once I get in there and figure out, I'm sure you probably know about investments and things along that nature. Bandit let me in on a little bit of stuff going on too, but I can't actually start a 401k with them until a year. So until I'm a year in with them, but once I see where that is, I'll definitely be. I would appreciate any insight you have into investments as well.
Well, for your first year, just take a couple percent out of your paycheck and set it aside.
Okay.
Because that's basically what a 401k will do.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, I think Bandit last time summed it up pretty well. Like, you just look at your expenditures, try to keep that in check, and then during that first year, try to keep the expenditures in check, pile up some cash, and once you have got that down, then in the second year, that's when you can start some stuff.
Yeah, I have that savings account where I can put money into and get a few months up. And
I mean, even if it's an extra $20, $50, just
put it in savings.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, don't spend it on women.
No, it's when I was 18, 19, and 20, that's when it was that I would have been doing those things. I wouldn't have known the value of what was in front of me. Today I have a little bit better understanding of what. So no, I don't have any intentions on imploding and self-destructing.
Good for you.
Good.
I'm going to stay the course. I'm going to do things the right way. I'm going to be calm and courteous and as much as I can. And every so often, I'm going to ruffle people's feathers. But,
Douglas, you're always a gentleman.
Yeah. I like, I don't intentionally want to hurt people, but I'm a big free speech person. So freedom of speech and you expressing what your beliefs and values are, whether I agree or anybody else agrees with them, I'm a firm believer that we should be living our lives that way. And in the West today, it seems like there's an assault on free expression
by crazy bitches, Douglas.
Yes.
Who's assaulting you?
Yeah, well, exactly. They are. And that's why I want to shove it right in their face and say, look, I'm free and you can't control me. So, and also, you're not going to destroy me in the courts. I'm going my own way. And they are. And it's sad to see it, but, it is what it is.
Oh yeah, and it's too opportunistic. Now it's just funny. I like playing the game and watching the drama unfold. Whenever I go into the diner now, the way the waitress flirts with me, she noticed my new glasses, immediately points them out. Another common tactic that women will use with me, particularly bartenders will do this, is I call it intentionally putting yourself in my target site. What they'll do is, like, if I'm eating at the bar, they'll always keep themselves within my field of vision. Even if I look away, they'll be over there. If I look straight there, look over there, they're there. It's like they're intentionally putting their jet cone in my missile lock.
They're signaling that they're available.
Yeah, they're trying to deliberately draw my fire. So and I just don't. I'll let them go along the merry ways.
It's wild, that kind of just the idea that, that I will tell a woman no, and I won't be hateful about it, but
Yeah.
I'll say, look, no, I'm not doing that. We're not going this way. And then my buddies will find out and they'll say, what's wrong with you?
Which really means, how did you get that courage?
University.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't cave in to the pressure. And
No.
there's something to be said about saying no to it. 10 years ago, I had to do that with a girl. She wanted to she started pushing me in, forcing me into her, and I pulled her back, literally pushed her off of me, and said, we're not protected here. We're not doing this. And she freaked out. I'm like, no, you're not. We're not going that way. We're not going that far. Mm-mm.
See, and it's good that you had that kind of discipline. So a lot of guys and I know it's an emotional cocktail, hormonal cocktail. Women will try to trap men that way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it takes a serious amount of strength to be in the mood and then reject it. Like,
oh yeah, that is not always easy.
Yeah. Because if a woman wants to sleep with you, she will. I mean, if she wants to for a specific nefarious purpose, she will do everything in her fucking power to get that done.
Yeah, she'll make it known, won't she? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, it will be, and this whole idea that women don't like sex as much as men, total bullshit.
Yeah.
But wait a minute. Wouldn't that come across as needy, and the guy could pick up on it?
It is
not if he's attracted to her.
Okay.
He'll think he's doing what he's supposed to, and that's how they really twist stuff. Like, she'll leave him to believe it was his idea.
Oh my god.
Well, women
so then he becomes the perpetrator.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so later on, she could say, well, this wasn't good, or I can go into my circle of friends and hear how he's not good enough. And then false accusation can happen, which I know that's a talking point. I've never had that happen to me personally. So.
Yeah. But it happens. It does happen.
Yeah. But women are by nature, they're going to be needy because they need a man's resources. They're needy by nature and they're opportunistic by nature. That's biologically programmed.
So does feminism teach them to deny their biology, basically?
Yes.
Okay.
I think feminism teaches them that it's okay to not do your part in that transaction. Because because it's anti-family, anti-children, really. It's anti-mother.
Yeah.
So they want to gain the resources because they said so, instead of because they earned the shit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think a lot of it still goes against the grain of natural female nature. Because that's why these career women, when they become, let's say they become top partner in a law firm or something like that,
right,
or they become highly successful in a career somewhere, they reach a certain age where they get an epiphany and they're like, I don't have offspring, I don't have kids.
Yeah.
They start to realize that they haven't fulfilled their one main biological
damn job. Their real job.
Yeah. That's why they feel empty. That's why they need to go on the head meds. That's why they need 10 cats. That's why they need to invest in box line stock.
Right.
Is this number on the rise in the US with women who are like this? Okay.
Yeah, for the first time in history in the West, we have over 50% of women at age 30 that don't have children.
Those are staggering numbers.
How many percent?
It's like 50 point something percent. It's over 50, like barely over 50
That
at
is
age 30.
staggering.
Yeah.
And what these older women don't understand is a guy like me, I'm going to be 50 in 6 months. I'm not interested in a 40-year-old woman.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't have to go after a 40-year-old woman. I can go after the mid-20s woman.
Mm-hmm.
I can go after the dime piece woman.
That's right.
In her prime. You know, and that's what I want. I want to, you know, if I'm going to go that route, I want a girl who's going to give me her prime years, her 20s.
Is that why men are going to be? They get the best. We get shortchanged our first half of life, and then last half of life it gets better for us.
Kevin Samuels and many other people have said this statement: women age like milk, men age like wine.
Okay. And I didn't mean to cut you off there. I'm sorry about that.
No. It's a good point. Women age like milk, men age like wine.
So at 50, when I'm financially at my strongest, I can bypass the 40-year-old who says, I'm strong, independent, I don't need you. I can go pick up the 25-year-old if I choose to play.
If you can find one you can tolerate.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't even consider a 40-year-old.
Even though, like in high school, they're all like, "Oh, you're no good.
Right.
Or you're not good enough for me. I want the 30-year-old, even though I'm 18." I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And
even that
30 is getting too old for me. Even 30, you got to be pretty damn good to be 30. Even if you're 30, you waited that long before you could get married. You didn't have guys lining up for you.
Right.
Tell me you didn't have guys lining up for you.
Right.
So why are they giving their best years away?
Why? Because they want to party and be hoes. They've been told they're free and independent. They can do whatever they want. They can just party and be hoes. Then they could go through their hoe phase. And then some guy's going to pick up their trash.
Oh, okay.
And that's why we're in this. That's why we're in this dilemma to begin with. That's why I have all these single moms out there who expect someone like me to come over there and pick up their trash. And it's like, fuck no.
Yeah.
Because they were told a bunch of bullshit by. I mean, all this programming originally came from man-hating lesbians who wanted to say, don't trust men, don't participate in this thing over here, join us independent women. I mean, really, these lesbians are fucking sex cult runners. Like, they just want more women to join their little sex cult because they just run through them anyway. But
are they happier that way?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're all super fat and miserable. Do they look happy?
No, not by the looks I'm seeing. No.
Right. So
I'm running for the hills every day, getting away from them. So
yeah. I mean, they might say how much happier they are, but they're lying. Yeah.
So my thing about when they're talking about destroying patriarchy, they've succeeded, right? That's done.
No, not really.
No, not really.
Not completely. I'm still part of it.
Yeah, we still have many patriarchs that are still keeping the lights on, Douglas.
Nope,
I know I'm throwing a lot of weird questions out there real fast, so
no, that's all right.
Thanks for engaging with me.
Yeah.
Anytime.
These are all good conversations. This is stuff I can talk to you about.
Right.
Hallelujah.
I was just reading through some of the chats here. Driss, how do you pronounce this? Driss Dobach? Is that Irish? I've never seen this guy before.
Driss. He's been around since the beginning. He comes randomly.
Okay.
He's
hello.
Good guy.
Nice to meet you.
I think what he's from the Netherlands. I want to say. Correct me if I'm wrong, Driss. Why do I feel like you're from the Netherlands?
Can I toss in a quick challenge for Bandit?
Mhm.
Bandit, if you're listening, what's the best way to rob a bank?
By yourself?
It's a Texas secret I will reveal to him.
Oh.
Yeah, the best way to rob a bank, Bandit. Do you know it? A Texan has already found it out.
By the way, Iridium Kush, I love Animal House.
Would anyone like to smoke some pot?
Yeah. I knew those quotes.
One small universe.
Yeah.
Can I buy some pot from you?
He buys it from his professor. Wow.
From the English professor who like wrote a piece of shit novel.
Yeah. Oh, mercy.
Making more money selling weed to the kids.
What? Is this a movie?
Have you
Animal
seen
House is
Animal
classic.
House?
Classic.
Oh. I haven't seen it.
John Belushi.
Yep. John Belushi.
So many good actors in that one.
Oh,
Kevin
God, yeah.
Bacon's in that one too.
Kevin Bacon, very young. Kevin
Mhm.
Bacon. Yeah, he pledged for that other fraternity.
Oh yeah.
I remember we watched that movie in our frat house in college all the time. And I would say, and I can say this with no bullshit, with the exception of the glass bottles flying around the living room.
Mhm.
That's how insane the parties got. I
bet.
you not. I bullshit you not. Hookups, that kind of shit.
Mm.
I mean, kids, guys in my frat house would have contests on how many girls they could hook up with in one night. I mean, that kind of shit going on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I always kind of wish I had had that experience, but I never did. So, but I had a buddy who he's a geologist, and he went to a university, and he was in a fraternity, and he would tell me stories about, just these outrageous drunk fests. But
Oh yeah. I mean, it was heaven on earth. At least we thought it was at the time. We would have they were called one-on-ones, and they were basically a sorority. An entire sorority house came to a fraternity house. So when you lived in the house, that was just fucking heaven. You just had 100 hot girls coming to the house who just want to drink, smoke weed, dance, fuck, and party. I mean, it was glorious. Those are glorious times sometimes.
I can't imagine it's like that nowadays.
I don't know what it's like nowadays. I wouldn't know.
Is it?
It's still like that. I live in a
It's
college
like that.
town. I get to hear all the stories. Yeah.
I'd be
Actually,
too afraid.
there's.
Well, you don't think badly of me for it now, do you?
I'd be too afraid they'd go to the cops the next day now, and say
Yeah.
Oh.
Like we had consensual sex under the influence of alcohol, and I regret it. So I would be too afraid to engage in that world in today's society.
Yeah.
1985, I'd probably be all in.
This was in the early 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was still humane then. But I hope I didn't upset Good Mother.
No. I was just gonna say, No. Mm-mm. No, I was just gonna say, there was in the news here locally. There's a big investigation that specific fraternities using date rape drugs at their parties. I mean,
not smart.
Yeah, it still happens though. No, I don't even know if that's true.
What you would get at least once a semester is you would get, typically it would be a woman in a sorority who would binge drink themselves to death.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
It would be an alcohol intoxication death. Usually, you get one of those, either a hazing type situation or something like that. But and it did cause the universities to start cracking down on a lot of that shit, because some of it was, our fraternity wasn't bad about that, but some of it was just off the hook.
I imagine.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, terrible stuff, like, because the week before you became a fraternity member, you were a pledge. The week before graduation, or the week before the end of the semester, you did your pledge semester. They called it Hell Week, and you basically stayed at the frat house for a week, and you didn't shower, you didn't do anything. In a lot of these frat houses, we didn't do that because we really believed in the gentleman aspect, that you don't want to go around looking like that to ladies.
Right.
But a lot of these guys, they'd make them eat whole sticks of butter and shit.
Oh.
I was suite mates my junior year in college. I was suite mates with a guy who was Russian, another fraternity. He knew I was a Greek, a fraternity guy. He knew I was an active Greek, and I knew he was pledging another fraternity. And he came into my dorm. I was studying, and he came into my dorm and snuck in. Like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Make yourself known to me. And he just goes like that real quick. And I'm like, what's wrong? He's like, just be real quiet. He's like, can you do me a favor, guys? Can you look out the hallway? And I'd forgotten it was Hell Week at the fraternity, because I'd been an active member for 3 semesters. So I wasn't paying that much mind. And I'm like, oh, shit, it's Hell Week. That's right. And he's like, yeah. He's like, I got to go to this like nursing class, and it's all chicks in there. This guy looked like crap. I mean, his hair was just all matted down. They'd been making him eat like whole sticks of butter every night and shit, and not shower. And he's just, I gotta take a shower. He's like, can you just watch the hall for me and make sure no active brothers in my fraternity come? And so I'm like, yeah, go do your thing. I'll watch for you, and I'll vouch for you. You know, if I see him, I'll tell the other brothers I didn't see you. Yeah, he went and did his thing, but I'm like, yeah.
Is this a part of the initiation to get into the fraternity? Okay.
Yep.
The rite of passage.
Yeah.
The rite of passage. Yep.
My friend said that they would get guys drunk, and the ones that they were serious about pledging, and then in the middle of the night when they were sleeping, they would wrap them in sheets and then toss them in the lake. And I guess that was the thing they were doing.
Yeah.
Like after they had passed out.
Yeah.
One of them we had was called Tequila Sunrise. And it was basically, you went camping out by these old ghetto railroad tracks. I don't know why. In Lansing. Go camping in these ghetto railroad tracks. Start at like 6 o'clock in the morning, drinking tequila until 6 o'clock in the evening. And you didn't stop drinking tequila until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Tequila Sunrise, baby.
Ooh. Ooh, boy.
That's the kind of thing you got to do when you're 21.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you don't do that my age. I'm dead. I'm a dead man standing.
I'm dead before any of that.
Yep. No, I still remember that Tequila Sunrise.
In my part of the country, we used to do what is called keg stands.
Yeah,
we had those too.
You know about that, Good Mother? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, from high school.
Yeah, the high school parties, and
yeah,
we'd stand up, and then they'd put the hose in, and they'd pump the keg, and you'd chug, go straight to your head. That was something us in the country would do. That's in the woods.
Yep.
Oh, that was standard
really
practice
fun,
in the frat houses. That was standard practice. Even at a chemical engineering graduation party, we were doing keg stands. One of the professors, one of the TAs was doing a keg stand.
Jeez. No. Well, so keg stands are universal. Actually, Gray, do you know about those, or is that just an American thing?
I just
Keg
went away
stand?
for a minute.
Yeah. Do you know what a keg stand is?
They don't have them in the beer gardens.
I bet Germany has fantastic beer.
Oh, I
Yes.
lived there. It's so. Oh yes.
Oh,
yeah.
I want to do it sometime.
Hey, it's the hamster.
So what was the question?
Smoking hippie on the screen, huh? How do you speak hamster? Is it kind of like that? Like that?
I just arrived when you ask a question.
Oh, keg stands.
What is a keg?
It's
See?
a
Cake.
in German, Bier vom Fass.
Beer from Fass.
Yeah, keg beer. So you stand upside down.
Ah.
You stand upside. Two people stand you upside down, and you take the beer from the tap and you drink it upside down.
No, we don't do that. Except we're like on like some Spanish island or something, totally partying. I mean, no.
Yeah.
No, I figured that was pretty much an American thing.
Yeah.
I never saw that in Germany when I lived over there. Even and I lived near a military base, and I never saw the military guys doing that shit.
Yeah.
In Germany. So, yep. No.
I don't think I've never had a German beer, and it's something I want. I mean, I'm sure they're good, but
Well, when you drink German beer, you'll understand that Budweiser and Bud Light are piss.
yeah.
Even living over there the short time I did, when I came back to drinking Budweiser, it was just terrible. It was just shock.
I got to get to Germany someday. I have a passport.
Yeah, you have a passport. I think for Germany, I don't know if you need the pokey.
I just want to go to Oktoberfest once. Just once.
Don't go.
Don't go. Don't do it.
It's
Don't
Disney.
Why not?
It's Disney. It's overrated. It's Disney.
Okay.
Go off grid. Go to one of the other smaller cities.
Okay.
Don't go to Munich. Don't go to Munich.
Oh man.
No, it's overrated. It's
okay.
It's just Disney crap.
I'm glad
Why?
you're telling
If
me.
he wants to go to Munich, I mean, you can go to Munich. It's not that bad. I mean,
I love Munich, but the Oktoberfest is, I think, just
maybe. Yeah,
That's
Oktoberfest. Yeah, I mean, you really have to be. I mean, let's put it that way. You really have to be into that kind of thing.
Right.
I'm originally not from Bavaria, so I'm not.
So really,
I know Hamster. He likes his beer.
He said beer fest. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this stuff like Heineken and Beck's, that's not real German. I mean, I think Heineken's Holland.
Dutch. Yep.
But Beck's, are they German?
That's German. Yep.
Is that German?
That's
okay.
low quality German.
Okay.
So, can I inject?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, you're German.
There are a lot of companies that are held by, I think the holding company is called AB InBev. So you have individual brands. You have to, if you're in a grocery store, you have to take the bottle around and look if it says AB InBev.
Okay.
So a lot of companies are owned by AB InBev. It's like the big honcho, big swinging dick of beer brewing, AB InBev.
Okay.
I remember that. Yeah, that had the.
Having said that, there are so many brands, individual brands, smaller brands. But if it's corporatized, don't be fooled just because it has so many brands. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if we could actually get authentic German beer in the United States.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Go to what is it that
there's a local pub here where you can get they have all kinds of different beers from around the country. And you can get German specialty beers, but the beauty about Germany is you can go to the beer and correct me if I say anything wrong, Gray. You can go to the individual beer gardens and they have the recipes that go back to like the 1500s.
Oh,
it's a family recipe.
That would be cool.
Probably, yeah.
I'm coming
Uh-oh.
from a small town where we have a hole in the wall with 2 beers to choose from. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
You guys are talking about my favorite topic, beer. Hello,
Hi.
Hey,
Hey, hamster.
Hey, what's up, hamster?
Iridium Kush, smoking a big old doobie. And who's the guy from Germany?
This is Greg.
Borsteiner, do it now. You come on, you got to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger, right?
I love your
Did
Schwarzenegger.
he just say
It's like a
Warsteiner?
Ich spreche Deutsch.
Borsteiner, yeah.
That's a
Hamster-
fantastic
Hamster
Arnold.
must have been to Germany. He has some vocalization skills. That's not very German.
I know. Well, my grandfather is from Germany. He came over here in 1921. So that's about as German as I get.
I saw a documentary, actually. I saw a documentary where it's like German settlers in Texas. So they came from Germany, they went to
Oh, yeah.
Texas.
Oh,
They
yeah.
call it
Oh, yeah.
Texas German. And then people from Germany actually went to Texas, and it's like, wait a minute, people in Texas speak German, but it's not the German that we know. It's like an old dialect or something.
Yeah, it's
like
oldish, yeah. Well, I mean, Good Mother is down, I don't know where the hell she is, College Station or somewhere. But yeah, there's all kinds of German stuff in Texas.
San
Here in-
Antonio area has a lot
Yeah.
of German.
I can't think of the damn name of the town, but yeah, there's like
No, I was there.
Schnitzenhammer down there or something. Whatever.
Yeah. No, it's a very German
Mhm.
sounding name. Yep.
Yep. And in St. Louis, I think we're having Oktoberfest this weekend. So
You going to the Sage Ballet?
I'm not the what? The what?
You never heard of Sage Ballet?
I've
across the
not heard
river
of
there?
that. No.
No, that's all this nasty ass strip clubs over there.
Oh, in St. Louis? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. No, I had
Oh,
no
God,
idea.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I-
yeah. That's notorious there.
I tend to stay away from that sort of thing. Not really interested in that, but that's just my thing.
But the
That's a good idea. Yeah.
the strange thing is, like, you have to realize, if I'm not mistaken, the Oktoberfest that's like a Bavarian thing.
Yes.
So you're
it is.
talking southern Germany.
Yep.
Oh,
Like
sure, yeah.
where I am from northern Germany, from Prussia.
It's not. Yeah.
It's like, no, it's not a thing. It's like, and it's like everybody from overseas, whether it's the Americans or the Japanese, they're all latching onto this Bavarian culture. And it's like,
Mhm. Yeah. That's
You
probably because
forget-
Americans like to drink, sir.
you're forgetting about Prussia. It's like, I'm offended officially.
Yeah, I'm officially
Oh.
offended. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy watching like all the documentaries about Germany. You know, pre Nasty Boy and post, and it's really an interesting country. Guy I used to work with was, I believe, from Ukraine, and he just really loved Germany. He was like, "Oh man, I wish I could get a job in Germany," but he's stuck in Canada. I mean, that's not the worst place to be, I suppose. But yeah, I gotta look this up on the map. We have a beer here called Schnicken. Oh, what the hell is it called? There's some German influence here. Let's just say that. A lot of the roads here are named German names. Like we have what is it? There's a park right down the road, Wappelhorst or something like that. Probably
I know.
Wappelhorst.
Yeah, I know. I've been to St. Louis enough times. I lived in Cincinnati too. Cincinnati,
okay.
Ohio.
Yeah.
Has a lot of Germans.
Yeah. And we had the I lived in Iowa for a time, a short while, and they used to have, back in World War II, there were German prisoner of war camps. If you guys didn't know that, it's the craziest friggin' thing. You know, they'd capture the German soldiers and bring them to the United States. Which,
Wow.
yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I saw it on a documentary. I think these German POAs, I think they were actually captured in Africa, in North Africa,
Oh, okay.
when they're
yeah.
trying to attack the the British people. They were captured and they were brought to the US, and then they're working on
On the farms. and stuff,
on
yeah.
the farms.
Why are you laughing,
Because
Mama?
they were captured in Africa and brought to the U.S. to work on farms.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy, isn't it?
That's kind of what we
Yeah.
do, right?
Well, I think at the time, the English were running out of room. They didn't have any space for the German prisoners of war. So they sent them to the United States, and it got to the point where, of course, a lot of the German soldiers in World War II, they didn't freaking want to do that. They didn't want to fight. They just wanted to go back and live their lives. They didn't want to deal with this shit. So they came over here, and they'd basically be free. They'd come here. Theoretically, they're a prisoner of war, but they got to work on the farms and dated the girls and got married. A lot of them stayed here or even came back over time. So, yeah. It's crazy. But yeah, there was one up in Iowa. There was they were all over the place. Louisiana, I think. Texas probably had some. Certainly Missouri probably had a few as well. But yeah, you bring the German soldiers over, let them wander around. What are they going to do? They're in the middle of the friggin' country. I'm going to escape and go fight for Hitler. Well, how the hell are you going to do that?
Yeah.
You're thousands of miles away from the friggin' ocean. Come on now, guys. So
yeah.
So apparently they were very well liked. They liked.
We don't talk about what they did to Poland there, Polska Bob.
No, sir. Polska Bob here?
Yeah, he's here.
He's over there in the chat. Yeah.
Yep, he's in the chat.
Oh, I thought he was online with us. Oh, come on, Polska. You can dial in. It is about his time. He's probably about 17 beers in, so that's all right.
That's quite a few.
It's Saturday night. What the hell?
I'm fixing to pop the cork on this Four Roses and start sipping on it for a little bit, but that will last me through the weekend, and then I won't drink for another week, and then I will on Saturday.
I'm sorry.
No, and I love beer too. Like, I'm a beer fanatic. I switched to bourbon, and now I'm like, oh, this is great, I guess.
Yeah.
Me and Kush are the old folks that are like, sobriety's king.
Yeah, you guys. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Anyway, New Braunfels is the one place in Texas.
Yeah, New Braunfels.
New Braunfels, where they have
Schlitterbahn.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's
Schlitterbahn's
that's the amusement park, right? I think
big
they have one here.
Water
They
park.
used to have one in St. Louis or Kansas City. I think they closed it. But
I'm not too far. James, are you in St.? Do you live around St. Louis?
Yes, sir.
I'm not too far up. I'm south of you, about 150 miles in a little town.
Nice.
Yeah, you probably never heard of it before, but it's all right.
Yeah, I'd like to be there. St. Louis is a little bit too big for my taste, but
yeah,
what are you gonna do? It is what it is. So yeah, there's is it Elgin or Elgin?
Ellington?
No, Elgin.
Elgin, not bad.
I think it's Elgin. I can't. They pronounce it differently, but that's where they make a lot of sausage over on 290 there, just east of Austin. I was kind of amazed, because I'm going to my sister's place over. She was in Beaumont, and I'm driving on 290, and it's like everywhere you look, there's sausage. What is this? So it's actually pretty good. I've tried it. So yeah, I think there's a bit of German influence there, Gray, in Texas, certainly. And a lot of other places. Yeah.
So, James, how old are you?
50. Oh, Jesus, 58.
Oh, you're 10 years older. You're 10 years older than me. Almost.
I'm old. And every morning I get up and I thank goodness I wake up. It's it's not quite that bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same here.
58 is it's getting there, So hopefully only 10 more years of working and I can get the fucking retire already. God.
Wow. Yeah.
That's me too. 10 more years about, hopefully.
I'm looking forward to it. Good Mother knows more about this and we can talk about on the air here, but I'm tired of it. I just want to chill and go to the beach and do nothing. That's what I'm talking about.
I want to just chill, work in a fucking cannabis dispensary, and yeah.
There you go.
I'm with you.
I mean, I'm almost just about ready to just say F it and go work in Amazon or something. Just stack boxes. Who cares? Just do something different. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe I should move to Texas. Hey, good mother. I'll move to Austin and we'll have a barbecue or something. We'll have a bonfire.
Well, Austin's like the slough. It's like a Seattle knockoff. So I wouldn't advise.
That's where all the people from California go.
Yeah.
So you're in Alex Jones country.
Actually, I saw him. Oh yeah, good mother is
Isn't that? Oh, yeah, I like him. I know some. I know he's a little bit out there, but
a little bit.
Yeah, I still like him.
I mean, does Gray over in Germany? Do you know who Alex Jones is? Are you familiar with this guy?
Of course.
Yeah,
he's famous.
I know he's quite a character.
He called. Didn't he call the judge like a dictator? And he had a thumbnail of the judge on his website with like these red laser eyes.
Yeah.
And the lawyer. Oh, you called the judge. You made the thumbnail with the laser eyes, and the judge was looking at the
Real talk does a really good
that.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab some beer. I'll be right back.
Well,
I mean, you can say about Alex Jones whatever you want. I mean, maybe he totally exaggerates, but
he makes a point.
yeah, I gotta support free speech.
I mean,
freedom
I get the point that, like, I mean, if that was like a really a real school shooting, that I get the point that the parents are upset. Where I mean, like, imagine your child was killed, and then and then people call you a crisis actor. I mean, I can get that they are upset, but yeah, I mean, like, how do you? I mean, that's what I'm wondering. How are you doing this in the U.S. with having like this very liberal or like the free speech approach versus not like being like cruel to somebody else? I mean, it's like at some point, if you're like, how do you balance that? I mean,
that's a good question.
I ideally would hope that just like both parties come to like some agreement. Why do you have to battle it out in front of a court? Why do you have to be? I mean, are there like greedy motives?
There's money to be made, sir.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, we have free speech, sort of.
Man.
Not anymore, really.
It depends on whose feelings you hurt, really.
That's true.
Yeah, it's all about the fifis.
Yeah,
my fifis got hurt. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, spreading falsehood that's different, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a crime, libel or slander or something or whatever. Lies, propaganda.
Unless you're a feminist, then it's okay.
Oh, mama.
I mean, let me give you one example. For example, like I used to be in Good Mother's Discord, and I think like I posted a few things. Like I think it was last year, and then at some point, Bullets was like, "Yo, let's hang them all," or something. Like Bullets was like really very liberal. I mean, maybe I'm paraphrasing, maybe I'm mistaken, but Bullets was very aggressive. If I, as a German, post something like that on my Twitter or anywhere else, whoa, I'm in a big, potentially big trouble. I saw maybe a month ago or something, I saw a guy posted something. I think he meant it as a joke. Like, you know how they try to institute these vaccine mandates. Everybody has to be vaxxed. We don't give a shit. You just have to get the jab. Fuck you. It's like mandated by the government. Take it.
Yep.
And like one guy was making a joke, and it's like, oh, let's shoot the government or something. And that guy was not. It was a German citizen. He wasn't even living in Germany. He was like living in Indonesia or somewhere, in a country somewhere overseas where there is not even an extradition treatment. The fucking German government, they maybe the secret government police or someone, they collected that post and they made a fucking deal with that overseas government. That guy they just raided this apartment, and the guy got extradited.
Yep.
So you make a fucking post.
Right.
You don't even live in fucking Germany.
Right.
The long arm is reaching everywhere. That was the fucking message.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. Yep. Unfortunately, yes, that's true. Yep.
Yeah.
Government just wants to control everything. They want they want you to play nice, don't they?
Yeah, I don't want to play nice though.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't go out of my way to hurt people, but I want freedom to express myself, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, you just want to be left alone.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, and that's the kind of shit, like, you see that, you think twice. Gee, maybe I shouldn't say anything because, like, doesn't matter if I'm overseas. I mean, what's next? It starts with Indonesia. Next time I go to the US, and it's like, let's say I go to Texas, and I have refuge in Texas, and just like I make some posts like, oh, German government sucks, shoot them all, or I don't know, I just say some bullshit, and then German government makes a deal with Biden. All of a sudden, I get arrested in Texas and shipped over there to be.
No.
You never know.
No, not here in Texas. Sorry, we have too many guns, Gray.
That's good.
We have way too many guns.
Yeah, but you're starting to get a lot of more idiots though in Texas. I just, dear.
Yeah, but the people with guns outnumber them.
Yeah, but I think most people with guns are fairly law abiding, right? We don't go out and shoot people. I mean, that's not and so you get all these California fuckers coming in, screwing up everything. I mean, God Almighty, Texas really is the big prize, isn't it, for the communists? If they can get that one.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, damn. It's getting close. It's getting close.
No, it's not. It's so far from close.
No, dear. Sorry.
You don't live in Texas, do you?
I used to.
Okay.
And I might again. We'll see.
Don't believe the internet.
Well, there's a lot of really good people in Texas. A lot of, even if they're Democrats, they're not communists, right?
Right.
They think a little bit differently and they have some different ideas. And we all get along at the end of the day, have a beer or whatever. But these communists from California, these people are fucking hardcore. I don't have to tell you this, Mandy. They're hardcore.
Yeah.
They are true believers. And they will not stop.
Well, neither will I. So fuck them.
Oh, yeah.
That's what takes me aback is they're just so insufferable.
Yeah.
They just will not quit. And,
by the way, Emmanuel is trying to torture us with a video.
Oh,
what the hell? He wants everybody on here.
Looks like we got a Karen thing going on here.
What did he say? Hold on. Got a clip for you to dissect. I'd like everyone on the panel to let me know how they'd handle that and how it relates to the issue of integrity.
All right, I'm gonna Walmart in the first place.
I didn't go to Walmart.
All right.
I'm deadly serious.
Yeah,
I just asked her if she saw anyone in line. That's an adult.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Come on.
Fuck. See?
Holy.
I didn't touch you, man.
Not that long ago, and I can't stand another man. A little stressed.
Oh my God.
Is this a prank?
Oh my God.
You're in
No.
I still got
bullshit.
Bullshit. Some of my stuff.
The fear of God in me.
Hell if I know. I'm so sorry.
See, me as a woman, just speaking as a woman, if I were to witness this situation, I would have publicly shamed all those fucking enablers, and I would have been like, "You crazy fucking bitch! You need to get the fuck out of here. Take your mask with you."
Ooh. Potty mouth. Hello.
I'm just saying, she's throwing a temper tantrum
for
attention and abusing him. Yeah, I would have publicly shamed that fucking bitch and everybody who were like trying to paddle her little butt. That's how I
Great.
would have handled that.
Ray, do you see this shit in Germany? I can't believe the German women would act like this. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell us there's hope.
I don't think it's that expressive. It's not as overt.
I
They
agree.
do. I think they do it more like in a subversive way.
Lawrence. See, if she lived with me, I would have trained her out of this bullshit.
Oh God. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, I've been known to flip out a couple times myself, but I've never.
I mean,
Ever.
What
I mean-
scares the absolute fuck out of me is I've seen these things where these happen on planes. If this ever happens to me on a fucking plane,
see, but look, this is an adult child. She's got a little backpack on, like she's fucking 5. She's throwing a temper tantrum, and the only reason she's getting away with being able to do this is because these adult women are trying to coddle her. I mean, she has a fucking tattoo. She's a grown ass person.
Yeah, she's not a child.
Trying to get away with behaving like a child.
no, it's a 3-year-old brain and an adult body.
But she's not. She's doing this for a purpose, is what I'm saying. She's trying to garner attention, and nobody in that environment is saying, "Knock it the fuck off. You're fucking embarrassing yourself." Nobody is going to coddle you here. Get the fuck up and grow up, because this one has a job. She has a job somewhere where she behaves like an adult.
Yeah.
She doesn't
knows
do
how to
this.
do it.
She knows how to do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I told this story once before, like maybe 10 years ago. I was sitting in Munich at a Starbucks and at the window, like somewhere downtown. I was reading a book, drinking my coffee.
Has gotten to Germany as well. Oh my God!
And no, it wasn't. It wasn't a German girl. It was like a girl from overseas, maybe an exchange student. So I was reading the book, drinking coffee, and looking to the coffee store. And I saw a girl. I looked at her, and then looked somewhere else. And I looked around, and somehow she took that as an offense. So she stood up, walked to the Starbucks store, stood next to my table, and like, "What? How do you dare looking at me? What do you think?" Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And it's like berating me, and it's like, what the fuck? I just looked around.
Right, because you're a man though, and you
Causing
won't
a
tell her to
scene.
shut the fuck up.
And then I believe I saw her on another day outside with her girlfriend, and she gave her girlfriend some underwear or something like this. Like, so maybe she was lesbian. I have no idea, but that's unusual. I mean, like, I've never experienced, like, just by looking around, a girl being offended by me looking at her or looking around, and then like coming to my table and causing a scene. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, as if I'm a
Obviously.
creep. She basically accused me of being a creep
Yeah.
just for sitting in a fucking Starbucks and looking around. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't find you attractive. That's the problem.
I mean,
Yep.
Yeah.
Duh.
It's
Doug
amazing.
said he would have left.
Yeah, that's my thing. Yeah. What's that, Sir Edis? I love his videos where he's like, "F this shit, I'm out." That's my response.
I would
just
have
walking out the door.
I mean, at that time, I had no idea. I had no idea what was going on. I was just like perplexed. It's like, why is she doing this? Doesn't make sense. Like, I tried to, it's like, I didn't do it. It's like, I was just confused. I was in a state of total confusion.
Yeah. Because she was only doing that to you to confuse you, and because you wouldn't ever fucking tell her to shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Ever.
She's
I
a
mean,
girl.
why
She gets
would I?
privilege.
I wouldn't assume any bad intent.
Right, because you're a man.
Yeah, girls know better.
Like these women lie so much that guys really don't know how dark some of these intentions are.
Yeah, that's true. Obviously, not all women, but some women are just, they're fucking.
And I mean that was like a thing. I enjoyed hanging out at Starbucks, bringing a book, sometimes just a random book, or maybe even a college textbook. I just enjoyed hanging out because I see the people, I read a little bit in book, I look what's happening at the store. I enjoyed watching the people. I honestly enjoyed that. It was like for like 30 seconds or a minute. I would just like skim
It's-
around, and then I revert back to the book. And it's like it was like relaxing me. It's like not like
Yeah.
at the library,
Yeah.
just library, every quiet. I was like, nobody's there.
But Gray,
Yeah.
it's because you were enjoying yourself. She had to ruin that for you.
I have no idea. It was just like weird. I mean,
Some people just like to cause trouble, really.
Yeah.
Just because they can. It's amazing. That's not just women. Let's not beat on the girls. The guys do that too. I mean, it's just some people just are. They want to be a troublemaker for no particular reason, just because they can. It's crazy.
See, this chick's parents failed her.
Yep.
Going back to the beginning of our stream, Kush, where we were talking about ass whoopings.
Yes.
Yes, she received one.
Yeah, this
For
this
throwing
is-
it out.
She never. That's why I say it's a 3-year-old in an adult body. She was never
Yeah.
told not to stop.
She was
acting
never
like a
told no.
3-year-old.
Yeah, you're
Yep.
right. Yep. She always got the prize, no matter what. Oh, you suck, but here's the medal. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And she was always treated like baby Jesus.
Yeah. She always
I
got
mean,
her way.
That's Mandy's sort of. Well, it wasn't quite as bad when I was raising my daughter your age, but the ones after you, God.
Yeah.
Oh man. You know, they get so upset because nobody's ever told them no.
Right.
Oh, that's where I
Oh,
was.
you little princess, you little prince. Oh my God, you're the best as ever, and whatever.
Right.
And it's like, no, you can't do that. No.
Yeah.
Here's the boundary. Now that opens up a whole bigger
Ooh,
topic.
you said
about having
boundary.
boundaries. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I'm with
No,
you.
you can't cross that other person's boundary. Going back to like in the beginning of this whole stream, me and Iridium were talking about how to properly function in today's society.
Yeah.
And how people have a lack of integrity, and like where were the parents saying, no, you can't cross that line. No, that's penetrating somebody else's boundary. No, that's not appropriate. Like,
I mean, you could look at that as the bigger feature of the communists. It's all take away the boundaries. 'Cause they know
feminists.
we're crazy people. I mean, people are going to they're going to do some shit, and they're going to get away with anything until they can't. And so, if you don't set any boundary, they're going to do all kinds of stupid shit.
Yeah.
Both men and women.
Yeah.
It's not just the girls, but yeah, the girls up with their feminine.
It's mostly the girls. Let's be honest.
Yeah, like I was wanting to ask you all, have you ever told a woman and something she didn't want to hear?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I can go from the nicest person in the world, and then as soon as I say something that doesn't agree with her, all of a sudden I'm a monster.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
And she does that because she can get away with it.
Okay.
Yep.
Because the government, the society, the poor women.
Right.
You got to remember, I think, maybe this is an interesting point, maybe not. Who knows? Excuse me. You got to remember that there are a lot of people still in charge of things in the government, whatever, that think girls are all innocent and they're all pure and that.
No, hamster. No.
They're not.
None of these people are that dumb.
They gotta be. There's got to be some dumb people out there.
No.
I think some of the mild Republicans think that way.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I would
Really?
agree.
I have a
A lot
hard
of
time.
Republicans are like, well, I mean, the poor girls see the wage gap. Oh my God, they're so oppressed. Give me a fucking break.
I don't
Well,
think they really believe
They
it.
might get great.
I don't think they
Oh
really
my God,
believe
it's so terrible because he did something to her. What did she do anything maybe to put her in a particular? No, that's evil. She's pure as a driven snow. It's crazy.
They're driven.
Pure as a
Bullshit.
driven.
See, I don't believe people are that stupid.
I don't know.
I just believe that they are under duress and they're being emotionally held hostage and they're not
Well,
allowed to speak freely.
Well, the politicians, they're going for votes. I mean, we know that, right? They're going to say anything to get elected. We get that. But I mean,
Or
other people,
not canceled. Or not canceled. Or not fired.
Yep. But I mean, even my old man, who's 80, what is he, 87 this year, 88, something like that. He's old. He's like, oh, the girls, I mean, yeah, he's a different generation, sure. But I think there's still a lot of these guys out there. Oh, my daughter would never do that. Some evil man must have made her do that. No, no, Dad. No, your daughter did that. she wanted to get a bunch of Richard salad one night at the fraternity. Oh, no. She must have been drinking. They must have drugged her. No.
You said Richard salad.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tossed like a Richard salad, people. That's right.
Bowl of dicks.
More probably can't say that on this channel. We'll get demonetized. More.
Oh no! I already demonetized myself. I hit all my videos and I cut down my watch hours. Yeah.
I noticed that. Where the hell you been?
Well,
anyway,
I've
more
been
cock. More cock. Jared's pop.
Yeah,
like,
won't.
More
It
cock.
won't do anything.
And, yeah. So, yeah, it's the boundaries thing. Nobody, the society is basically so, freedom and all that shit. And then you see what you get. There's no guardrails. That's where we're at, I think.
Yeah.
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 Not just for girls, for boys, for men, women, everything. There's nothing. The church is gone. There's no 10 commandments anymore. Believe in God or not, there was some rules there that kind of made sense.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, it got hijacked.
Yeah. So
it's
fascinating. I got into a discussion with Bandit about this on a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
He's talking about what's a set of rules that a society needs to follow. We don't need a new set of rules.
Right.
We need to, they already exist. We just need to use the ones that have been around for thousands of years, the ones that are in the Bible, the ones that are in the Quran.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you use those old guidelines, they still apply today.
Yeah.
I mean,
resurrect the old ones.
There's a reason they wrote it all down in a book, and it's been thousands and tens of thousands of years by this time.
Yeah.
There's a reason, because they figured it out.
Yep.
Whether
they were smarter. Hold on. They were smarter than us.
I think you're right. Yeah. I mean, that brings up a whole other topic. You ever guys listen to Jolly? What the hell is his name? Jolly
Heretic.
Yeah, Jolly
Professor
Heretic.
Dutton. Yeah.
Ed Dutton, and Professor says we were smart. We were as smart as we've ever been in like 1870, and it's been going downhill ever since. And then you can look around.
Right. And why does he say that?
You tell me.
I think with automation of everything. So it's the same kind of thing. A kid doesn't learn how to do simple math anymore, multiplying 2 times 4. You just do it on the calculator and it does it for you. You don't understand the analytics behind why 2 times 4 equals 8.
That's certainly something. Yeah. I mean, when I was in college for engineering, it's like, why the fuck are we doing all this calculus and shit? We're never going to, and you actually don't ever use it much. But you got to know where it comes from. You got to know what the hell is behind it.
Yep.
And I'm guessing a lot of these kids today, they just got a calculator, got Windows 11. I've got a calculator there. I just put it in.
Not thinking. It out for you.
There's no fundamentals. Just so anyway, Mandy, go ahead. You had something to say.
No, I just blame women. I think people were smarter. They were smarter before they started letting women in places they didn't fucking belong.
Really?
So,
you think so?
Yeah.
Why is that? Why do you hate women? What's
I don't hate women. I just hate crazy bitches.
I know. I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Women that don't know their lane. Women that don't do their damn jobs and contribute what they're supposed to society. The women that only take and destroy. That's not what women are supposed to do.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting the HR departments are useless?
Among many other departments, yes.
Oh, Lord. Oh, good God.
Yeah.
But getting back to the boundaries, the limitations, the rules, right, over thousands of years.
Yeah.
I was listening to Douglas Murray, I think yesterday, And he said something about, I don't think he's a particularly religious person. I think he was an atheist at some point. But he said, we have all of these traditions and values, but you can't remove the root of the tree.
Right.
You still have to water the tree. The branch is here. We got it. But you can't just let the tree die.
Yep.
And so he's thinking with respect to religion, Christianity or Judaism or Islam, whatever. There's a reason. There's a reason why this shit has worked.
Yeah.
For a long time. Now you don't have to believe in the white bearded sky ghost in the air.
The sky daddy.
The spy, yes, exactly. Or Jesus. Okay, it's a myth. What? Fine. Don't. But there are rules in place.
That's right.
For a reason. It's not arbitrary. They didn't just a bunch of Jews back in 4000 BC. Hey, we got to make women stay in a tent in their period or whatever. There was a reason for that.
That's right.
Exactly.
There was a reason why they didn't eat pigs. There was a fucking reason. Because they had been through hundreds, if not thousands of years, and they noticed and they put together that if you eat pigs, some people would catch some shit and die. Same with freaking shellfish. Whatever. These rules are there for a reason. It's not arbitrary. So anyway,
do you think is there a correlation between secular humanism and the absence of religious belief that's like perpetuating it, like causing our culture to go this way, basically? If that makes sense, like like you said, in whether you believe or not, when those things are put into practice, they do work.
Mm-hmm.
So when you remove that from practice, you're just left with an open society, basically just running over itself.
What
I don't
we
know
have
if that
today.
makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, well, call it whatever you want to call it. Call it the Bible, call it the Quran, call it the light side of the force, call it whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But it's a set of guidelines.
This stuff didn't just come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I always like the Tao. Like that's super simple. Like very basic principles.
Yeah. And I mean, these things are probably common across religions, certainly Christianity and Islam. Probably, some religions in the East or whatever. There are reasons. There are reasons for this.
Yes.
Right? Don't kill people. Okay. Seems to make sense. You know what I mean? Don't screw around on your with your neighbor's wife.
Don't covet thy neighbor's wife. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't covet his goods. Do your own thing. Some people are luckier than others, or they work harder, etc. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Unwanted contriver is in the building. Hello.
Hey, contriver. How are you?
What's going on? Yeah.
Hello, contriver.
We got the German guy being quiet here. What's going on in Germany with respect to religion? Probably it's been tossed out by now, I guess.
Not so much. Oh yeah, we have the new religion. The new religion is the climate religion. Remember, climate first. You have to protect the climate, otherwise you're a bad person.
Well, I mean, I've said this a bunch of times on my channel. There's usually a kernel of truth in what these people say. Usually a kernel. Who wants to destroy the earth? No one. I like
feminists.
Well, I know. You know what I'm saying.
No, and I don't advocate dumping tons of CO2 into the air.
No. I mean, what are you going to do though?
Yeah.
You have to come up with a solution.
Yeah.
Instead of bitching about it and taking tax money to fund bullshit.
Well, allegedly, German engineers already came up with a good solution, carbon capture, and they had some patents and a company, but the German government overruled it. You cannot use carbon capture, and now they sold it to out of overseas investors. So if you ever want to use it again,
you got to pay. Yeah.
You
got to pay a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, the German engineers, by the way, are some of the finest in the world, but I think they over-engineer things a little bit. What do you think, Greg?
That's the point of it.
Yeah, I mean, here's this fantastic BMW, Bavarian Motor Works. It's beautiful and lovely, and we're going to over-engineer the living shit out of it. So
Yeah.
if it ever breaks, you're going to have to pay thousands of dollars to fix a freaking hose.
No.
Well,
I
I will
was.
say I work for a French company. I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, Germans. I mean, they make good stuff. I mean, I had a Volkswagen Beetle. Volkswagen, yeah. And it was a great car, but unfortunately, they got in an accident, whatever. But it was a wonderful car. But God Almighty, if you need to go in there and fix something, holy Jesus!
Oh, those things! Oh God!
Oh yeah. I mean, the old Beetle, like the original Beetle.
Yeah, I know.
That was pretty easy to work on. I mean, you could take the engine out yourself, put a new one in, whatever. But the new Beetle with the engine in the front, damn. Did you know, Gray? I don't know if you know this. You probably have Volkswagen a lot over there, I would guess. But in order to change the light bulbs on a Volkswagen Beetle, like from 1998 through about 2007, you had to take the freaking fenders off the car.
Oh, my Jeep Cherokee was like that.
Yeah. You had to take the front end of the car apart to put the freaking bulbs in. It's like, what the?
Yep.
Oh.
Fucking pain in the ass.
Oh. But I'll give you this: the 1.8 turbo with the manual transmission. That was fun. That thing went like crazy. It was good. It was a fun car. So I'll give the Germans that for sure. Now, would I ever buy another one? I don't know. Well, what do you guys drive in Germany? Is it Volkswagen, Mercedes? What do you have over there, Greg?
Oh, let me just take 1 second and say hi to Contriver. Hi, Contriver.
Hey, Contriver.
The car market is very mixed. We have Volkswagen, we have Mercedes, BMW, but we also have quite a lot of foreign cars.
So you have like Ford, Chevy.
It's very mixed, and but I think the strategy of VW was to buy up a lot of other brands. So yes. I think they bought up Seat in Spain. They also bought up Skoda in Eastern Europe. So
yep,
they own a lot of other brands. So you might buy another brand, but it belongs to VW.
Volkswagen, yeah. Because I mean, we like Audi obviously is the luxury Volkswagen, I suppose, and I think they have Bentley, and I think they have some English companies as well. Might be Rolls Royce, I'm not sure, but certainly Mercedes, right? Mercedes Benz and BMW.
I think the Mini, for example, was bought by BMW. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Yep.
But I think this is due to a lot of overcapacity. I believe we had like a lot of overcapacity, so I think they tried to consolidate that. And since I see Emmanuel in the channel, I think there's also a big trend to move overseas. So BMW built a factory in South Africa.
Yeah.
And VW, I think, moved to Turkey. Yeah.
We have a Volkswagen. They make the the Jettas, I believe, or the Passat in, I think it's Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken. And I think BMW does the Minis in South Carolina here in the United States. So, and Honda, of which I'm a big fan, they make most of their cars for the United States market in Marysville, Ohio. So they typically will import the engines and stuff from Japan because Japanese know what they're doing, and then they have the Americans put them all together. They're great cars, same with a BMW. I mean, I drove it's like a 2 Series, I think, convertible. Wonderful car, really, really fun. I wouldn't buy one because of the cost to maintain them and all that stuff, but. Yeah, they really hose us over here, Gray, with respect to the German stuff, right? I mean, for like Mercedes and BMW, whatever, it's $200-300 for an oil change. Filters have to be a certain way, and the wiper blades have to be imported from Germany. Yeah,
Audis are really bad.
Oh yeah, Audis. Fun cars though, really fun. But yeah, again, I think, you ever watch Scotty Kilmer? the car guy. He's kind of the guy with the glasses. He's sort of like ADD. And he's like, yeah, Audis are fun. Volkswagen, all that. They're good, really good cars. But you got to either lease them or sell them at about 50,000 miles. Get rid of them because they're just going to be a money pit at that point. I would guess in Germany though it's different because you're there, right? It's right there, right? Or is it still way expensive, Greg, over there? Like to fix your Audi or your Mercedes, whatever. No,
I can't say because I don't own Audi or Mercedes. The only thing that I remember is like from living in a student dorm. I had like a guy in a student dorm that his dad worked at BMW, and he told me the engineers are instructed to, like normally they would over engineer it and make it like last forever.
Yeah.
But the MBA guys, they instruct the engineers
oh yes.
guys, you have to put in a weak spot so that every 5 years we have to switch out something.
Yeah, I mean,
so you have to build the cars to break down or like parts to be replaced. Yeah.
Yeah, planned obsolescence is what they call it.
Yes, designed obsolescence.
It's unfortunate, but apparently it's a reality.
Now, as a designing engineer myself, I can tell you, you can gold plate this shit. Whatever you're doing, you can gold plate it and make it great. Might cost you $3 extra per whatever, and then the accountants come in. It's like, well, wait a minute. We can save $2 a car if we do this, and we can save another $1 if we do that. See, we can save $10 million over the life. It's all about the money, people. So, and it's like the customer, fuck them, basically, is what it comes down to.
I mean, I used the student dorm. It was the Olympic Village.
Oh, okay.
Where the Olympic Games were, like this historical place. It's like right across the BMW headquarters. And I met a guy who actually, I think he was from Brazil. He started to go to engineering school in Munich, and so I met him, and he was unhappy working there. So I told him, okay, Elon Musk just opened the Tesla store, like there and there, and just talk to that and that guy, and he actually got the job, and he got the early stock options.
No kidding. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah.
Because
you see, students who work at BMW, sometimes they're unhappy. I mean, it's not in all departments. I had people that lived in that student village that were happy working at BMW, but not everybody.
I can verify that's true. I work for a very big company that you would know, but we won't talk about it here. And it depends on which department you're in. Some places it's really fun and it's good and everybody's happy. And where I'm at, it's not.
So the guy that was happy, guy that was happy at BMW was in legal. So illegal, I think it was he was like, I think it was an engineer, and he was looking at when you have patents at the technical stuff.
A patent guy. Yep.
And the other guy was like engineer, technical stuff, software stuff. I think when he went to Tesla, I think, or when he was graduating, the stuff he was programming was the geofencing.
Okay.
That like let's say you are in your Tesla and you drive towards your home, you enter the geofence, and then your heating switches on or something like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. But yeah, I totally understand, because like you think I'm going to go work for BMW, I'm going to work on the newest car, and it's going to be fucking fantastic. Normally you don't, right? Normally you're doing shit work especially when you first start. You're doing garbage. It's like you're doing stuff nobody else wants to do. This is what it comes down to. And it's tough. I mean, it's probably a road that one needs to go down, just to make sure that you understand what's going on. But you work at Airbus, you're not going to be making the cockpit and flying the plane around, right? You're doing drawings for a freaking wheel or some shit. It's just, that's the way that goes. So anyway, I'm going to go get a beer. I'll be right back. Sorry to hijack the conversation.
No, sorry. I work as an engineer too, and I run into a lot of the stuff that Hamster runs into. So yeah, and I see that it just, It all comes down to the money at the end, as opposed to engineering it right, and people wanting to do things right. So yeah, I was actually going to ask Hamster a couple more questions here.
Okay. While Hamster grabs his beer. So the funny thing was, like, I met this guy before I went to Japan. So he got this job. I totally forgot about him. I mean, I didn't know the guy in the first place, but it's like he got the job. I came back from Japan. I was walking around and, like, because I'm Tesla fanboy, I had this Tesla jacket. So when I first met him, I had the Tesla jacket, and it's like, oh, do you work for Tesla? No, but talk to this guy. And then I came back from Japan, and he saw me again. I totally forgot about this. And, like, I just walk, try to go grocery shopping with the Tesla jacket, and then the guy approached me. I totally forgot about him, and he's like, "Hey, do you remember?" And it's like, and he pulled out of his pocket the Tesla Model S key, and it's like, dude, I got the job. And I got the stock options.
Nice.
It's like, okay, nice. And he told me about it. And yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like subtle things. You just bump into a person and you can have a positive impact on his life. Like, so.
I know that
it's
one.
like, yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. The human connection.
Yeah.
Kind of missing.
Yeah. Hamster.
days. Yeah, go ahead.
Kush had some more questions for you.
Oh, okay.
I'm just curious. You're an engineer too?
No, I am. Yes.
What kind?
Electrical.
Electrical and chemical.
Oh, really? Oh, well, all right. Congratulations. You understand that shit that I have no idea. Here's NH2 plus 3 equals this. What the fuck? What is that?
Well, we as chemical engineers had to take basically like a crash course in electrical engineering. It's very strange. It's part of our curriculum. We like had to learn like everything in like one semester. It's like,
yeah, we had to do chemistry in one semester. I just there's some things that make sense to me. Chemistry is not one of them. I sort of understand, kinda. I mean, give me a differential equation or whatever. I'm there. Oh, okay, I can do that. But chemistry, N2H3 plus this gives you that. It's like, what? How does that work? How do you know this? Well, this has got the electron shell, and it's like, oh, no. I like volts and current. Much easier to understand, at least for me. Now, I can say, though, that not just, you see, when I went to school, it was a good school. Excuse me. A lot of really smart professors and all that, but sometimes the professors kind of get in their own head. They really forget like what reality is. So I took an entire semester of fiber optics, for example. That was one, and the doc, he was a doctor, really good guy. But he was like, okay, well, here's this thing. And then they changed the variables. And this is it. And all he had to say, he did like after 4 years. Oh, by the way, this is just Maxwell's equations. It's like, oh, boom, got it. But before that, it's like all this mysterious shit. It's like, how does this work? The Brewster angle and all this fucking shit. Like, what? Maxwell's equations. Got it. So yeah, they kind of get in their own head. And my chemistry teacher, she was good. She knew what she was doing, but it was just confusing. It didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, how do you
think the electrical engineering teacher I had actually was really, really good.
Yeah.
So I learned a shit ton from him about electrical stuff. And I've even done my own electrical wiring. I like to say to myself, myself in electricity, we have an agreement to not agree with each other. I've just been shocked so many times.
Yeah. I don't mind it myself. I was just outside turning off my hoses apparently because I need for my pond, I have a bunch of electrical cords going out to big pumps.
Do you have
And
like
I
fish
noticed-
in there and all that stuff? Or?
Yeah, I noticed one of my pumps wasn't on, and I was like, "Damn it, where's okay? Now it's got to be in the water somewhere."
Yep.
Yeah.
No. I mean, it's and again, at our point, I think, Kush, at this point, it's really hard to explain to people because it's like breathing. Well, what do you mean you don't know this? How could you not know that?
Yep.
You know, and electricity is exactly like plumbing. Good mother, it's the same thing.
Yes.
Same exact thing. There's no difference, but it's just different equations, different variables.
Path of least resistance. Just know what the path of least resistance.
Yep. Voltage is water pressure, and current is water flow. It's just that simple.
Yep.
That's it.
Same thing.
So,
Yeah.
but where I work currently, it seems like a lot of people want to make more out of it than it really is. But that's another story. I'll send you a note. Good mother. Oh God.
You have crazy bitches at work. I see.
Oh no. There's actually very few. Actually, I ran into last week. Ran into probably the first woman that I've actually worked with. It's like, wow, okay, that was it. I don't hardly any women. I don't know what's your deal, Kush. Get a lot of chicks in chemistry or not? I don't know.
Well, in my field, depends on where it exactly is.
Okay.
If it's in traditional chemical engineering, it's primarily dominated by men. It's still very much the god awful evil part of patriarchy.
Oh yeah, evil white men. Yes, yeah, of course.
It's mostly evil white men, like me. So,
oh God.
But yeah, that's one of the last holdouts. But in chemistry, I think you tend to see a lot more women. But what I've noticed in modern women chemists is they have terrible techniques.
Really?
Lab techniques are awful compared to anything the worst I've ever seen. And I went to a conference, cannabis, to give a conference on cannabis, and they were going through their different research papers. These are doctoral students.
Yeah.
And there was one they did a control about edibles. They gave people a different dosage of edibles, THC dosage. Well, what they didn't take into account, they didn't have a control. Nobody who didn't take anything. So they had no reference. It was so fucking bad.
They perpetually miss the point of reference.
You gotta have every experiment. You gotta have a control, one that doesn't have any in it.
I mean, I can say firmly, it's not just women, because I'm working with
a
bunch of new guys, and I'm like, what the fuck are you?
Oh shit! No.
What are you doing? Why you write it down? What are you fucking label shit? What are you doing? Yeah, you get in the lab and you're doing shit. And it's like, okay, here's the thing. It's like, well, what am I looking at? Could you help me? Oh, well, this is that. I said, why didn't you put a label on it? Label it. Because what I like to say here is the higher end engineers, the ones above us, you got to draw it in crayon. You don't want to leave it a mystery. You want to draw it in crayon with pretty pictures and all that shit, because you deal with these upper level guys who haven't actually done engineering for 20 years.
Exactly.
They get really confused really fast. Not that they're bad people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they haven't really been in the trenches for a long time.
You know the KISS philosophy, right?
Keep it simple. Yep.
And
keep it even more simple with the chief engineers. It's like, oh my God. So
it's terrible. But the younger ones coming up aren't much better.
Well, I mean, the younger ones are the guys I'm working with, very enthusiastic, but they're new, right? So they're like a bull in a china shop. You know, they're let's do this and let's do that, and they're going. It's like, dude, slow down a little bit.
Exactly. Well, what I'll do too is then when I go into a plant now and there's a young engineer. This happened to me at a customer out in Boston. I went out to see him and gave him all the advice. This guy literally took everything I said as pure gospel. I mean, he didn't question anything I said. He agreed with me. He understood it, but he just accepted it as complete gospel, as if I were the Almighty Himself. And I'm
right.
like,
You walked
gotta
on water into the
question what I
point. Yeah, I
say
know.
too.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, it's not quite. I mean, obviously, you probably can tell I'm more of the contrarian asshole, so to speak. So I hear bullshit, and I'm like, dude, I've been doing this for 25 years, so I think I can smell bullshit.
Exactly.
But the younger guys, they're like, oh yeah, that sounds good. It's like, that's stupid. Why are you doing that? Think about it. Think, carefully. Write it down if you have to. This is stupid. We're just wasting our time. Why are we doing that? Well, because so and so Johnny Chief said so. I said, yes. Think about it. Does it make sense? Yeah, we can go off and do that. We can go off and look at whatever. Does it make any difference to the point or the problem we're trying to address?
Yes.
That's it. Well, what do you mean, hamster? Why are you so that? 25 years. That's why.
Experience.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. I'm same boat. I've been at it for 25 years. I see bullshit. I know bullshit when I see it.
I know bullshit when I see it. Yep. The problem is and it might be the same in your industry. You get some of these holier than thou folks who hit a home run at some point in their life, and they've been living on that for 20 years. And so, wow, this is what Johnny said. It's like, okay, so, but he's the just think it through. Let's think about it for a minute. We got a minute here. Let's throw it down on the paper. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, it's tons of fun. Not really.
Yeah, you get the 1-star compliment.
Yep, you get the home run hitter. Yep.
Yeah, and then it's like, what did you do for the rest of the 19 years of your life?
Nothing. But 20 years ago, I found out that tube was wrong.
Oh God, please don't talk like that. I hear that too much.
I know. We're in the same boat, man.
Yeah. No, I laughed. I watched your little parody video of Femme Sapien.
Oh, jeez.
Something like that.
What did I do? I don't even remember.
Oh, you made a video of her, and you were talking about how, like, if she were in 10 years ago, if she would have taken the advice she's giving now, and you said probably not, and I quite agreed.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a case to be made, and I think Mandy can tell us that. It's like, yeah, this is all great advice, but you're not going to listen to it. Girls, 17-year-old girl, you're not going to listen to it.
No.
You're just going to go off and do stupid shit. And then 10 years from now, you say, wow, that was really a bad idea. You shouldn't do that. Well, you didn't listen. So maybe I'm just out in the weeds.
No, I don't think so either, because I think when I went on a stream with her, and
Femme Sapien. Yeah.
And you could tell if you scratch the surface, which I did with her, you see the feminist creeping under. You can see it.
Yeah.
Because I challenged her a little bit.
Yep.
She got defensive right away.
Yeah.
And the other thing that was funny too is it's the whole hypergamy float. If you watch the video when I come on, watch her reaction.
This is on Femme Sapien's channel. Okay.
Yep.
I'll have to go look that up. Yeah.
Meet Yo Match. I think I sent you the email.
Meet Yo Match. Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I did. I sent it to you.
Okay, cool. I'll have to look at that.
Yeah.
But I mean, Allie's, she's all right,
No, she's not.
No.
She's a fucking feminist.
Okay. Well, she is a feminist. There's no.
I do like Pearly. Pearly takes direction very well. She's doing a damn good job.
Yeah, I mean, the more I listen to Allie's stuff, I would tend to agree.
I don't even bother with that crazy bitch. She came here one day and tried to pull some shit. I'm like,
she came on your channel? No shit. Wow.
She was in the chat. No, she wouldn't come on my channel. She wanted to have a conversation on her channel, and she wanted to email me about. She wouldn't commit to a day and time, so she wanted to play games because she's a cowardly. Well, I caught her in your chat one day.
Yeah, I think she was
Hamster.
in. Yeah,
Yeah. So no, she's a coward. I don't trust any women that are afraid to have a discussion. Like I can't trust any of them because they know damn well that I don't toe that party line, so to speak. And I might ask them something that they might have to answer honestly.
Yes, I know.
Because I will call them out for fucking lying.
Oh no, that's why she got defensive with me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we could look at Allie's history, and I'm not going to say anything, but there's signs there. Pearlie, I think. I don't think Pearlie was. Well, I'm not going to say anything bad, but Pearlie, I think, was a little bit more not as. You know what I'm saying. But like Rebecca Barrett, you know her, whatever she's called. Yeah. She was a 100% garden tool. She's even said it. She was out there doing every cock she could find. She'll tell. I think she was an alcoholic or drug addict or something. But she was in media, so I know how the girls in media. Oh boy.
So that's my dorm window.
Oh, nice.
And then in the upper right, you see the BMW headquarter.
No kidding. Oh, okay. Wow, there it is. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Wow. This is in Munich?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Nice.
So, and when I met the guy that eventually started to work at Tesla in maybe he applied there in 2012 and I came back in 2013. He was driving with the Tesla all across Germany and debugging the software. And I met him at a dorm area there, but there was no charging station. So I think he ended up charging the Tesla in front of the BMW headquarters. That was the only place where there was a charging station. And I bumped into him. So we walked over to the BMW headquarters when they had their lunch break, and they have a big, at the basement, they have a big cafeteria. So we were walking there. Everybody at the cafeteria was watching. We were walking to the Tesla, unplugging it from the charging station and taking it for a spin.
Funny.
Yeah, that was funny.
What you need is a bunch of hamsters running on wheels to charge that car up. But I mean, BMW, they have their own electric outfit, right? Don't they?
Yeah.
I think they have an electric thing. I'm pretty sure. I mean, all the major manufacturers, I believe, have an electric kind of thing. But I've heard, I worked with some guys in Austin, by the way, mother, and they had, one of them had a Tesla and the other one had Chevrolet Volt or something. And they liked them. They thought they were fun. And the Tesla, apparently, there was a lot of Teslas in the parking lot. And apparently they're really, really a fun car to drive. So I don't know that for sure. I haven't driven one or been in one. But yeah.
I saw a meme yesterday, something about like I saved $25,000 by driving a gas-powered vehicle.
Yeah.
So a $25,000 battery. Do those batteries really cost that much?
Oh yeah, they're very expensive. Yeah, and you have to replace them.
No thanks.
Yeah, and the problem in Texas, of course, is the heat. Right.
Yeah, right.
Heat kills your batteries. So
yeah.
And Kush would know this, the chemistry and all that stuff.
Yep.
Heat is just bad for everything. And because when I was younger, when I drove a real car like I do today, it was the cold we thought that got the batteries, right? Because it'd be 30 below zero out, you'd have to start the car, and the car didn't like it.
Right.
But turns out it's the heat that actually gets your batteries. Because I had was it in this car? What the hell car was it? I did a contract in Austin, like June to December. So the fucking hot part of the hot part of the year.
Yeah.
And I think my battery died during that time. I had to get a new one. So yeah. So fun stuff. Don't know what the chemistry is, but deuterium monoxide or dioxide. I was reading about that the other day. I mean, talk about crazy, right?
Typically, in a car battery, it's lead sulfate and sulfuric acid.
But I mean, the newer ones are like lithium ions and all
The
kinds of crazy
batteries
shit.
in Teslas are lithium. Yep.
Yeah.
Because I work with a lot of companies who do the recovery and processing of lithium for the batteries.
Actually, who is the guy? Riggs. Riggs is in that business as well. Riggs Jr.
Yeah.
He works in that area. But the lithium ion's different because the lead acid battery, well, it's got its chemistry, but the lithium ion, basically you charge it by moving the electrons away from the molecule. And then as you discharge the battery, the electrons move back and all that, right? Is that right? Kind of?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, okay.
No, actually, Emmanuel, there's not going to be Tesla in South Africa because Elon Musk won't adhere to any diversity policies. So
really?
Yeah.
But
he's evil.
But Emmanuel, you have a BMW factory in South Africa.
That's right. Yeah. So buy a Beamer.
Hey, I love mine. My car is the same age as my son. So.
Oh, it's a BMW?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. What do you have?
Nice.
3 Series? 5 Series?
No, an X5.
Is that like a SUV or?
Yeah, like a mini SUV. It'll fit a pallet of anything in the back. So.
Oh, no kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. So your car is like 20 years old. Roughly.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have any trouble with it? I mean, is it a pain in the ass to maintain, or is it still pretty good?
The biggest complaint I have is the driver's side window. Oh. I've replaced the regulator in it. I don't know how many fucking times. I just replaced it, and the damn thing fell down again. I'm like, yep. I want manual windows in that damn car. That's what I want.
Yeah,
I'm tired of replacing regulators.
That was the problem with the Volkswagen as well. The Beetle, apparently the regulators would go out and the windows would just come crashing down. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And it was, and this is not a knock against women, so I'm not hating on women, but a lot of girls like to drive those bugs, right? And the girls just didn't have a lot of mechanical expertise. So they had to drag it into a dealership and pay $600-700 to have their fucking window repaired.
Yeah.
And the same with the lights. I think I brought that up earlier. The lights, who cares? You do it once. No, the fucking things went out like every 9 months. So you'd have to go into the dealer. You have to have the car pulled apart to put the light in for your headlights every 9 months.
Yeah.
At a cost of like $1,000 or $1,200.
Jesus. Yeah. That is insane.
I mean, you got to take the car apart. You got to take the front end of the car off. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's not like that with my headlights.
Is it? Is it like that?
No, not at all.
Just a little bulb in there, and yeah.
It even comes with the tools you need to replace it.
No kidding. Nice.
Yeah.
So let's quickly highlight. Emmanuel says, "I'm a Benz guy." Let's give him some credit for that.
Yeah.
By the way,
I serve my Toyotas myself. I have a Toyota Avalon 2021.
Good
and I love that thing.
Yep. I have a Honda Accord. It's good.
Oh, those are awesome too.
Hardly gives you any trouble. I should knock on wood.
Yep. I had a Toyota Camry before that. That thing didn't give me any ration of shit.
Nope. And what's surprising?
Wait. Driving Japanese cars is fundamentally un-American. Shame on you.
They're put together here.
They are.
That doesn't count.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many Japanese designed cars are in the United States. Sir. Yeah. It's amazing.
My attempt to shaming you failed.
Yeah.
Get your ass to Mars. Do it. But can you do an Arnold Schwarzenegger, Greg? Can you? Come on.
No, I think you are much more talented by doing that.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Sure.
But, ich wohne in Deutschland.
Ja. Was ist los? Ja. Schnell. Max schnell. Do it
Ja,
now.
So redet doch aber keiner. Hört mal auf jetzt hier, aber.
Okay, well, now
Douglas-
I've got a hard enough. That's it.
Douglas,
I'm
thanks for coming up on the panel. He said he dropped because his internet connection
No,
dropped.
thanks for joining.
Well, Doug, you're in Missouri. You're in Missouri, so in a small town. We can't all have internet fiber optical shit. Mine's nice though. Yeah.
I mean, Hamster and Kush. I think you kind of. I mean, especially the Hamster.
Yeah.
You can do the German, but you put a little bit too much into it.
Well, how do you do an American, Gray? If you're going to do an American accent, how would you
Gray.
do that? Yeah,
Great doing.
See, I have no idea. I mean, I'm just talking how I'm talking. I mean, I'm supposed to do the same.
Yeah, you could do a Southern accent. I'm from Missouri, and I got all out there in the background there.
No,
Yeah, see?
I don't know. No.
That's pretty good.
I don't
I'll
want to
take that.
pretend. No.
Amanda, you do anything? You got something? Accent? You're a Southern girl, right? Oh, you were from Washington, but now you're in Texas.
Yeah.
You picked it up a little. You picked it up a little bit, I think.
What, Southern accent?
Yeah, a little bit.
No.
Yeah. Kush, what do you think? I think a little bit.
No,
I talk like weather people. I enunciate words.
Hi, my name is Mandy, and here's the weather on KW whatever.
What do I
Sure.
sound like? What do I sound like?
You sound like a guy who smokes a lot of weed. Am I right? Am I right? I don't know.
No, you're
you
right
sound
about that.
You sound pretty generic. I don't know where you're from, but I would say pretty generic. Maybe Pennsylvania, kind of.
Michigan, originally.
Yeah, Michigan. Yeah, that would work.
Yep.
Michigan or Ohio, Indiana. Although Southern Indiana and Southern Ohio, y'all
They're more
got some of
country.
those.
They have more of a drawl.
That's right. That's exactly right.
The interesting thing is, it is actually possible to do specific voice training. I think normally it's like actors that do that. I checked out once. I think it was the sound of your voice. It was like a speech pathologist, a lady, a speech pathologist.
Yeah.
If you train your voice, you can do amazing thing with your voice, much more than you normally would think through. Think about like the way you breathe in and you project it.
Projected, yeah. Yep.
And the way you can put certain accents. It's very fascinating. I probably should practice that, but I never did. But
I think
we can do a lot more with our voices in the way we talk than we normally do. I mean, if we would just practice it.
I think we limit ourselves to some degree. You know, we don't know if we can do it, and we don't try it because we don't think we can do it, but we actually can. Right? I mean,
I just remember I was listening to this lady. She had this training a little bit, and I was just trying it a little bit, and I felt like people around me reacted to it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was not just like talking mindlessly like I normally talk, like it's habitual, but more consciously. Like the way you modulate it. You have a lot of ability with your voice to modulate or project or emphasize points. It's very, very powerful.
Yeah. If you ever watched like the body language stuff, there's a body language guy. I'm not sure you may have seen him, but he's like a Mexican dude. Really interesting stuff. You know, humans, how we do what we do. You know, why are we like we are? Why do you do that? I mean, it's interesting to me. You know,
I mean, you could imagine if you combine it, body language, the way you use your voice, and maybe even speech patterns. Wow.
Oh, I mean, it's like Mandy. If Mandy or any other woman, if she doesn't like you, for example, you know it. You just got to look. You got to observe the situation, right? You walk up to Mandy in a bar, you know immediately if she wants to talk to you or not. I'm not saying romantic. I'm just saying if she doesn't want anything to do, you just know.
Mm-hmm.
It's a human thing, I think. because through tens of thousands of years, we've developed these things. It's like, okay, I know this guy's an asshole, to stay away from him, etc., and so on. And the voice is a big thing too, because Gray, I don't know if you know, but I spent a couple of decades on the radio, right, playing songs and playing the hits, all that shit. And so there is this might sound really silly to a lot of people, but a lot of times you stand up when you're in the studio, you're playing records, and you wouldn't think, why would you stand up? Why would you sit down? That's kind of crazy. Because you project differently.
Yes.
It comes out differently.
Yeah.
It's your body is, I guess, ready. Because again, it's probably human evolution, because we were, bipedal, right? We're standing up. So if you had to yell at your friend over there, you could project your voice better. So yeah, all the studios I was in, you stood. You were standing up. Yeah, I'm playing the hits on WABC, whatever. Now I'm sitting down.
Exactly.
It probably wasn't quite as impressive, but you know what I'm saying.
But was it just you standing up, or did you do some other training as well?
Not
because
really.
I know the actors do.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. The actors do. For me, of course, I was low level, right? Just minimum wage kind of thing. But I'm sure the guys that do, like Howard Stern, for example, or some of these bigger guys, there's probably some training that they do. What I can tell you is when you're on the radio, you record yourself the whole time. So every time you get on the air, the tape goes and it records it. Then you listen to it. And it's like, okay, that was good. That was bad. That sounded bad. What are you doing? Why aren't you standing up, et cetera, and so on. So yeah, it is a constant sort of training, I guess, right? It's not necessarily an official, like a lady that's going to come in and tell you how to do, but you sort of grow and sort of like, you learn how to work the mic. Like, for example, I'm eating the mic right now, right? I'm Johnny Puker coming at you in stereo, right? And that's what I told Mandy, that she needs to get her mic a little bit better, and now she's like right in your face. It's beautiful.
Well, because I use these things I hate only because
I know you hate them, but
you suggested them.
You sound so much better though. You really do. I mean, you're right there. Boom, clear and crisp. And Gray, by the way, if we're talking, he is just, my goodness. I don't know what the hell kind of mic you have or what you have there, but man, you're on.
Do you want to know
really
what
good.
I use?
Sure.
Tell us, Gray.
Yeah,
I have an SM58.
Okay. Yep.
And that runs in a, let me quickly check, that runs into a preamp. It's a DBX. These DBX channel strips.
Okay.
And then it runs into a Moto audio interface.
Okay.
However, I believe from my research, the preamp that I'm using, the DBX, is not meant for the SM58. The SM58 is more made for older preamps.
Okay.
Because of the ohms that has.
Yes, the ohms.
So I don't have a low Z preamp, unfortunately.
So I have it sounds really good. Whatever the hell you're doing, keep doing it. It sounds really great. I think everyone would agree. I have an AKG. I think AKG is German. Not sure. I think it is. Yeah. AKG C214. And that's running into a Focusrite. Whatever. And my headphones are AKG as well. So I'm like all crowdified here. I've got all kinds of German stuff. And my other set of headphones is Sennheiser. So
Did you say crowdified?
Crowdified, yes. I'm fully crowdified.
Crowd.
You know what I really want to get? I want to get a Golden Age Premiere Pre-73. That's
okay.
like a Robert Neve. I think Robert Neve kind of clone. It's like not digital. It's like this old technology.
Yeah, the old style.
Yeah, but it's like $500. I mean,
Jesus. Yeah. Wait, what is that?
No,
never mind. Never mind.
NEVE is what it is.
I don't want to know. This is technology shit that men are interested in.
It's a men thing.
I know.
It's men.
It's basically yeah, I mean, I was always listening to Bullets, and I think the Roland octa capture that he uses, that sounded also really good.
Yeah.
But
I would agree.
it's like the modern technology. If you would take the audio interface apart, you would see the printed circuit board.
Yeah.
And then you could look at the circuit board design, and it would have like a certain layout. It's not the old analog technology. Right now, I'm using this DBX preamp. That's also, my understanding, uses this digital technology, but it adds the harmonics
Yes.
at these stages a little bit.
Yes. Yep.
But it's not not low impedance, and it's not the old analog circuitry, so to speak.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what the SM58 is doing, but is it straight to digital? Is that it's like a mic for YouTube or whatever? Not sure about that.
No, the Shure SM58 is like an old school broadcast mic.
Oh, it is. Okay.
So, and the way it works, you have like the normal Shure mics that they use on stage.
Yes.
And they are a little bit more prone to introduce interference because they are not, I mean, to shock absorption. But the SM58 was redesigned for broadcast, and it has like it's like the sound capsule is kind of suspended. So when I grab it and move it around, like right now with the microphone arm,
you don't hear that.
It won't pick it up.
Yeah, I've got this. I know exactly what you're talking about. But I think what some of the new mics now, like the Ice or whatever the hell some of these YouTube mics, those are straight to digital, so they come out and they're USB right away.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, well, this one is this little guy here. He's analog. He's got a 1-inch freaking. I know this is guy shit, Mandy. Sorry.
Wait, I was gonna say straight to USB. That's a bad thing.
It can be. Depends on the quality, right? If you buy a
Gray's like no thanks. Like. Peasants only use straight to USB.
Yeah, I mean this is I'm sure Gray's mic as well. You have something called phantom power, Mandy.
No.
You don't have phantom powder? Okay.
No,
you don't have phantom powder?
No. Dynamic mics don't use phantom power. Condenser mics use phantom power.
Yes. Correct.
So this phantom power, is this mysterious? Are we going into the supernatural realm now?
No.
Yeah, basically, and I know Mr. Kush is going to enjoy this. Basically, the condenser mic is a capacitor, and you need to charge the capacitor. Then when your voice speaks into the capacitor, you bend the little diaphragm thingy, and that generates a voltage. Long story short, so that's what it is. A regular mic.
So what's this?
I don't know. What do you have?
Is
that your microphone?
Well, yeah.
Condenser looks like condenser.
It looks like something. Yeah. What kind of mic is that now?
It's the one Cam picked me up when he first went shopping for my streaming gear.
Okay, well, how do you plug it in? You just plug it into the computer?
With the USB.
Okay, yeah. So it could be a 48 volt phantom power thing, but it depends on the USB. USB is 5 volts. So there might be something in the microphone that does 48 volts. But we don't know. We'll have to see what it is. But it sounds good.
No, I'm not. Right now I'm using my headset from my phone that I got with my phone. Like I'm not even using this right now.
When do you ever use it?
I used to before you told me to plug in my damn headset.
I did not do that.
Yes, you did. No, you said you sound like shit. Why don't you plug in some headphones?
She's lying. No, it sounded to me, Mandy, like you were using your microphones and shit on your computer. No. And you were kind of screaming into the computer there, and it was really hard to hear you.
Siren X?
Sirenex. Yes.
Seirenx.
It's a siren. So
Siren?
fuck. Yes.
Siren. Yeah. Well, that's what I was using when you said it sounded like shit.
I did
My
not.
$100 mic.
What are you saying to me? Why are you lying? Just like a
No,
girl.
I
Just
think
like a
it.
girl.
I think it picks up too much background noise. I think is the thing.
Yes.
It's normal for condenser. Condenser is more sensitive. It picks up more.
I see it. Yeah, Siren X.
The dynamic mics are more focused on.
Well, again, if we want to talk about microphones, we could do that.
So I don't want to digress. So.
Come on now, it's fun.
Well, Contriver wants to change the subject completely.
Oh, come on!
Whenever you guys are ready.
What is the subject, Contriver?
Yeah,
wants to talk about?
Bring it on now.
He wants. I mean, it's completely different. So.
Okay.
Let's here. Would you ask your distinguished guests about the predictions on World War III and humanity settling down on the moon and Mars, especially the Engineers Club?
Well, I mean, microphones are much more fun. Contriver. Why don't you bring Contriver on? Let him in.
Yeah.
No. He said he will be able to come on probably about 4 hours from now. So.
Okay, yeah. You're famous for doing 25-hour streams. I know.
Well, he thinks for some reason I'm going to still be here. I'm already tired.
You stream 24/7, Mama.
I don't, though.
You do. All right. So anyway.
Yeah, he's driving.
So since Contriver talks about the moon, Contriver, I remember, I think this whole rocket technology was initially this guy, von Braun. He was like very big on this rocket technology, and he was
Operation Paperclip.
Yeah. But I remember I saw on YouTube, I saw something where students were at some university or some auditorium, and von Braun was actually there, and the students were asking quizzing von Braun. So von Braun, now that we went to the moon, how about Mars? And von Braun lit up, like glowing in his eyes, and he was like, "Oh, we could do it with this and this engine." So, and that was like a long time ago. So
I remember seeing that. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I haven't seen it yet, but it sounds interesting.
I remember.
Interesting guy. Interesting man.
Yep.
And he started to go into specifics.
Yeah.
And the guy who was moderating the panel, we should probably not talk about this.
It's probably some kind of nuclear proton thing or something. I don't know what he's talking about.
And
very smart guy though. God almighty.
Yes. Oh God, yes.
How were these guys called who took this over?
I am actually, if I might, Greg, while you're thinking, I'm still kind of surprised at how they guide the damn things. That's interesting to me.
Yep.
How do they do that? I know there's what are those things called? The gyroscopes and all that crap. I mean, they were shooting missiles over to England. How the fuck? How did they do that? There was no satellites. There was no GPS. There was none of that shit.
Good
but
question.
They were bombing freaking, Buckingham Palace, for God's sake. That's
Math.
crazy.
They're using math.
You think?
Yeah. Math's important.
I was just kind of wondering, though. I mean, do they do the gyroscope's going to do a certain thing, and I guess they would have to program in how far they're going to go and where. Right.
Well, the track of a rocket is basically from point A to point B when it goes up. So it goes down as a parabola.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an easy equation to solve.
It is. Yeah, it is.
I mean, the way I imagine it nowadays, I mean, I do not know how it was in the past, but the way I imagine it nowadays is like vector space. You can take a vector space and you just overlay it over the planet, over the geoscape. And then it's like the only problem that you have with that vector scape is like, how fine grained can you get it? GPS is pretty sloppy because the GPS is old technology. However, we have like now all these newer systems that are more precise and advanced than GPS. You know, you walk around in a shopping center, you have the predecessor, and it's like, oh, you're in the first floor and the second floor. So if you combine that with rocket systems, wow, you have pretty crazy precision.
But I mean, the GPS that we know is not the GPS that the military knows, right? It's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah,
right?
but the point is like it's a vector space.
Yeah, sure. XYZ, yeah. But I mean, you look at the inputs, you know, basically you're shooting a rocket. Okay, you've got gravity is the big one, right? How do you do that? And then there's wind, there's this other stuff, right? You know,
well, in the rocket, the other thing you have to take into account is as it accelerates and as it reaches terminal velocity, it's losing mass as well.
That's correct. Yes, exactly. So it's a tricky. I mean, it's sure, Gray. It's math. It's not that hard, but still, it's kind of a little bit of a mystery. Have to look into that. Just like, you know, airplanes flying around. You know, everybody sees an airplane every day. It's like, oh yeah, there's an airplane. How the fuck does it work? How do you do that?
It's the wing.
Yeah. It's the wing. It's a transducer, and people are, oh my god, here you go again. No, you're trading jet power or whatever thrust into lift.
Yep,
it's really interesting. I think it's fascinating, actually. Even though every day I work at the airport, I see the freaking planes going, oh, there's another plane.
Oh, is that why you have the fascination with the airports?
I just always been, for some reason here in St. Louis, there's the main airport. There's one down in where, what's his face took off? Spirit of St. Louis, whatever that guy's name was. And you know, Charles Lindbergh. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Lindbergh took off from Spirit of St. Louis Airport, which is south of here. I understand. I can see. I look. There's the planes. I get it. There's the engines. There's wings. But it's still kind of fascinating to me. It's really, I find it really interesting because I was watching some video the other day where, well, you know, it's always been said it's the Bernoulli equation, right? Again, here we get into some technical shit. The Bernoulli equation, the differential equation with the lift and the speed of the wing. And then somebody said, that's not it. No, it's just the air underneath the wing that brings you up. It's like, oh,
the airflow underneath is greater than the airflow above it.
Mm-hmm. That's the Bernoulli theory. Yeah.
Yep. The thing is, I believe, to bring it back to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, Germany delivers like a bunch, and I think also the US modified air-to-surface missiles. I think you have like a certain missile standard that with a kit you can update it. You can take these. You have like a helicopter or an airplane. You pop in these very small, not the Hellfire missiles, but these smaller diameter missiles, and they can be upgraded for laser targeting. And we deliver like Germany delivers like a bunch of trucks with these carrier systems. You just have like a SUV kind of truck. You put that on the back of a bunch of missiles, and you can use it with a laser designator of like 3 mile range or something.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, that kind of makes sense though, Gray, right? There's a laser, it's reflecting, the missile sees it, knows where to go. But
well, you said it's the lighter rockets. It's like the Hydra rockets. Yeah, so it's basically like a laser sight on a gun. Those rockets are just basically fancy bullets.
But it's kind of interesting because I think the way they put it on the, you shoot the rocket and then these fins come out. I think you call it fins.
Yep, fins.
Stabilizer fins, and the sensors are in there, in the fins. It's kind of interesting design.
And then it has to adjust the fins when it's flying to heat, whatever target it's going to.
And I think I read on the website of I don't know what it was. I don't know which company it was, but the company wrote it's compatible with all existing laser designators. So let's do we want to watch the video real quick?
Oh yeah. Well, it's up to
Mandy,
Mandy. It's her show.
I start playing, and I hope the sound shows up.
Okay.
If not, please let me know.
That's there. Yep. There we go. Boom. Oh, pins come out. This sounds so German. It's so German.
No, it's not German. It's American technology.
Nice. There it goes. Boom. Oh yeah, British aerospace systems. Yeah, know them.
Okay, and we deliver a lot of this shit. I think it gets shipped over from the US, and I think the German military takes like SUVs, puts it on the back, and then ships it to Ukraine. And I saw a lot of I think like even Austria, a lot of trains full of equipment from the French military moving eastwards.
The French?
Yeah, I mean it's like within NATO territory, but like
okay.
It's not funny anymore what happens in Ukraine.
Oh, I'm not at all. No, it's not.
No, yeah, but
I'm just saying the Frenchies, right? The French. We have jokes about the French.
I have jokes about the French.
Oh no,
I work for them.
Oh God, yeah. Here's a
How
rifle.
do you think I deal with feminists so well?
Never used, dropped once. Yeah, it's a French rifle.
Yeah, they were the original feminists, weren't they?
The Frenchies, yeah.
Yeah.
And the ones that didn't agree with them got their heads cut off. Imagine that. Imagine that. Look at the French Revolution, people.
Right.
The guillotine. Kind of a big player in that one.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you got? Fish in the background there, good mother?
Goldfish. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I hope we didn't piss Gray off because he was talking about German technology.
Yeah.
No. These rockets are American rockets. We are just preparing it and packaging it.
Yeah.
So we are going to deliver pickup trucks with these modified 70 millimeter rockets that I just showed you. And those are modified. It's like a more cost efficient. I think it's like 20K per rocket. And we are going to deliver 2,000 rockets.
Wait, that's how much a rocket costs?
$20,000. Really?
Yeah, I believe it's 20K a rocket.
Oh, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me.
It's much cheaper than the bigger Hellfires or something like that.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
That's why those are such nasty weapons, because
they're
you
cheap.
can take out a $30 million plane with one of those suckers.
Mm-hmm. And we could talk about the chemistry of rocket fuel too, right? Hydrazine and right.
The
chemistry there.
No, you don't want to handle hydrazine. No, I doubt that has hydrazine.
I don't know. God only knows what the militaries do, and they do all kinds of weird shit. Yeah, they're kind of outside the boundaries of the rest of us. But yeah, hydrazine.
I was at a plant that makes nitrocellulose, which is the fuel for those rockets.
Okay, all right. That's gunpowder, basically, right?
Yeah, they have to keep it suspended in aqueous medium because it's so explosive. That's the only way they can process it. So basically what they do is they filter it, and then they basically mat it out into like a carpet, and then they literally roll it up like a roll of carpet, and they stick it in the back of the missile. And that's what they use. And all the processing units in this facility, they're separate buildings on a concrete slab. And you'd see like every like third or second or fourth building gone. They're just a concrete slab. And I'd asked about that, and I was like, "What are the ones where they're missing?" They're like, "Yeah, that's one where we lit them up. We lit it up." Even a slamming. They had an explosion occur because they were pumping some of this slurry through a pipe, and a gate valve accidentally slammed shut, and the energy from the water hammer was enough to
ignite it.
Yep.
Are we allowed to share videos on your channel?
Yeah. Here, let me put up my banner, my fair use banner.
Oh,
there we go.
Can I do that? How do I do that? That's got to be something. Share. Huh.
Yeah.
How do we
share?
Remove, edit audio avatar, stop micro. Okay, share. I can do that. Huh? Wow, I didn't know that. Screen sharing is easiest with 2 monitors. Okay. Oh, do you guys see this? I know you're gonna love it. There you go. There's some. Can you hear it? Oh wait. There.
Ever caught on camera. This is destroyed in seconds.
Can you hear it?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Oops. Yeah, that not a good day. This is the space shuttle fuel plant over in Nevada. Whoops.
In the town of Henderson, Nevada, a chemical fire has ignited at the rocket fuel manufacturing plant.
Yeah. Bad day for those folks.
Oh,
Unfortunately, some people died. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I hope nobody's hurt. With every second that passes, the fire grows.
Oh, nobody heard of that, Russ.
What
That's
they
right.
don't know is that the inferno now threatens the
Watch
storage area
this.
where 6
Holy
million
shit.
pounds of the rocket fuel is held.
Now, what is the rocket fuel there, Chief? Is that some kind of toxic shit or what?
Yeah, well, it's one of them is hydrazine, which is extremely explosive.
Mm-hmm.
There could also be liquid oxygen there, if it's rocket fuel, but it's typically hydrazine, which is extremely unstable and explosive.
I mean, is that the shit they put in the space shuttle? They must have.
One of the things, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It's
716 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh.
The entire area will combust. Then the unforgettable.
Uh-oh. There was a dude up on a radio tower taking this picture. Amazing. Now watch the blast radius though. When this thing blows up, it's just like boom. It's pretty good. Holy shit.
Yeah, so what that's called is it's called a blevy. That's called a blevy.
Okay.
So it's just basically a pressurized tank explodes with explosive fuel in it, and then a spark ignites it.
You can see that that front, right? The
Yep.
the destruction front there. Look at that orange cloud though. That
Yeah.
yeah. Oh boy. Okay.
All of the rocket fuel inside the plant.
Ouch. That's kind of weird. The like the orange burning stuff.
Yeah.
Is it me or Mandy or am I
No,
crazy?
it's weird looking.
It is. Yeah.
The
Okay.
explosion
Oh,
is its
shit.
shockwave completely decimates this building.
I would say yes. Yes, it did. Unfortunately, some folks, did die.
Yeah. Yeah.
But this was the space shuttle, I believe. Where you remember Challenge? Of course, Mandy doesn't because she wasn't even born. Well, okay, she was born 1986 when the space shuttle blew up, and they stopped the space shuttle flights because of that. They had to figure out what was going on, and apparently these people were storing this shit in the Nevada desert. That's where this kind of comes from. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, yes, Mandy.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Easy's here. Hey, Easy.
Easy is here. Hello.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Hamster.
How are you?
How is everybody?
Good.
Good.
I'm doing good.
Good to see you guys.
How are you doing?
Sir?
Pretty good, pretty good. I've been radio silent for a while.
Yeah.
God, we
Glad-
miss you. Stop that.
Actually, Eric, do you know Iridium Kush?
We've never met.
We never met, but I've watched some of his stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy. This is Iridium. This is Easy. And
Nice
you
to
know,
meet you, Eric.
you know Gray, right?
Yeah, Gray and I, we've chatted in the in the chat rooms before, like
Okay.
on streams. How are you, Gray?
I'm good, thank you.
Now, Eric Zombro is not going to say this, but I'm going to say it. This man was a hero. He is a hero. He went back into the freaking towers, people. World Trade Center, 2001, and pulled people out, saved them. Thank you, sir. I wanted to say that to you on 9/11, but we weren't around. But my God, man.
Okay,
Well,
hang on
well
a second.
done, sir.
I
Well done.
can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I remember seeing a documentary that the guy of the World Trade Towers that was in charge of the security.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a guy they wanted to get rid of. They just kind of positioned him there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah,
I mean-
the thing is, though, Zombro, regardless of all this conspiracy shit and George Bush bombing the towers, this man did what he had to do. He went up in there and saved people. That's a big deal. Thank you, sir. Anyway, go ahead. There's a lot of good conspiracy shit on the Twin Towers. Let's go. Yes.
I mean, I can imagine, but just like I remember when that happened, I was working at a computer store, just a normal day, and then it came on the TV.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Me
Yeah.
too. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And Zombro was in there with his freaking fire trucks and his mates going up there and saving people. Amazing.
Oh, I was police department, not fire.
Whatever. You were doing
So
something.
you seriously did go into the World Trade Center?
I was there.
Holy shit. Awesome, dude. That's awesome.
And Hamster can tell you, I got a little going
Got
away
some
present
cancer.
from it.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, there were hundreds of, probably thousands.
Thousands. If you add in across the country, all the people that responded for the recovery.
Yep.
Thousands.
Got some cancer or some shit.
Yep. And I got turned down to get my medical bills paid.
Government fucks us every chance they get.
I got denied 5 times, so I just stopped trying now.
That's bullshit.
I got lucky. I only had a little under 17,000, but I mean, there was a guy in Phoenix who he had to sell his house. He had to cash out his kids' college funds, everything.
To get treatment for his cancer?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So you got cancer from that shit and they wouldn't fucking treat it?
Yep.
That's bullshit.
I mean, you fucking.
I mean,
I
I got it
this-
treated. I mean, I got it treated, but they wouldn't. Like, I had to pay the bills out of my own pocket, like the radiation treatment. That was the
This
only
is
thing
our-
my insurance.
This
That's
is our
fuckery.
government.
That's fuckery, man.
Yes.
Yeah. This is our government, people. Fucking over men like Eric Zombro. Seriously.
Yes.
This is not fake. This is real.
This is real.
And this is wrong.
And if you wanna dive into conspiracy theories, the first thing that they recovered, because I was there when they did it. First thing that they did. I can't hear a word.
Sorry. I muted Contriver. I think he's driving or something. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
go
think so,
ahead.
yeah.
The first thing that was recovered was the Army Corps of Engineers came in, and they came in with the armed military personnel, formed a ring around them. First thing they dug out of that trade center was the gold that was in the vaults in the basement.
Mm.
That was the first thing recovered.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
And I was there when they did it, man. They had those guys facing us, locked and loaded.
I mean, don't doubt it, sir, because Zombro was there. So I think we got a good source. He was on the site.
They were, believe me, the fire department was furious because they wanted to keep digging for their brothers. We were all mad. We were cursing at these guys, and they all locked and loaded. It was
Sorry.
crazy. No problem.
No,
But anyway.
Contriver, I keep muting you because you have a lot of background noise going on. I don't know what.
I just wanted to stop by.
Yes, yeah, just wanted to say hello to everyone, and that's it. Please, this is an amazing show that is going on, an amazing conversation, and I'm loving every bit of it. So, thank you. I just wanted to say that while driving, by the way, out of town. Bye.
Okay. Bye,
Nice.
contriver.
Yeah, I just wanted to drop by and just say hi. I saw Hamster on the stream. I haven't seen any of you guys in a while, so I just came off
Yeah.
of Chris Mitchell's
It was a pleasure
stream.
meeting you.
Yeah, no, it's definitely Iridium, and you always good seeing you, Greg.
Yep.
You guys have a good night.
All right.
Hamster,
Thank you, sir.
I'll shoot you an email, Hamster. You too, Mandy.
Yeah, do that. Yeah, thank you.
Take care,
All right.
guys.
See you, Easy. Glad to hear you're well. You sound well.
My God. Look at
What
that.
the hell is this?
This is 9/11 towers falling down.
Mm.
I was there 1971 or 2 when these in oil fields, so they made their own shit.
Mhm.
They chemically made their gas and their oil.
From
And here
coal.
we are, relying on Russia. Why are you such a bitch?
No, you got to realize Russia. No, if you believe that German people think that Russia is the enemy, you're wrong.
Oh, do tell. Can't wait.
Why would Russia be the enemy?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the German.
We fought Russia in World War II.
That's right.
Yeah,
did.
why did we fought them?
Why?
Yeah, because the West. I mean, I cannot verify that. It's just the stories that I heard. Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right,
disclaimer:
sure. Yeah.
the West financed the Soviets, the Warburgs, the bankers financed the Soviets.
We had to save.
And also we find
West.
the Nazis were also financed by the West. So basically,
right.
you had
right.
people in the US or UK or from somewhere else, some like some financiers without a face financing the Russians and the Germans to fight each other.
Oh, mainly we were trying to finance the Russians to beat the Germans.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Nazis, that kind of thing.
No. You financed the Germans as well.
Some people did, yes.
Yes.
That's right.
I mean, I do not know the exact modalities, but that's the worry is you are the silent actor. I mean, it's not you, but like, I mean, I don't know how to.
I get it.
Let's say, for example purposes, you financed Germany and Russia to fight each other. Think about it. It's beneficial for you. Two people fight each other. You're the winner.
How is it beneficial for the United States? Just curious. How do we win? What's the win? We finance Russia and Germany to fight each other. How's that? We're over here in the Western Hemisphere, sir. We really don't give much of a fuck about Europe. So where's the benefit?
I mean, we have the saying in Germany: if two people fight each other, the third person wins.
Okay, good. Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
wrong.
I do not know the modalities, but like Germany's, like if you look at just the results, Russia lost a lot of its citizens. It suffered badly.
20 million, by the way.
Germany suffered badly.
Yes, many millions. Yes.
So you came out on top.
How? Explain that.
You become the world power. You had the big navy. You could float around everywhere.
That's
nobody
true.
would nobody would like
That's
dare
right.
to challenge you.
The Soviet Union also became a world power, though.
Oops. Atomic weapons. Whoops. Go ahead. Yeah.
Because just as we captured German rocket scientists, so did the Russians.
Yep.
That's how they got their space program.
I mean, you know, that's what these young guys And Gray, I'm sorry, I don't know how old you are. We're not attacking you. We're attacking the past. But I'm thinking you're taking it the wrong way here, sir. Am I wrong?
I mean, the thing is, I do not know the history. There are
Well, you should
different.
fucking look it up, sir.
You need to know it.
No,
You need to
no,
No,
know
you
it.
not-
should.
No,
No,
You need
no,
to know
excuse
it.
me. No, you should.
The point that I'm making is I cannot just look up the history.
You should.
How am I supposed to look up the history?
Go to
History
know.
can be
Just
no
read
text. Yeah, exactly.
it.
Textbooks can be
Just
influenced.
read the fucking thing.
No,
Jesus Christ, go online.
textbooks. No, I cannot go online and I cannot just read a textbook. This
Why
shit
not?
can be
Why not?
because it can be influenced. I can pick up stuff.
Mhm.
It could
Well,
be
that's why you
fake.
have to read 2 different versions of things.
Or 3 different versions of things. Come on, sir. I love you, man. Don't get me wrong, but come on now. What do you mean you don't know your history? You don't know the history of Germany? Get the fuck out of here. Come on now. Sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, I just know what I know, and I try to
Well, you
take.
should know more. You should
Yeah,
try
you should
something
understand
else.
why you're dependent on Russian gas, buddy.
Exactly. Russians are your fucking enemy. Don't you know that?
It might be. Yes, it might be.
It's not a might. It is and is, sir.
It is.
I am not going to take a position until I have verified information.
So when are you
Period.
going to read up on it? When are you going to do that? Is that tomorrow? You going to have a stream?
But you said you can't read up on it.
You said you don't want to read up on it.
I'm
sir.
I'm
You
a
said
private.
you don't want to
I'm
read
a
up on
private.
it.
Wait a minute. I'm a private citizen. I don't have the luxury of having like a whole government thing working for me.
Bullshit. Bullshit. You have the internet just like we do, just like Kush does. Go fucking look it up.
Yep.
That's it. Stop. Understand the bias. There's going to be some bias, and Hitler's good and Hitler's bad.
You're gonna get
Get
biased.
in the middle. Get in the middle.
Because
What is the middle? I don't understand.
Well,
Hold on. Pause.
yes, ma'am.
Can you guys pause for a sec? Because I'm hearing a whole bunch of Russia shit right now.
I think they are upset that I'm cutting Russia some slack. They are upset about it.
I am a fan of Putin personally. I would rather be under Putin's rule than the feminist fucking tyranny that's destroying our government currently. And I know it's already destroyed. Gray's
Kush, we got good mother woke up here, so we're doing something.
I don't know. Putin's worth what, about $1 trillion?
Yeah, he's anti-feminist also.
Yeah, well, just don't buy into that whole thing.
I mean,
there's a lot of girls. Excuse me. There's a lot of women are like, oh, the abortion. What is the thing you get in addition? What's the other crap? Get up. You get a vote. Excuse me. One sec. I know it's your channel.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about people are like, for example, abortion, or they're anti-Russia, or they're anti-Putin, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to vote for these people, but there's a lot of bullshit in the background that these people don't understand. These people are communists.
Yeah.
They come out and they say, oh, these wonderful things. Oh my God. And there's all the other shit that goes with it.
Yeah, but where you see a communism problem, I see a feminism problem.
It's the same thing, though. It really is.
Only you want to blame men, and I want to blame women because it's
I don't want to blame
the
them.
women.
Why am I going to blame? Good mother, what are you talking about here? Come on now, you're trying to stir up shit like a girl would.
No, you're blaming men.
I'm not blaming men for anything. Not blaming women for anything. There's a bunch of bullshit that we have to deal with right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Gray with his Russian gas and all this other crap. There's enemies.
He said it. They let go 10 years ago all their fucking power resources. Who made that decision? Who fucked that up, Gray?
Good question.
Fucking Merkel and her cronies.
Angela
Exactly.
Merkel. Boom.
Incompetent leadership is why Germany's in the mess that it's in now.
Germany should not be in this mess.
No.
Germany should be the biggest and the
Okay.
baddest ass freaking country in Europe. And
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But
What are you doing?
we don't have any fucking room to talk. Look who's in the White House currently
Jesus
in the
Christ,
United States. That is more of a fucking humiliation than anything else. And I'm not talking about Biden. I'm talking about Neepats Harris, who's only there because she's a black woman.
God damn, we got some fire here from.
Well,
go on.
Because
this is good.
you guys are talking about history, and there's some serious fucking problems, and we're responsible for the problems in Germany, unfortunately. Because we push this shit. Being a world power, we are at the forefront of equal inclusion.
Yeah, we fucked Germany.
Yeah,
No
we
question.
fucked Germany. We fucked 100 and what? There's 67 countries that have feminism in them because we had to bring our Western culture there.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank
Yes.
you. We export.
No, it's your
Feminism.
channel, sweetie. So there you go.
No,
We
I'm just
export the
saying.
shit. I'm not saying too.
We do.
We export the garbage, and
We
everybody's
do.
oh, it's American. Yeah, well, maybe we're not right. That happens.
Yeah, maybe we're not completely right. Yeah.
Exactly.
And the thing that's frightening me more than it ever has in my life is I'm seeing things in our society, just the blatant violation of our most basic rights, like I've never seen it before. And they just don't give a fuck. They just trample over everything. That's what I see.
I mean, we're sitting here as men and a woman complaining about Germany. We fucked Germany, Greg. This is not disputed. We
fucked Japan. We fucked Korea.
And Japan and Korea. Yes, that's right.
Vietnam.
That's right.
All these
countries. Right now, Gray could look around him in Germany. We're still there.
Yep.
Yes, you are in the background pulling the
We're
strings.
still there. As if Germany can't run their own shit. We're still there. That's kind of fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
I think Germany can do their own thing, and it's perfectly fine. Oh my God, what about Hitler? Fuck Hitler. He's dead for 80 fucking years.
Same thing
It's
in Japan.
enough. Same with Japan, yeah.
They can run their own shit.
Exactly. But here we are. We got troops in Germany. As if the Russians are going to invade fucking Germany. Get the fuck out of here.
Right.
Bring our people home.
I spent 5 years living there. My son was born there. So
no kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
he was
you were
born
having
in
fun anyway. You're a military lady, is that right?
My ex-husband, yeah.
Ex-husband, yeah. No, Germany can do its own thing, but excuse me, Greg, you're not doing the right thing here. You don't want to be dependent on Russia. Look at the history. Germans and Russians do not get along.
No.
And they never have, and they probably never will. So if you're under the thumb of Putin, what the fuck? That ain't good.
Dude, like, I'm not pro-Russia. I'm just saying I'm from East Germany. Like, the people did vibe differently here.
Oh, you were in the German Democratic Republic, Eastern Germany. Okay, well, all right.
No, I'm not saying I'm a communist. I'm too young for that. But
no, I'm not saying you're a communist. But you said you're from the GD whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like in communist East Germany, like the communist leaders. When the Russian people came here, the military, they would go in the forest, they would go hunt or something like that. They were the best buddies. I mean,
I know.
So
we're kind of laughing about this, but do you know what Soviets did to Hungary in 1956? No?
I mean, yeah, they were cruel masters. My question is just like, why did they become such cruel masters?
1968.
Stalin.
Czechoslovakia. You know what happened there? Yeah? No? Bingo. You know what happened in Angola? Afghanistan. Soviet Union is not your friend, bro. Russians are not your friend.
Well, neither
Anyway.
are Americans, obviously.
Yeah, well, we're evil as well, but all right, I gotta go. I'll see you guys.
Bye, hamster.
I mean, I don't want to take positions. I'm just
No.
trying to be like leaving options open. I mean, like, I'm not gonna walk around and just like demonizing this and that and that. I mean, like, maybe Putin is the worst demon on earth, maybe, but like, I mean, how
Shit,
do I know?
I'm a fan of Putin personally, so
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I'm a fan of Putin.
yeah,
I'm not
I
saying
know.
I'm a fan of Russia, but like,
understand Putin. I mean, do you honestly trust that guy?
I trust him
No,
more than
no,
Kamala Harris.
no.
That's
I'm
not
not
an
saying-
answer.
no.
Do you truly trust him?
I don't know. Well, like, he's a spook. I mean, how can you trust a spook? I mean,
You guys are talking to Gray like he runs Germany.
No, you need to understand. You can't be dependent on a country like Russia.
no. That's why I'm saying you need nuclear, you need coal, and the Russian gas is just a certain proportion in the energy mix. Period. And if they shut it down, you have enough other stuff to compensate. No big deal.
But what we don't understand is, why did you shut down all your nuclear and coal and become 100% reliant on Russian gas?
Because it's actually the plan. Allegedly, it's what the US wanted. You made it that way.
How did we make it that way? Trump told you guys not to do that shit.
That doesn't matter. That's just no.
What do you mean that doesn't matter? He told you not to do it.
Yes, that's correct.
So we advised you not to fucking do it, and you went and did it.
But who did it? Gray didn't do it.
Yeah.
Who did it?
No,
You're trying to defend. You're trying to defend.
No. You are saying Trump says A, don't use the Russian gas.
Right.
Yes, but that's not the point. Like, they're like, I sent Mandy this alleged Rand research paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that alleged Rand research paper sounds very much like this Morgenthau plan, like that what came after World War II, where it was really the goal to like obliterate Germany, to like disempower it. So to say don't use the Russian gas is just one component in that, but it's not completing the whole picture. I mean, I don't know whether that's authentic. Maybe it's Russian disinformation. I have no idea. The problem is, if you are Germany, you are caught between two quote unquote powers. You have the US pulling on one arm, and you have your domestic constituents, and then you have Russia, and it's like everybody wants something. It doesn't matter what you do. It's always someone is going to complain. It's like having multiple children and everybody is like bitching around. I mean, that's not how you run a country. If you want to be an independent country, you have to do your own thing. You have to be able to say to Putin, "Fuck you, Putin." You have to be able to say to the US, it doesn't matter whether it's Trump or Biden. "Fuck you, Trump. Fuck you, Biden." You have to be able to be in a position of power and do your own thing.
So how do you do that?
But it's not possible, because it's against everybody's interest. Russia will work against that, and the US is also going to work against that. So you are always going to be, if you're Germany, you will always get the hammering. Period. And how does this work?
Yeah, but as Hamster said, and I know this too, you guys have technology to make petroleum from coal. It's a very simple technology, as a matter of fact. It's coal gasification. It's a well-known technology. You guys have tons of coal in the ground. Why don't you use it?
That's irrelevant.
What do you mean
America,
it's irrelevant?
no,
It's your
no, no, no,
resource.
no, 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 no. America controls the media. America, through the BND and all the spook agencies, pulls the strings everywhere. We have like American think tanks everywhere. We have
What are you
lobbying
talking
groups.
about?
The government.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. What are you talking about the U.S. media for? We're talking about energy dependency and energy sustainability, and you go talking off about the U.S. media. The fuck are you talking about?
No. If America decides as a strategic goal to say Germany should not rise to significant power, you can make sure of that. I assume. So it doesn't matter what technology we have. You can steal the technology. You can deny the technology. I mean, for fucking Christ, for Christ's sake, the triple letter agencies. I think they have a budget to get rid of a person, like to like. I mean, if millions of dollars are at stake, don't you think it makes economic sense to whack somebody or neutralize them for a couple of $100,000s? You saying you're not doing that? The Russians certainly can do it. If the Russians can do it and you want to play on the same level, you're telling me you're not going to do that?
I'm not understanding your point.
Grace saying
I
that,
am not in power. The German government probably is not in power.
Well,
we lost World War II.
and we're not attacking you. I'm not attacking you personally. We're trying to understand. You need to understand why your government's fucked up. You and others like you need to understand why your government's fucked up.
Our government's fucked up. Ours is also, all the governments are fucked up.
Yes.
Yeah, because women are in them.
And that's good. That's perfect. That's what the US wants. That's what everybody wants because they are controllable. If I would be in the government, I would institute policies that would piss everybody off. They would need to get rid of me ASAP. Because I'm not doing what the US wants, nor am I doing what Russia wants. I'm doing what I want. That's a problem. So I need to be eliminated, period. How hard is that to understand?
So you guys give... you guys are still like, ooh, the bad guys out there, and they're controlling the women. That's bullshit. All these women are acting independently for their cause, their little sisterhood, and they're fucking everybody.
Maybe.
No. They're not strategic. They're not smart. They're acting impulsively and destroying the world.
Mandy, I'm not saying I'm correct. What I'm communicating is my
I know.
temporary mental representation of the world.
I know. And all the guys have it, like you have it from your perspective, looking at all the bad guys out there that are attacking Germany. The same with the men here in America. They're like, oh my God, it's China, it's Russia, whatever. It's the same paradigm that they're operating from. But meanwhile, the women in all the places, in all the countries, are the ones doing it. They're just pointing their finger elsewhere because that's what feminists do. Like, that's how fucked up all this is. Like,
I mean, whatever.
Yeah, it's all this stuff. It's all about fifis. Oh, the coal is bad. Oh, the nuclear is bad. It'll make them throw two tails. That's bad.
Right. Right.
I mean, it has nothing to do with safety or how much safer it is, how much more energy efficient it is. It's just, oh my God, a puppy might die.
Exactly. See, those crazy bitches should have been home having children. They can worry about the safety of their children.
Here's the thing. In the document that I sent you, the alleged document from the Rand Corporation, and the Rand Corporation allegedly advises the U.S. military. It says explicitly the Green Party is an easy target for manipulation. They have incompetent political leaders. They're easy to manipulate.
Yeah.
So we can use them to foster U.S. interests. And what are the U.S. interests? The U.S. interests are to weakening Germany. Because if you're weakening Germany, you're strengthening the U.S., period. It's like cold. I mean, in the document, I mean, I do not know whether it's authentic, but it was like cold-blooded power politics. If you
Yeah.
read that document, it sounded literally like the U.S. is declaring like a covert war on its ally. I mean, we are supposed to be allies, and in
Right.
that document, it reads like
Mm-hmm. Like a
it's like
feminist wrote
fuck
it.
them over.
And
Yeah,
I'm not
Like a
disagreeing.
like a
I'm not
feminist wrote it.
and I'm not disagreeing with anything you've said there to that point. But when we warn you, when one of our presidents, President Trump, vehemently warns you about what you're just talking about, warns you that you're going down the wrong path, and you laugh him out of the room. This is what we don't understand either. He was trying to warn you, say, "Hey guys, this is fucked up. We're doing this shit. How come you're not, listen to us?" And they just
Yeah. But what Grace said about our media spins a narrative. Like I have, because I used to live there. I know people that still live there. They were convinced that Trump was this resurrected fucking Hitler. So there are a lot of people in Germany that wouldn't even fucking listen to him. Like everything he says, do the fucking opposite, especially the women. They're like, oh my gosh, that toxic masculinity bullshit. Oh, this is the second coming of Hitler.
Well, no, it's as Mandy said, it comes back to this toxic femininity.
Yeah.
They all hated Trump because they all want to be like him. They're jealous of him.
Well, our media has done a terrible job, or a really good job, of turning the world against America, for one.
I mean, I do not know about all these particulars. I'm not that. The only thing that I could imagine from an economic perspective is just like the cheapness. People are tempted by the cheap. The Russian gas is super cheap. It keeps the economy afloat, especially since they switched all the coal off and the nuclear off. You are dependent on that gas. That was like a stupid decision. If maybe Obama should have complained, like, keep those nuclear power plants running, keep the coal. I mean, something like that.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen. So, like, I can only imagine it's an amalgamation of different things, and it's just like it's very unfortunate. And then you get into these heated debate. I mean, I can understand Trump making these points. I mean, I'm not angry at him because of saying that, but it's like, I mean, like the fact of the matter is, like, what are you going to do? You don't have that Russian gas? Okay, then you buy it from overseas at quadruple the price. Your economy is going to collapse.
Well, your economy is collapsing now, isn't it?
If you want to get rid of Russian gas, logic dictates you have to create alternatives. Then you would have to plaster everything with nuclear power plants. You would have to expand coal production.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that. So what am I supposed to do now? I mean, it's like, ugh.
Yeah. Well, because the wrong people were in charge. Hashtag Merkel. I know. Your government's, well, but it's because of us, your government's the way it is. And our media, going back to what you said about our media likes to portray a specific narrative that isn't even true for a lot of places here in the US.
It's pretty much completely untrue.
Right, but other countries rely on our media to get, have some fucking integrity, and they make policy decisions based on what our media fucking talks about. So there's a lot of countries that are so screwed because our media lies, and our media lies because our universities are fucking corrupt. So
but can you like at least like have a little bit sympathy. Like the US wants one thing, and Russia probably also spreads propaganda, and you're just like you're trapped in the middle. It's like it tears you apart.
Don't listen to either side right now. Like, fire all your women, get all your men together, get all the crazy bitches away, so the men can properly formulate a fixing plan.
If that report that I sent you, if to share,
I didn't even.
If that's true, the damage is already done. You cannot reverse it anymore. It's gonna have like devastating effect for the next couple of years, for the next 5 years. It's gonna be horrific. The companies are all gonna flee. Talented people are gonna move for other countries. We're gonna have mass unemployment. There are new waves of refugees coming. Allegedly, it's gonna be a nightmare. The government is not gonna have the money. They have to gonna raise taxes, borrow more. There's gonna be higher inflation. The euro is gonna decline. Then you have to everything you import. You have to obviously is dollar is the global currency. If you buy fossil fuels, oil, everything, it's like it's a total disaster.
Yeah.
Like you have farmers, the farmers saying like we cannot produce crops anymore. We produce wheat. It doesn't have the protein content. You cannot bake bread. It's like it's coming from everywhere. I mean,
all at once too, right? Yeah, that's what happens during a collapse.
I saw like apartment complexes. They put like a document like we're gonna ration the heat. You can only get hot water from 5 o'clock in the morning until 8, and then when you come home after work.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Yeah.
And the document actually outlined is like, the German government won't be able to resist the pressure from other European Union countries to deliver weapons. And once they deliver weapons, and we deliver shitloads of weapons, this weapons list that we deliver to Ukraine is ever growing.
Right.
It's going to anger Russia ever more. So we're going to be permanently, supposedly cut off from the gas. So it's like, I mean, it's not whether you like Putin or you like Russia or you want a dependent. Right now, we are dependent on it. And you have to have a replacement before you become independent. And there is nothing. Like the foreign minister, I think he went to Saudi Arabia to meet with the crown prince. And the crown prince allegedly ordered this assassination of this political dissident in the embassy, where they chopped them into pieces, put them into suitcase. I mean, what the fuck? Russia is evil, and now we're buying this from Saudi Arabia. But Saudi Arabia, the people who chop people into pieces, that's an American ally, so that's why it's okay. I mean, like, what the fuck?
Right. It's a clusterfuck.
It's crazy. The whole world has gone crazy. You cannot make normal. It's like, ugh.
Yeah.
And like at this point, I'm just like, just leave me alone. I don't care anymore. I just do my thing, drink a beer, do my thing, and like do some gardening, feed the crows, and hang out.
That's
in
what
nature.
we all
I
want,
mean,
man. We just want to be left alone.
It's too much, man.
Yeah.
That's a shit I did not create. Other people created that. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I decided to get more involved in this, because if I don't say something, if I don't share what I have, it's going to be lost.
Right.
I'm not staying on the stream for 5.5 fucking hours because I don't give a shit.
Right.
So that's how I look at it.
But I mean, I see that. I hear it in the voice also with Hamster that he didn't like. I think probably Kush, Iridium, you didn't like that I was like, but we need that Russian gas. I mean, you didn't like that. I hear that. But
we just don't. We didn't. What we didn't understand was there were two parts of it we didn't understand. You became dependent on it. We warned you not to be. And then on top of it, you cut off your other alternative energy supplies. I mean, that's just like, why would you do two silly things like that together? I mean, if you did one in and of itself, I'd say like that's fucked up. But when you do the two together, that's fucked up to the nth power.
Because feminists fuck everything up.
The way I would assume it is because like Germans and Russians, we slaughtered each other. And it's like the idea, like, we don't want to do that anymore. We just want to live in peace. And yes, we understand. Yes, we understand. Yes, we understand. The US doesn't like that, but we want to live in peace. That would be my approach to it. I do not know how Putin thinks about it. I do not know how the Russian thinks about it.
You think
that would be my perspective.
The Russians cutting off your gas is a peaceful thing to do?
I think the Russians have all the right to cut off the gas. Yeah,
do you think that's a friendly thing to do?
No, that has nothing to do with friendly. They're exerting boundaries, justified boundaries.
I know, but you say you want to live in peace with the Russians. How are you living in peace with the Russians now, when they won't supply you with gas? And they've said
no. My understanding is that the West gave Russia guarantees that NATO would not expand eastwards. It was not a written guarantee, but it was verbal. If your top diplomats give that guarantee verbally to the leaders of the Soviet Union, why would you abandon that? How would you treat someone that gave you a verbal guarantee and then reneged on it?
Oh, I'm not saying
you would leave that unpunished.
Right.
No. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm putting it that way, but I'm just saying there is a lot of things that if you switch on the TV, I feel it's very Western. It's very American balanced.
Mm-hmm.
How come Putin doesn't have the right to exert some boundaries? Like Poland came into NATO. I think Czechoslovakia, Hungary. I mean, there is a whole slew of countries that all went into NATO that should have been off the tables, but NATO did it anyway because they could.
Right.
And Russia looked and did nothing until they reached Ukraine. Then Russia multiple times communicated, no, that's too far. You took all these countries and now you're coming onto Ukraine. And if you look at historical maps before World War II and so on, where the Russian Empire was, it usually controlled a lot of Ukraine. I mean, there was a portion of Ukraine that was controlled by the Hungarian Empire.
No, Ukraine is existential to Russia, and I'm not saying Russia is completely an enemy. I don't think there are true complete enemies anymore. I think they're more like false friends more than they are enemies. Russia has justification to have its boundaries. I understand why they went into the Ukraine. I use the analogy of you talk about the not reducing the encroachment of NATO. You're absolutely right in that regard. Because I can guarantee you, if the Chinese government said to Mexico, we're going to make Mexico a puppet state of the Chinese government, we're going to make it a communist puppet state of China, the Mexicans agree to that. You think the United States would tolerate that on their border?
No, and neither should you.
So that's the reason why the Russians don't want Ukraine to join NATO. I understand that.
Yeah, NATO's corrupt as all hell. It's run by the feminists.
The thing that just annoys me is like, why can't people come to diplomatic? Like, that's my wish. I just want to have a diplomatic solution.
Yeah, fire all the women. That'll be a start. Get all those feminists out of there. They're making the wrong decisions. They're incompetent and they're destroying the world. So That's my solution. That's very
I don't know,
diplomatic.
man.
They
This
can
is
leave
just
with
like
their
all fucked up,
lives.
man.
How about that? That's more diplomatic than I would offer them.
Because
More
like
diplomacy.
even if I when I read that document, I was so emotional. I just had to take it in, and I get emotional right now. And it's like you see, Hamster went emotional. I think
Yeah.
Iridium went also emotional. So those are all emotional topics.
Yeah.
So
I don't think Iridium has. I didn't send that to. I sent it to Contriver. I know you wanted to have a stream next month and go over it.
I didn't. You didn't send that to me.
yeah, I wanted to highlight the, you know, it could be both. It could be real. It could be fake. But normally, if it's fake, if it's disinformation, the normal way this disinformation goes, they mix true and false information. So I just wanted to pick some things that it's said in a document and maybe highlight it with some stuff that I saw on the ground.
Yeah.
I think
to just make it a little bit more illustrated. Yeah.
Yeah. The important thing I think to understand, Gray, is I'm not attacking you personally. I'm not attacking anybody personally. I'm trying to understand your argument. I'm trying to understand why you arrived to the place you are today. And so many of the younger people, they just want to attack me personally.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to attack you personally. I just got emotional because I felt like you felt uncomfortable with
Because I heard
me
you
saying what I
fifis.
was saying.
Did I hurt you fifis?
No, not my fees. I just get emotional. I mean, I don't know why. It's like
all of
it's
you guys
normal.
were very high in a little bit aggression. That's why I came on, because it was turning into
it's okay. It's okay. I think we're still respectful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going and blaming the US. I'm not going to go blame Russia. I'm not going to blame. I'm trying to be as neutral as I can, but sometimes I get emotional. This is how it is.
Well, you just that's the thing. You can't lead with your emotions. If you lead with your emotions, that's how you get yourself in trouble. When you lead with your emotions, that's why Hamster and I got a little heated with you, because you kind of lashed out a little bit when we just questioned what when we just started questioning and probing a little bit. You didn't like that, and you lashed out. And this is what I see a lot in young people, is that whenever, or anybody,
I can tell you why that is.
when I say, please, can you just let me finish a second, please? My point.
Yes.
The point is, whenever I'm talking to somebody, and whenever I call somebody out on something, that the immediate desire is to want to attack personally, go after me. You're not a productive part of this, because you're not productive because you don't agree with me. That happened to me at work last week. I questioned somebody on something, and I said, I questioned them on it, and they got all pissed off at me and told me to leave the meeting. And this is the kind of stuff people do that I don't understand. That's leading with emotion. You're not listening to what the other person has to say. You just want to hear yourself talk, and you want to hear somebody validate your self point. And we're not here to validate your point. We're here to try and tell it as we see it best. And that may not be, and that may not fit completely in your worldview. And we're not trying to demoralize you mentally or anything like that. We're just trying to say, look at this a little bit differently. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough. I apologize if I was like coming
not at
across
all.
too emotional.
No need to apologize. It's just it's just we have to learn to have polite discord with each other, and not learn to get emotional all the time. I mean, I understand why you get emotional. You got that shit going on in Germany. I can't imagine that going on.
My country is fucked up, man. It really is. It's
and I can understand tensions are running high. But you have to step back and look and understand and say, why are we here? What do we do going forward to make it better? And if we can't get past the point of bitching and arguing at one another, we're never gonna move forward. So it's important to understand some of the history behind some of these things as well. That these things just didn't happen by accident. They happened through planning, through reasons. These things were designed. Again, think of another classic example is the Japanese getting involved with the Japanese in World War II. We kind of made ourselves an easy target for Japan. We had been on bad relations with Japan leading up to World War II. But what we had been doing prior to that is we'd been shipping them tons and tons and tons of raw material, scrap steel, scrap metal. And they were using that to build a war machine. And then we cut that off and they get all pissed off at us. Then then the British cut off their oil from Southeast Asia. And so they get more pissed off at us. But the United States needed an excuse to go to war with Germany. But nobody wanted to go to war with Germany in this country. There was really reluctance to that because we were still mired in the Depression and everything. And so they really couldn't find a good reason for us to get involved in the war in Germany. So they figured, what about getting these Japanese to attack the United States instead? That way they could say, Japan, the Axis out powers, now we can declare on war on Germany because they're part of the Axis powers. And we made Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was a stage event, I think. All those ships were put in the harbor and stacked together very nicely so that one plane could strafe 5 battleships. That was done intentionally. Why do you think the aircraft carriers were ordered to leave from Pearl Harbor 24 hours before the Japanese attack? Because that was the biggest disappointment of the Japanese, was losing the aircraft carriers. Because those aircraft carriers proved very important in the subsequent Battle of Midway. So this stuff was planned out. This stuff was thought out. This stuff was thought out with some very sinister intentions behind it, in my opinion. They knew that the attack was coming on Pearl Harbor. They knew it was happening. But they let it happen because that gave us the justification to go into World War II. Did you know that?
I mean, you can speculate a lot. I mean, I don't. History books can be written either which way. I mean, I have no idea.
I mean, the standard history you're told in Pearl Harbor is that the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor and it was a vicious, brutal, unprovoked attack. Bullshit. There was so much more behind that. There was all kinds of politics and backstabbing and bullshit behind that. And they ultimately needed an excuse to get the United States into World War II, and that there was their easiest and most convenient way to do it. That was their easiest conduit to do it.
Whatever. I mean, I just don't know how we're gonna survive the winter time. I mean, what's gonna happen? Whether that's gonna go smooth. I mean,
no.
I mean, I don't know what your utility bill is, but some people, they just get a 10 times increase. I mean, if you pay $200, you get a $2,000 utility bill. I mean, how are you gonna deal with that?
Well, I heard in Germany they're having to resort to wood stoves.
Yeah, you're lucky when you have a wood stove.
Well, it's getting even worse than I thought then. I mean, that's a true crisis. We don't have that
I mean,
here.
in all honesty, my impression is like it's not like uniform to the society. So if you, for example, like you signed a contract before the war broke out, you maybe just get a doubling, or you're relatively safe. But some other people that may not have signed that contract, they now get triple or quadruple, 10 times, 8 times, whatever the price. So, and
So who's
you
making
can,
up fucked up decisions like that?
no, it's just, it's free market. You bought your,
No, somebody's who's arbitrarily deciding who pays twice as much versus who pays 10s as much. Who makes
the
fucked
market.
up
No,
decisions
the
like
market.
that?
No,
No, feminists make decisions like that.
not necessarily.
Irrational decisions like that. It's got feminism written all over it.
No, let's say you have a certain contingent, a certain amount. Of course, if you are a long-term, big-time customer of a big utility company and you secure your contract early on before the war breaks out, you secured a certain quantity at a certain price. If you are later, like let's say you're a smaller utility somewhere in the countryside, and that's what it seems to me, that some people are more affected than others. Not because I'm feminist, just because the way the market works. It's
Yeah,
like
but
the last person who puts in the order doesn't get anything.
So what has to happen to make a change? Do people have to freeze to death?
There are people who have to go without heating this winter. Yes.
So why should people have to freeze to death?
I mean, they're probably not going to freeze to death, but I saw videos where some apartment complex providers, they even in my town, they use like sports stadiums or other venues where there's a big space, and they have like 100 mattresses. And the guy from the real estate complex, he was like, that managed multiple real estate complex, he was like, yes, we know this is going to be tricky. We cannot guarantee that we can heat all our apartment complexes. That's why we got this location, and we have already 100 mattresses. So if during the winter time we have to turn off the heating, this apartment complex is reserved for people that are of, I don't know, 60 or older. And everybody else has to fend for themselves.
You're missing my point. You see, every time I make a point,
okay, I'm sorry.
You're going off on a different tangent.
You have to remember, I had a couple beers, so I'm not like on my peak
I've smoked a lot of
level.
weed tonight. Okay,
Yes,
so
okay.
but you're going off on another tangent. I asked the question. I asked the very question. You have basically an energy emergency there.
Yes.
You have people who are on the verge of freezing to death. Are you going to allow that to happen?
Yes, the government is going to do that.
Why?
Because that's what they do.
Okay, that sounds like something a feminist would do. That's not something rational people do.
Okay, I could agree with that. Yes.
You see, all you had to do is just answer my question.
okay.
Instead, you went
Sorry,
off on that
sometimes I'm just getting carried away on my own thoughts.
Okay, I get it. But this is what I notice a lot in these younger generations, is that when you're asked a very direct and poignant question, you want to go off on another subject. And that's what confuses us. You want to deflect to something else.
Okay, yeah, okay. But I can listen to you, and I can hopefully adapt to that.
No, she's waving.
Hold on. So, something that I've noticed. The younger generations don't lead with the point. They start way back here to get to the point that they're making. They're not leading with the point and then extrapolating upon that. That's what I've noticed. It's not that he goes completely sideways. He's building up to finally answering it.
But he builds up to a point that really doesn't pertain to the original topic.
Yeah, but it's like
You gotta stay on course, stay on target,
but
stay
it
on
does.
target,
He's
stay
gonna
on target.
Kush, he's gonna get. That's what I'm saying. He's gonna get there. He just has to explore, because a lot of these things aren't just simple answers. I think it's a difference in communication style. Honestly, it's like they have to, instead of just saying their answer, they almost have to justify it first, if that makes sense.
So you have to Mickey Mouse your answer first? Is that it?
No, I think it's a I don't know. It's just, I call it leading with the point. It's like
I call it bullshit.
But it's not. If
Thank you. You're so kind.
yeah,
I feel humbled.
I didn't mean it. Again, you took that as a personal attack. I'm not attacking you personally.
No, it's okay. I'm cool.
I'm trying to make a point. What Mandy was saying is that you guys tend to go off point, and you guys, I don't know if it's from social conditioning. I think maybe it's social conditioning that you've been conditioned that you can't tell a direct answer to something. You have to curtsy around it. You have to skirt around it to get to the answer. You can't just give me a direct answer.
So okay. So while you're waiting on the direct answer, I'm going off somewhere else, and that's like straining. Like, why doesn't he answer?
Hard for me because
okay.
I have to stay focused on the original point while you're going off on some other thing. I have to stay focused on that.
So you might actually forget that. Oh yeah, that's counterproductive. I get it. Yeah.
Exactly. So I have to focus on two different tangents that you're going on, and at the same time, and that gets confusing, and that gets you lose the point of the argument. You lose the soul of the argument. Yes. Everything just gets all messed up, and that's gyno shit.
Oh, that might be, yeah. The gyno shit. GM, you made GM laugh. Gyno shit.
It's just confusion. It's clusterfuck.
I wasn't aware that it's that bad.
Yeah. You guys don't answer a point directly. It's so simple.
Well, don't worry. Soon we're all going to talk like that. I mean, nobody will notice anymore.
German.
The knowledge will be lost.
You guys are supposed to answer things directly. I grew up, I lived in Germany. I come from German descendants. I'm an engineer. I work with German engineers. Your guys are known. You're known historically throughout the world for being no bullshit, to the point, precise, enigmatic engineers. You're not this fucking around with Russian gas and oh God, we can't use coal because we ran over a skunk or some shit. I mean, that's not what Germany is. Am I saying something wrong?
No, I mean, like I would use nuclear. I would run coal power plants, but that's not what the government is doing.
People like you who have to spread that kind of message. It's more people like your age who need to understand your history and your country. And you have a very rich and deep cultural history. You have the stuff that happened in World War II, which was a dark part of your history, but the rest of Germany's history is very rich. You're one of the most cultured nations in the world. You shouldn't be reliant on Russian gas. You shouldn't be sitting here worried about your pillow futzing around over whether you need to use nuclear or coal or whether you need to have a windmill going somewhere. You're the one of the most cultured industrial
Don't tell it to
powers in
me,
the
man.
world.
Don't tell it to me what I'm supposed to do. I mean,
You
I
need
didn't
to
do this. I didn't do
understand.
this shit.
I know, but you need to. It needs to start at your level. More people
Yeah.
like you need to understand this.
But here's
shit.
the thing: I tried to get involved in politics last year. It doesn't work. The system is broken.
Well, that's why we're on these discords, right?
Right. I was going to ask, Mr. Iridium Kush, how would you explain MGTOW to your female work associates?
It's interesting. At the restaurant here this morning that I went to, the diner,
Yeah.
or yesterday morning now.
Mhm.
I was telling her, I was doing YouTube streaming because she does stuff because we got to talking about it, and she's like, "Well, what do you stream about?" And I'm like, "Fuck, what do I give as an answer?"
Right.
And I just said manosphere content kind of stuff, guy stuff.
Uh-huh.
So nothing that she could use to search with. And she does not know my YouTube handle. She only knows me by my government name.
Yeah.
She does not know my YouTube handle. Nobody at work knows my YouTube handle.
Right.
They just know me by my government name.
But your answer wasn't very direct.
What do you mean?
Oh, just manosphere stuff. Just,
Well, yeah, I have to do that to protect.
Right.
I know what you're doing.
I'm just saying there's a little bit of
you're playing devil's advocate.
that goes on in our society. Why a lot of people might dodge answers also. Or they feel that they have to not lead with the point, but explain why they're going to make this point in the most elaborate way possible.
Did I give a dishonest answer?
No, but it wasn't the whole truth. It wasn't direct. It was vague.
Oh, it was intentionally vague. I know it was.
Yeah.
No, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I make things intentionally vague for reasons.
Yeah.
If there's something I don't know a direct answer to, I will answer it vaguely. But some of these issues, they're not as vague as you think they are. They're pretty obvious. And it just bothers me when I see a country like Germany turn to shit the way it has, and what led to that. Because I mean, it's not just Germany. If Germany falls, the whole European Union goes down. I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah. Well,
Greg, what do you think about that?
Yeah, that's great for the US.
No, it's not.
It's really not, though.
No, it's not.
Well, but allegedly to the report, we have capital outflows to the US, and it's going to secure the next election for the Democrats. That's what the whole exercise is all about.
For the feminists.
If you want to translate it like that, yes.
Yes. See that.
I mean, I'm not versed in these things, but I thought maybe Contriver is more in his ballpark.
Yeah.
So the best thing I can do is I can contrast it with things that I can observe in my country, and then if someone wants to chime in, they want to chime in, and if not, that's cool too.
Yeah. Well, it's just the point we want to make is no. I don't take any. Mandy called me out. I don't take it against her personally. That's all.
Called you out. No, I'm just saying there's many reasons why people don't, especially the younger generation. Like, we're older, right? So, we feel comfortable saying some things in certain spaces that we might not be comfortable saying in other spaces. It's true that way for a lot of people generationally.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. you know, that I can't tell you about things I do. Every last thing I do here at work, I can't tell you my company name.
Yeah.
I can't tell you exactly all the things I have my fingers in. And I'm bound by legal confidentiality for that.
Right.
At the same token, I look at the people at work, what I do, who I talk to on the internet, who I interact with. It's none of their business.
Right.
It's my personal time. It's none of their business who I talk to. And if they say, Iridium Kush, we saw you on this channel talking about this, this, and this, I say, yeah, I could see you talking on any other channel talking about that, that, and that.
Right.
You're going to deny me my right to free of expression?
Right.
I mean, that starts getting into lawsuit city kind of stuff for me.
Right.
Get angry, I lift weights. Absolute Knowledge Seekers is here.
Hey, Absolute. His answer for all those thoughts at his work is going to be when the time comes. You're all a bunch of ungrateful whores, and I'm out. I'm going my own way.
Well, it was funny when I was talking to that lady at the diner. She got me into talking about that because she said, "Oh, I do stuff on TikTok," and
TikTok.
I said, and I almost slipped, and I almost said, "Oh, so you do stuff on TikTok?"
Yeah. Man, that's funny.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't get TikTok. I don't know. I just
get it on my phone.
I have a hard time making a clip of these that's under 30 minutes. What do you get, like 40 seconds on TikTok to prove a point?
Yeah, and they say it gives you the attention span of those goldfish behind you.
Oh, my goldfish have longer attention span than any of those TikToks.
Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna drop out. I'm kind of sleepy.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Okay,
yeah.
Gray. Yeah.
It's the morning there.
Yeah. All right, Gray. It was good chatting with you.
Gray, it was a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah. I appreciate it too. I appreciate the feedback and hanging out as always.
Yeah. Thank you, Gray. We'll check you
nice
later.
talking to you.
Bye.
Have a good
Tschüssi.
morning there.
Auf
Guten Morgen.
Wiedersehen. Guten Morgen, yeah.
All right. You want to end this thing?
Man, we started this and we closed it out. We outlasted all of those people.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to make some macaroni and cheese and stress eat because you guys were like, like getting all.
Well, the guy Gray, and again, I'm not attacking him personally.
Yeah.
But what I noticed is when I asked him a poignant question,
Yeah.
he immediately went off on a sidetrack. And
Yeah.
I hate it when these modern people do that because I have to stay focused on the original point mentally, and then focus on their tangent that they're starting their whole thing on.
Yeah.
Compare those two things and say, are we still talking about the same thing? We're not.
Yeah.
I have to quickly do that, say you're not talking about the same thing. And then I have to go back and say, can you answer my question again, please?
Yeah. And
I hate to have to keep going back to that. And that's what starts getting me upset.
Yeah. And not to white knight for Gray or anything, but that's kind of what I appreciate about when I have these conversations. Because like I'll ask a question and they'll paint the full picture and I'll just sit and kind of listen and I'll follow and I'll kind of piece it and then see how it's relevant to what I'm working on. And I'm not really requiring an answer like right now. So I think Gray might be used to elaborating more here than
Well, and there are no instant answers. There are no instant answers, and I think that's what the young people want too. They I noticed that in Bandit, he wants me to have an answer off the cuff.
Yeah,
and there isn't one off the cuff. It's a multifaceted problem, and it's a multifaceted multifaceted solution.
Oh yeah. That needs multivariate analysis. And then everybody will finally get to the point that I've been trying to drive home this whole time. Fire all these crazy bitches because they're destroying the world. So get all the crazy bitches out of the way so the men can think and fix it. Fix their creation that the feminists have been destroying with their patriarchy. Yeah.
Yes.
The men don't like to say it though. I don't think they want to believe that it's just a bunch of emotionally and mentally unstable women that are just, reacting and spontaneously destroying things. They want to look at it like it's some elaborate chess game and this is all by design and somebody else is doing it, not these fucking retards everywhere in every single structure of our society, like spurting out and making people do things they really wouldn't normally do.
And it's I see the incompetency that it happened at a company, a customer of mine last week. Now, they called. I had started up the equipment, and then they were having this problem when they're starting it up. And it was a woman engineer who I was on the call with two other guys, engineers at the customer. And I asked the woman engineer, "Did you follow the startup procedure?" I said, "Did you do the startup procedure that I showed you when I was there?" I said, "Did you do this, this, and this?" And she's like, "Well, we don't like to do it that way." I said, you know where I'm going with this.
Oh yeah. Subjective directions for some shit you didn't even fucking build yourself, right?
Procedure every time. Yeah. You deviate from it once, it's not going to work that time.
Right.
Hamster knows this. Yeah. You follow procedure every time. If you don't follow procedure every time, you run the risk of it failing. And this, all I had to do was explain to these people that you weren't starting it up and you weren't following the procedure, and that's why.
But you noticed her answer.
For example, a couple weeks before that, a woman engineer called me. She's saying the piece of equipment's not to the proper specification. We're all pissed. We're upset. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, hold on a second. I'm like, first of all, can you tell me which machine this is? Can you tell me can you give me a serial number? Can you tell me which machine this is? I can't tell you anything until I know which machine it is. Yeah. So can you please stop spurting out at me?
Right.
And give me the information I need, and then I will give you the information that you need.
Right.
And they said, well, we checked it here at our shop and it wasn't within tolerance. And I asked our factory in France, I go, do you have the documents for this? I checked it. It was within tolerance. It turns out they used a more primitive method for checking it than our factory did.
Right.
So it was within spec, but their method that they use was just somebody else's idea to cheap out.
Yeah.
But
going back to that chick, well, we don't like.
Yeah.
We don't want is usually the fucking answer that all these self-centered people have. It's like a want thing. We don't want. We don't like. Yeah. But you need to do it properly.
Well, that's what I'm sure that's what frustrates the hell out of Hamster with these younger guys. You got to follow the procedure every single time. Mm-hmm. It's the importance of a checklist. You check the items off every single time. When you do a procedure, did I do this? Then did I do this? And did I do this? Women don't want to do that. They just want to, well, did we do that? Well, maybe we did it yesterday. Oh, we didn't check that. We don't need to do this today.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
I don't feel like it today.
Yeah.
Right? Fire them. Fire all these bitches.
Yep. No.
By the way, hello, Riggs.
Y'all are still going. Kush still right. It isn't baked like Pop's lasagna. Well, I'm like Chaos explained this on his stream to me earlier yesterday. I'm one of those guys who can just go and go and go on it. I mean, I've given speeches. What did you say? Baked like lasagna and Boss Hogg's trailer. Where Mr. Riggs put that?
Oh, Pop's lasagna.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm one of those guys I can, especially if it's a sativa, which is more energetic, I can stay up as long as I want. But the minute I go off the stream and I listen to some soothing music, I'll be out like a light.
Yeah. I'm about to hit a carb coma, so I'm preparing for my lights out.
A what?
A carb coma.
Oh, a sugar coma.
Macaroni coma.
Well, how do you eat that stuff?
It's yummy.
Is that like, that's not like Kraft, is it?
No, it's the Aldi version.
Oh, okay.
Of
Good.
Velveeta shells and cheese.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh, God. Oh.
I know. I think it's plastic cheese, really. It's so yummy, though.
Oh, that's that's all you.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, Mr. Kush, thank you for having this chat.
Yeah,
I think we did a damn good stream.
Yeah. Hopefully, I didn't insult too many people.
Oh no, I think you're not the one that mentioned being Russian's bitch. So, hamster, man.
Yeah, that was a little. That was a little.
I was like, oh man, it's seeming like a double team, and damn it, I was gonna go to sleep, but that's fine. No.
Yeah.
It was good conversation all around. Lots of good stuff. I appreciate it. Oh, and you're on with Bullets tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow at 8:00 Central, so 9:00 my time. So, I do want to keep that one to 2 hours because I do have to go into work on Monday, and I've been busy as hell this weekend, as a matter of fact, too, with other shit. Just the harvesting and work, and it seems like everybody wants to hear my voice all of a sudden.
Well, you're a patriarch, you know. You're a success story for men, especially straight white men. So, you know, I think it's important.
Yep. So, and I'd like to talk to Rusty Rivers. I'd like to talk to him sometime. Do a stream with him. Some of these other guys. Does JR do streams?
No.
Okay.
JR's support staff. Yeah.
Good deal. All right. So, without further ado, it's been nice, and I'm sure we'll be doing this some more.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm gonna end this. Good night, everybody in the chat. It's good to see you guys. Oh, Absolute's going on in like an hour. Totally not worth the squeeze. You're talking about me? Not Cajun. Yeah, the wood chipper specialist. I was trying to think of something I call him. JR's the muscle. The muscle of the operation. Yeah. My record would not suggest it, though. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Oh, yes. Yeah. We need to touch base, Harley. I'm sorry. I've been a terrible, terrible person. Totally fucking ignoring. I mean, because you're not really doing anything wrong. And I've been enjoying you and Marie's streams, and you know, but yeah. I will. I will go get my phone now and be ready. Yeah, the yeet specialist. All right, see you later, Ghost Cog. Yeah. All right, good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks again, Mr. Iridium Kush, for all your knowledge that you shared.